Hey everybody, hello. I was about to say good morning, but we have a good afternoon here from Sweden in the chat. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're tuning in. We are continuing with the last part of day one of the Scott Spivey wrongful death hearing for immunity. If you missed our first stream on this, we really only got through 3 witnesses. We're starting to hear a little bit from 2 different drivers who were on the road that saw some part, but not the entire, 9-mile stretch of what could have been this initial road rage or a chase. That's a fact at issue. Was there a chase, or who was chasing who? And so we're still trying to figure it out. Since this is a stand your ground immunity hearing, again, it's a civil proceeding, it's the defense. This is South Carolina. Right now, they have the burden to make their case to the judge, because this is not a trial. This is a pre-trial matter, a hearing to see if a trial can proceed. They've got to show the judge that, hey, we can't be held civilly liable for this wrongful death. We were in the right. We have the right to stand our ground. Here's what happened. So we are in their case. They're calling these witnesses, and there's 2 co-defendants. So 2 different attorneys on the defense side. And then the plaintiff, the estate for the deceased, Scott Spivey, is Mark Tinsley, a familiar face, a familiar name. It's been interesting to see him make this argument. So we've got a few witnesses and a couple breaks that we're going to skip before we get to the testimony of one of the drivers, Blaize. We only heard about her because a detective took the stand and discussed the statement that he took from her. I think everybody's waiting to get to her, so we're almost there, guys. Let's get into this and see how it goes. Good morning, good afternoon, if actual lie. Good morning, good morning. Ahmad Cruz is probably going to come talk to us on Sunday. I'll let you guys know. Back in Horry County. Hey Amber, hey Mara.
Speaking to the microphone. Just state your name for the record, okay?
Hey Paige. Yeah, we love an excuse to
My
be
name
back
is
in Horry
Laurie
County.
Sarvis.
Ms. Sarvis, you a resident of Horry County?
Yes, sir, I am.
And were you on Highway 9 on the day of this
Who is
event?
this, the wife?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And do you know Bradley Williams?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you know Weldon Boyd?
No, sir, I don't.
Did you know Scott Spivey?
I did not know Scott himself. No, sir.
Okay. Now, you were traveling. If you would, turn to the judge there and tell him what you observed that day. I know you had been to Bistro 90
Yes, sir.
to eat. You left there and was headed where?
We were heading home.
All right.
We had our bellies full and we were ready to chill for the night.
All right, so tell the judge what you observed as you traveled home.
All right, we had turned off of 57, got onto Highway 9. We were right there at the red light at Colonial Charters. The light called us, so we were backed up, so the 2 lanes and stuff had to go. Well, while we were sitting there, the light turned and a string of the truck with the trailer and some more cars and stuff, and we made a comment because it's ironic. We said everybody in Horry County must own white vehicles because it was a whole line of white cars that come by us. Anyway, I knew that they had the congestion there of, the little bit of traffic there from the light stuff till everybody kind of got their speed up and got gone. And I'm not one of those that mashes the gas and I gotta be gone. But anyway, I started up Highway 9 and this black truck come up beside me and whipped over in front of me. I hit my brakes to keep him from hitting the front end of my truck, and he takes on off. And in a few minutes he's back over in the other lane. Then he's back in the other lane. And then he ends up, because there's a little bit of a cluster there, he goes over onto the right side into the grass. And anyway, he whips it back because there's road signs and stuff there. Well, I don't know if people were just to the thing that they were getting their speeds up, but anyway, it went. And Anyway, he come up beside or behind a little small gray sedan. And he ends up whipping out and then comes back up on them. And as he gets up there beside them, he sticks his hand out with his pistol at those. And the old man and woman they run off the edge of the road. And as I got to them, the old lady's got her hand like that up on her chest. Well, I went up to the next like little turn thing and I pulled over because it bothered me because of their ages and everything. I knew it had frightened them. So I pulled over, and anyway, I was going to turn around and go back to them. Had I known everything would have come out like it did, I would have went back to her. But I said he was driving so stupid, so crazy on that road that afternoon. From the right to the left, to the right to the left. I thought, I needed to get to him. I needed to get his license plate number. I knew it was a black Chevrolet truck because it had it written across the back. Sometimes with the Chevrolet and GMCs, you can't tell them apart, but he ended up having it across the back of his truck. I felt like we needed to get a highway patrolman out there. He needed to be stopped. Something needed to be done with him. Now, I pulled back out and took off after him. Now, when he went around the curve at the river, I lost sight of him because when you turn there next to the Dixie Doodle in that little produce stand, there's a little curve there, then it comes back. Well, by the time I got around those and got back to the red light caught me. I got caught in that traffic of the red light. Well, he had already gone around where I guess it's still a highway maintenance building there, and gone down. I never could get back up to him, but I could see him. I could keep him in my vision up on the road there. And like I said, he was continuously. Now, the last time I had visual of him was probably there. I had made a comment that it was there next to the golf course, right there next to where the fireworks stand was and stuff. And by the time I got around Sweet Home and got up to Camp Swamp, the shooting and everything had happened. As we're coming up on Camp Swamp, the gentleman comes out of there and he's waving his arm. He said, "Don't go up there, don't go up there. They're having a shootout. Don't go up there." So we stopped. And, I could see the trucks sitting there and some more vehicles and stuff. I did not see who done the shooting. I don't know who shot first. I did not know who was in the vehicles. We sat there, there on the road there, and until the police and all come up. We sit down there with the police and stuff come up. We saw the two boys or men there, they're not boys, men come out and they had their hands up in the air. And
Now, Miss Sarvis, let me stop you there. Did you talk with the police that day?
No, sir, I did not talk to the police. I thought I called 911. I might have done star HP, but whoever answered the phone did not say, "Horry County Police, what's your emergency?" Because normally you got to give them your name, your date, you name of your firstborn and the whole 9 yards before they'll ever let you tell them what the situation is.
Did she just call a random
We stay
number?
there on Highway 9, and so twice my husband and I have liked to have a head-on collision with drunk drivers. So normally when I call them and everything, I know the routine and stuff there. And we have turned around and have followed the drivers to let 911 know where they are so the officers can find them. Because we are so close to the state line, because see, if they're not in pursuit, they can't go across state lines to get them.
All right, but, so let me back up with you, and for the judge, so that we could point out here, you said you had stopped there at Colonial Charter.
Yes, sir, the light told us there.
All right, right here.
Yes.
right? All right, and then you eased off down Highway 9. And that's when you saw at some point in time here, the black truck come up by you, in front of you, engaged in what you testified. And then there was the car with the older couple in it that were run off the road. And he pointed a gun at them.
Yes, sir.
And that would have been by your testimony between Charter Drive and, let's say, Living Water Baptist Church area?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at that time, there was no Weldon Boyd with the trailer. That was just Scott
Yes, sir. He had
Spivey.
already gone up the road. Like I said, I didn't really pay the white truck any attention because he was just going down the road just like everybody else was. The only person that drawed my attention was the black truck.
And there was no chase of any sort in there.
Not at that time, no, sir.
That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Walker?
None, Your Honor.
Mr. Tinsley?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Ms. Sarks.
Good afternoon.
So I just want to make sure, we've not met before, correct?
No, sir, we have not.
And so you stopped at the red light there at Colonial Drive, or Charter, I'm sorry. It's Colonial Charter, they got Charter Drive right there. That's at Colonial Charters, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the first red light beyond Bell and Bell.
Yes, sir.
And so you're at the red light stopped? That's a yes?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. She's typing everything down. I just
Okay.
want to be clear what you said. And so the light changes, and I understood you to say that Mr. Boyd's vehicle passes you as you're starting off.
That about 3 or 4 other white cars.
You made a comment to somebody, that was your husband? And so he passes you, and then, that was not good.
Why'd
Almost
she laugh
immediate-
like that?
That was not good. Almost immediately after, you see Scott Spivey's
No,
truck?
sir.
All right, so
They have already gone up the road and stuff. And like I said,
Heck yeah.
Scott come
You
by a
flung
little
a
bit
pen.
later.
You didn't see it? Okay. Watch the court reporter here and watch Mark's pen.
and so he passes you, and then, that was not good. Almost immediately after, you see Scott
Look at the
Spivey's
judge.
truck?
Yes, sir.
All right, so
They have already gone up the road and stuff. And like I said, Scott come by a little bit later.
The
okay.
Cardi B move.
When he,
Good morning.
and a little bit later, meaning, you talked about the golf course and the fireworks stand, but that's way down the road, right?
Yes, sir.
So a little bit later, as in, can you give us any estimate from the red light there at Colonial Charter?
But when I saw Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
he was probably right there at the, there used to be like a little nursery thing over here, Nature's, or something like that. And on this side over here, there's the storage place for the campers.
Storage place for campers. I know where neither one of those things are. How about this? How about Living Waters? Is it before Living Waters?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so before Living
And
Waters.
before Sun Colony.
And when Scott Spivey passes you before Living Waters, about how fast does he go?
Well, he got a lot faster than I was.
How fast were you going?
Not very fast.
Okay. And
Like I
that,
said, I'd started off in the red light. I knew I had the traffic, and I'm not one of those that has to go up and get behind somebody's bumper and hit the brakes to be in with traffic.
okay. And so it's before Living Waters where he has this encounter with this old couple that you say went off the road? Yes.
He was never in the grassy area. Yes, sir.
And you said I pulled over. Did you stop?
I was going to turn around and go back to them,
Okay.
but I made a decision to try to get Scott's tag number, more information I could on them to give to the police.
Were you able to catch up to him?
No, sir.
Okay. And when he went by, you have any idea where the old couple was?
I think that they came out of the road there at Colonial Charters. I don't know if they were over in some of the restaurant shopping area there, or if they come from that housing development there, because it all feeds back out into the same road. I'm not sure where they came from, but I know that they turned off of the left side into 9.
All right. And how long after, minutes, miles, whatever you want to, after they come out, is it before you see them have something, interaction that caused them to go off the road?
They were probably in the area there. I think it's called Young Interiors and stuff there. I don't know how to show you on that map.
Closer to Charter than to Living Waters?
About halfway.
About halfway, okay. And when he pointed the gun, which lane was he in?
He was in the right lane at that time. They were in the left lane.
Okay, and which side of the road did they go?
They went to the left.
Right. And so did he stop beside him, or did he just keep going
He
past?
kept going.
As he's pointing the gun?
Yes.
Is he pointing it, or is he holding it out the window?
No, sir, he had it like that.
Okay. And did you see him again after that?
It depends how you define saw him. Did I see him as close as I did at that moment? No, sir, I didn't. But like I said, my goal was to follow the black truck, because he was the one being crazy out there.
Yeah.
So I was trying to keep my eye on him to see if I could get anywhere near him to get his tag number. I do know that his tag number was not a regular tag, far as we go, where it has the 3 numbers, 4 and 3 letters, or the 3 letters and numbers. He had a different type of tag on his car or truck.
Did he seem to be going faster at that point in time than he was when he passed you?
Yes.
Okay. And then he continued to move on?
Yes, sir.
Now you didn't know Scott, right?
I don't know Scott, but I do know the Spivey family.
You know the Spivey family. I mean, you and Wendy Sarvis have the same last name, right?
We do.
But not related?
No, sir, not
But there's some
related.
bad blood there, right?
I wouldn't really say bad blood.
You've been fairly vocal
Yes, sir, I have.
on Facebook, right?
Yes, sir, I have. I hate a liar.
Okay. And
And stuff she was telling on Facebook was not true.
so you felt compelled to get in touch with somebody and let everybody know?
Yes.
And
I felt like that they needed to know the whole story, not just her story.
And the bad blood has to do with some engagement. Was it to your daughter?
To my son.
To your
Ain't got
son.
nothing to do with it, sir. Girls come and go, boys come and go. It ain't got nothing to do with that.
And did you hate her before this, or was it during this that you?
I don't hate Wendy Sarvis, sir.
Okay. All right, ma'am.
Do I despise some of the stuff she does? Yes, I do. I ain't gonna lie about it. Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Martin?
Nothing, Judge.
Ma'am, you're free to step down.
Thank you.
Judge, we will let Ms. Sarvis slip out the way here, and then we would intend to play the 911 call, Blaize Ward.
All right.
Your Honor, for the record, this is Defendants Exhibit 1A.
Yes, sir.
I am on highway number 9 about to come on, I'm on highway 9.
Put it down a little bit.
Uh,
Can you?
I don't know that my computer makes that sound go down, but the TV.
No. It's really loud right where I am.
I don't know which one.
I'm not touching it. Just play it for 1 second, Tom.
And about to come up on, Minuteman and Little.
Better. Good deal.
What's the address of the emergency?
I am on highway number 9 about to come up on, I'm on highway 9 about to come up on, Minuteman and Little Caesars right here in Long. There is a guy that is waving a gun in front of me trying to shoot at my car, and the other one's beside us. He's all over the road, and I have his license plate number.
Okay. Okay, he's waving the gun right now.
He's waving it out the window at everybody. I don't know if he's under the influence of anything because he's all over the road. He just made one guy run off the road completely, and he's back on the road now. But I'm all too ill because I don't know what this man's doing.
Okay, what color car?
He is in he's in a new body Chevy. It's a truck. It's a GMC, I want to say, or a Chevrolet.
Okay, what color?
Black. He's pointing it out the window trying to shoot this car right now.
Okay. All right, what's your phone number, ma'am?
910-642, I mean, no.
69. Okay, what's your name?
Blaize Ward.
Blaize, B-L-A-Z-E?
B-L-A-I-Z, I'm sorry.
B-O-I-A-Z?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am, Ward.
what's your Ward? Okay. All right, and you're passing the Minuteman, or where are you now?
Now I am approaching, like I said, I'm heading through Long now. I'm about to come up on the, I think, Long Bay Golf Course or Housing Center, close towards the fireworks store.
Long Bay Estate.
I'm sorry, I don't think
Is it Long Bay?
confusing.
That's okay. Is it Long Bay Convenience, or is it Long Bay Estate? What?
I'm coming up on it right now, so I can tell you. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right.
What did this say? Okay, that's not the sign. What is it? Heritage Park. I'm passing that now.
Heritage Park?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and are you headed toward the beach or away from the beach?
Away from the beach. So it looks like he's going in the direction towards like Forest, that end.
Okay. Heritage Park.
Yes, ma'am. He is. I see his truck now because we're all stuck in traffic. We're passing the Sunoco gas station also.
Okay. Just down the line.
Yes, ma'am.
No, why not?
I'm not trying to speed, ma'am, or anything. I'm really trying to get away from this guy because I really don't want him to like shoot me or nothing.
Okay, and is he following you, or is he just driving down the street?
He's driving reckless. He's in one lane and there's two trucks behind him, and he's back and forth. Like,
I think the Little Caesars that she's talking about is only like 4 miles from Camp Swamp Road. So Camp Swamp Road is up here. Little Caesars is here. This is the mile distance here. And the first thing she said when she called was Little Caesars, which is, I had to zoom in to show you, but it's near this Food Lion. So got like 3 minutes if they're doing like 60 miles per hour.
he's getting mad, I guess, because of traffic, but he won't move out of the way.
Okay. All right. Okay, and just stay with me. Do you know what kind of gun it was? Was it a handgun?
Yes, ma'am. A little handgun, maybe a Glock 19, 510. It looks something similar to that. My dad has one, so that's kind of similar looking.
Okay.
Thank you, Chuck, for the 5 gifted. Party time in the
All
chat
right,
for Chuck.
and it's just that one vehicle that's involved in
Yes, ma'am. He's the one causing the destruction right now.
toward the beach. You said he is going toward the beach as well, right?
No, I'm sorry.
He's
we're
going
in
toward
the
Laurel.
opposite.
Y'all going
Yes,
toward Laurel.
and he just turned down, okay, what is the road right here? Camp Swamp Road.
Okay.
He is pulled over on the side of the road. Actually, I am not, oh my God. I don't know what's going on. He's jumping out of the truck. I'm turning the same way. There's a truck behind him.
Okay.
And,
Okay.
oh my God! Oh my God!
What happened, ma'am? What happened? Did he get fired around? Ma'am,
Oh
ma'am.
my God!
Damn.
Ma'am, I've got to move! I've got to move!
Okay,
Oh my God!
just keep going, ma'am.
Oh my God! Oh
Okay,
my
did he
God.
shoot at anybody?
Yes, he's shooting the truck in front of us! I'm getting off the road!
Okay, if
The truck in front of them?
Oh my God!
okay, did he shoot at anybody?
Yes, he's shooting the truck in front of us! I'm getting off the road!
Okay, is he in front of your car?
I just pulled off. They're on camp. They're on swamp. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
You're on Camp Swamp now?
Yes, ma'am, but I turned off because he hit my car. And
He hit your car?
He did, but I came down to one of the outer ways off the highway because I turned around like you said, but I'm watching them, they're sitting right there.
Okay, all right, listen, did you see what he looked like?
He's a white male that has dark hair.
Up here, okay. Did you see what kind of clothes did he get out the car?
I didn't know. All I seen is the bullets flying off the window.
Okay, okay.
And do you want his license plate number?
Yes, I do.
It's capital RC-1538.
1538? And then what state was that? What state, do you remember?
I believe it was North or South Carolina.
Okay. Okay. Is he still behind you or is he still sitting out at the end of that road?
He's still sitting at the end of that road once you turn down it.
So he's at Highway 9 in Camp Swamp?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did he hit your car with the bullets?
Either ricocheted or either he shot it because he was shooting the truck in front of me. And ma'am, I don't know if he killed the guy or not because he was firing off.
Okay.
I'm not, like I said, I pulled down the road just a little bit because, I wanted to turn off because once I said, I was like, oh my God, he shot my car. I don't know if he actually shot it or the bullet ricocheted. I just turned around as fast as possible.
Okay.
And now it looks like the road maybe they're just sitting there, the road's blocked up.
Okay.
They're kind of holding up traffic.
Okay. Okay, the people, who's holding up traffic? Is the guy that he was shooting at or who?
Yes, ma'am. That, the black truck that was shooting, that guy, it was a white, I don't know if it's a dually or not, but it's a white truck that was behind him. He got out the truck, and I reckon they had an altercation because, man, I'm assuming he was probably like, dude, what's going on? Why are you doing that? Probably more than likely. And then the guy just started shooting. But I know he's a white man with dark hair because I could see him in the truck when he passed me and waved the gun.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Not hard to hear.
Okay, and are you willing to identify the driver and testify in court if necessary?
Yes, ma'am, of course, 100%.
Okay. Yes. Okay, I'm still here with you. Just let me know, do you? Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be a nervous wreck. That just like, I'm just getting off work and it totally caught me off guard.
Okay. All right, now where are you now?
I'm in a white Altima and I'm right here looking at the incident. I'm in a cutway where you would, if you're turning off number 9 to go like into opposite lane, like if you need to turn around, I'm in one of those.
Okay.
That's halfway in the road, basically. I mean, I'm not halfway in the road, but you know.
How long is this call? Look how much longer is on the thing.
Okay. Okay, but you don't know if he hit your car or you think he did.
Yes, I think he did, or either one of the bullets ricocheted. I'm nervous to get out the car because, I mean, I know I'm not right on the incident, but I don't know, you know, I'm just nervous.
Okay. All right. Just don't go back up there to him, and I got. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm still here with you.
And it's crazy because that's the road that I take to go home, so I was actually kind of like, you would say following him almost, but I didn't expect him to turn out the same way. I put on my caution lights too in case someone comes behind me.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, ma'am?
Oh, I'm sorry. I said I put on my caution lights too in case somebody comes around.
Okay.
My caller is just down the street on M4 off the Horry line with her flashing phone. She thinks she's trying to get her over when the bullet, but she was right behind. Yes. Yeah, the one that I had 1801 East 9. She was like, he was behind her and then came up with the shooting. So it's like she was not directly involved. But it was shot at the car and I think it was in her car. Yes. Yes. No, he's actually at the camp home and 9 on.
They will, when they start coming up, they will see all the cars backed up trying to pull.
That's where I put it in originally. You shoot that right down the street, she can see I guess in that white Nissan, I put it in there.
Yeah, I'm in a white Nissan Altima.
Okay. Do you see a numerical address on where you are right now?
You said what, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Do you know address that you're close to right there on Camp Swamp that you can see from where you are?
Bellamy Farms, by chance. I'm trying to look at the mailbox that the house is right near it, and I can't see the numbers on it.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
That's fine. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So the white truck was the male. He got out the truck and he was confronting the guy, or the guy in the black truck.
So the
guy in the black truck has the gun.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The guy in the white truck. I don't mean to double up or anything. Traffic is really bad right here coming out. I don't know if that guy's injured. I'm assuming his truck is still sitting there. I'm not sure. I don't know if the black truck has took off or not, because right here where I'm sitting is a wood area, and I can just see the traffic backed up.
Okay. Okay.
Because everybody's trying to turn down that road, so, you know.
Okay. All right. So can you see the black truck from where you are as well, or just the white truck? I'm trying to make sure we got it.
Yes, ma'am. Just the white truck right now. I can't, because the black one was in front of him.
Okay.
Oh my God, this is so crazy.
Okay. But just say where you are out of the area and
Yes,
we'll get
ma'am.
over there to you, okay?
Okay. Yes, they can, I can, if an officer wants to come talk to me about what happened, I will give them full detail, whatever they need.
Yes, ma'am, they're gonna talk to you.
That is completely fine. Cause I'm like, oh God, this man has my nerves rattled because I don't know if that man in that white truck is dead or anything, and that, you know, it's traumatizing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's very helpful for the defendants.
Just stay with me on the line here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh yeah, sorry, I should change my banner.
Okay. Okay.
We got officers coming out there too.
Okay.
And if nobody hasn't.
It's got to be bad. Everybody is stopping over the court. I feel so bad for you. Oh my God.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be like all crying on the phone.
Okay. We got everybody coming.
Okay. Okay. Good. Okay, the officer is literally pulling up to them right now.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. I'm so glad that I called you when I did and you were on the phone and everything because you were literally on the phone when everything happened. And if I wouldn't have called, this could have very well been me.
I'm glad you called us.
Me too.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can see them from where you are, but we want you to stay where you are, and they'll get an officer, let an officer come to you, so just stay where you are, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I got you. I'll stay right here.
Okay. Ma'am, what I'm going to do is another call taker is going to come on the line with you, so you don't be by yourself, and they're going to get somebody to come up and talk to you, but just hold on with.
And Your Honor, there is some 10-odd minutes left in this. However, that was the relevant portions I've spoken with plaintiff's counsel.
This is a wait.
The correct one, yes, sir.
Okay.
We should all hug his neck, Judge.
Okay, fair enough. We can, terminate the call. We've heard the subject part of it.
Judge, the next evidence that we would enter into the record would be the deposition testimony of Blaize Ward.
And that, Your Honor, is Defendants Exhibit 60.
It was video recorded as well. It was video recorded as well.
It was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Court's in order, Your Honor.
Her deposition was taken earlier,
It
not
was
same time as Mr. McMurrough.
It was taken Friday.
Last Friday.
Oh, okay. So since Mr. McMurrough's,
Yes, sir.
y'all been working hard.
I didn't.
I know you.
Deposition of Blaize Ward. This deposition is taking the matter of Jennifer Spivey Foley as personal video deposition of Blaize Ward. This deposition is taking the matter of Jennifer Spivey Foley as personal representative of the estate of Scott Ryan Spivey versus Charles Weldon Boyd and Kenneth Williams. Will counsel please introduce themselves for the record?
This is Mark Tinsley, and I'm here with Natasha Hanna. I'm good interview representative plaintiff.
Morgan, I'm here with O'Brien Morgan, representative Bradley Williams. Kenneth Lawson from that talk.
All right, will our court reporter please bring the witness?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You know, one time I had a client that said, would you raise your right hand? They raised the left hand, said, no, your right hand, and then they raised both hands.
Oh, Lord.
So you're doing good.
It's like, you sing a Power Score Six, and I was like,
Yeah, so you're doing good. All right, this is the question and answer session. If at any time I or anybody else asks you a question you don't understand, just stop us, ask for whatever clarification that you need to make sure you've understood it and you can answer it, okay? If you nod your head or say, I may say, was that a yes or no, just so she types it down clearly, okay? Give us your full name.
Blaize Adrian Ward.
Okay, and where do you currently live? You don't have to give us the actual address, just the town.
Gotcha, Tabor City.
Tabor City. And how long have you lived in Tabor City?
About going on 6 years now.
Okay. And are you employed currently?
Right.
Because you recently had a job, correct?
Yes, yes.
Little girl. Pretty name.
Yes.
What's her name? Zayden?
Yes.
And back in September the 9th of 2023, you were on Highway 9 and witnessed some events we're here to talk about, correct?
Yes, sir.
And part of what the way we know about you is that you called 911 based on what you received. That's a yes. And so we're going to talk about that. And have you had an opportunity to go back and listen to the words that you said on the 911 call?
No, I have not recently.
Okay, but at some point you've either heard it or you've heard people commenting about the words.
Yes.
Right. And you agree now that some of the things that you were saying on the 911 call weren't accurate, right?
Yes.
They could be confusing if you're just listening to the words.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
And do you believe that part of that was because when you saw the gun, you reacted to that?
Object to the form of the question.
Did you?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had a prior instance with a gun?
Yes.
And did that cause you to be afraid?
Very much.
And you, in terms of some of the things, and I assume, because that's what I expected they're going to do, is they're going to go through the words that you said. I mean, like, for instance, in the 911 call, you said, I'm not trying to speed, I'm really just trying to get away from this guy. You know, whether you have a recollection of saying those specific words or not, you agree that you can see how people might be confused by your words if you're behind Scott Spivey, and that's who you're talking about, right?
I object to the form of that question.
That's fine. When you when you said this guy, you're talking about the black truck, correct?
The black truck, yes.
The guy with the gun?
Yes.
Right. And almost immediately after you see him, does he pass you?
Immediately after, yes.
All right.
It sounds like there's music playing. Is it maybe she's this? I mean, it looks like she's at a law firm to do this. But you guys hear like a faint music in the background?
Going a good bit faster than you?
Yes.
It's really, really faint.
So you can see why people would say, how are you trying to get away from him if he's in front of you, correct? And,
Yes.
and do you think that whether you call it a misstatement or you would have chosen better words today if you were not acting under the influence of seeing that gun, you weren't really trying to get away from him, were you?
Objection from the question.
Were you?
Getting away from him, I'm sorry, restate that again.
You agreed that at any time you could have pulled over and stopped and gotten away from whatever was happening.
Yes, correct. Mm-hmm.
And is it fair to say that from the time you saw the gun to the time that your 911 call ended, you were actually trying to relay information to 911?
Object to the form of the question.
Were you doing that?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you trying to keep them in sight?
Yeah, as far as I was going, yes.
Okay, meaning that as long as they were still continuing on your route, you were going to try to keep them in sight?
Yes, until it was time for me to go.
Okay. And are there periods of time where they get and when I say they, I mean we're talking about the black truck
The white truck.
and the white truck driven by Weldon Boyd, right?
Yes.
And do you see both those trucks at the beginning?
No, not at the very beginning.
Okay. But by the time you get to Colonial Charters, they're starting to interact.
I wouldn't say exactly Colonial Charters where I pinpointed them at. I feel like it was further on up.
Okay. At whatever point in time, did you see Weldon Boyd's truck go into the median at some point?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And did it just do that one time?
I believe so. He just worked over.
Okay. And did he continue on?
Yes, after he got back on the road, swerved, got back on.
All right. Was there ever a time when Weldon Boyd, and let me ask you this way, from the time that you first see them to the time that you get up to Camp Swamp Road, was there ever a time when they were not in your sight at all, even if they were a half mile or more ahead of you?
I wouldn't say that, no.
Do you think you lost sight of them at times?
Maybe because of traffic, because how I was on the phone with her, trying to discuss and keep my eyes forward all the time to watch them as everyone's in the mix. I could say yes, that there has been points. I know I just said no, but I could see that.
Okay. At one point in time, you tell the 911 dispatcher, "I'm not trying to speed." Are you saying that because you know you're speeding?
Yes, I was.
And in fact, were you going so fast that you didn't even look down to see how fast you were
Yeah,
going?
I was paying attention to that.
You were trying to relay information?
Yes.
But were you staying back some distance?
Yes.
Because you perceived the danger?
Objection.
All right. And from Colonial Charters up through till you get to Minuteman, you agree that you all greatly exceeded the speed limit, right?
Yes.
Okay. And through that period of time, was there ever a time when Weldon Boyd did not appear to be pursuing Scott Spivey?
It's like after they had seen each other, that was it. It was steady going.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it was what? You know, I missed it.
I'm sorry, steady going.
They were steady going.
What I mean by that is, it's like once, I guess they collided, seeing whatever they seen on the highway towards each other, that's whenever it's like, they just kept up.
With each other?
Yes. That's what I mean by that, sorry. I'm trying to clear that.
But in terms of Scott Spivey was always in front.
Objection.
If you know, you can object to the form, but
let's go off the record. 1 second.
Well, not in front of her, but I mean.
Let's get that 1 second.
Off the record at 110. On the record at 111.
One more. This is Plaintiffs Exhibit 1. What this is a still shot from video surveillance at the Minuteman.
Judge, I'm going to get you the exhibits if that's okay.
That's fine.
way the footprints get picked up by the mic?
Because I don't think we show them in the video, so if you want to follow along, I have to look at it.
Yep, because there's one car right here.
Okay. And does that photograph depict your car as well as Weldon Boyd's truck and trailer?
I see exactly, yes. I see exactly where you're talking about, his truck and trailer, and here's me right here.
Can I move that, sir?
Yeah, you got it.
And does that fairly and accurately depict about how far you were behind Weldon Boyd when you passed in front of Minuteman?
I mean, the bridge right there, but at the time, of course,
It was a dumb lawyer question, but you agree. Yeah. Now, we also have, there's a video from, I call it the fireworks store, fireworks stand. You know where that is?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Do you believe after you all passed Minuteman that the two trucks, the black truck and the white truck, then really reached some high rates of speed?
Yes.
Right. And at that point in time, about how far behind them did you get?
I don't even know if it was half a mile.
Okay.
To be exact with you, but I was a distance away. There was probably a few cars I think in the below.
All right. And during that time, at that point, from Minuteman to the fireworks stand, even you're whatever half a mile behind, were you still speeding to keep up that close?
Yes, I was speeding. There's no other way to put it. Yes.
Yeah. Do you have any idea how fast you were going?
Again, I wasn't paying attention to my speed parameter at all.
Sometimes when we're driving on the road, there's like gridlock traffic, right? Where it's just really bad, you're crawling.
Yeah.
Okay? And then sometimes there's no cars on the road, like where I live, there's no traffic.
Yeah.
Sometimes the traffic is heavy, but moving at the speed limit or heavy and not quite, you're not able to go to the speed limit, 5 o'clock kind of traffic.
Yes.
How would you describe the traffic this day? And if it changes, like from Bell and Bell out to Longs versus on out, then you're fine to say it. But generally for that road, that time of day, how would you describe the traffic?
That day, it was just how you just stated, it was kind of sporadic. When I say that, I mean, yes, during that time people are getting off work, so it's kind of cramped up, and then you get that long shot getting closer up towards Longs, where we're nearing the fireworks store and stuff, where we do have a more spread out, because it's like, you've got people turning off at places. So I would say it wasn't as packed as it was at the beginning, where Bell and Bill was.
Okay. Now, did you see, and I'm going to be very careful the way I ask it, did you see the beginning of the shooting event on Camp Swamp Road?
Yes.
Okay.
I know I said that with because I'm just trying to answer.
Well, that's fine. And that was, look, do you know when the shooting event began compared to what you saw?
No.
Okay.
I don't know if that was the first spot that it had taken place at the time or what, but that was the first I had seen of going back and forth.
So, and it's clear in the 911 call you say, I didn't see him jump out. Any time that day, did you see Scott Spivey out of his vehicle on Camp Swamp Road?
I couldn't see the angle I was at. I couldn't see him.
Okay. At any time that day, did you see Scott Spivey actually fire his weapon on Camp Swamp Road?
No.
Okay. And what you saw was the dust flying off the glass.
Correct. On Weldon's truck, the white truck.
Okay. And is that what made you believe you were seeing Weldon's truck shot?
Yes. Go ahead.
No, that.
I didn't want to be choked on. It's where I had already seen Scott with the gun. I just put two and two together and thought, he's shooting at the white truck. That's what's happening, because I've already seen him with that. Had no idea anything else was.
Right. And you now know that to be wrong, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But in the moment, it was what you thought.
Yeah.
That math, that makes sense.
When you interviewed with Detective Quick, you told him, I'm just staying back because at this point, I don't want to get killed. Did what you saw happen in between those two trucks make you afraid that somebody could get killed?
Yes.
And as a result of what you saw in the way that let me ask you this. Do you agree that based on what you saw that the white truck that Weldon Boyd was pursuing Scott Spivey?
Object to the following question.
During the time, no.
You didn't think he was chasing you?
During the time, no.
Okay. But today, do you think?
Today, yes.
Okay. And during the time, you thought that Scott Spivey just wasn't allowing Weldon to pass him. Is that fair?
True, yes.
Because it looked like to you that Weldon was trying to get past him or beside him.
Yes.
Okay. And was he generally, to quote you, owning like white on rice most of the Trump time? Yes.
Backtracking to today's time, looking back, that's exactly how I feel. During that time, was I thinking that? No. But today's time, yes. In my head, it makes sense.
And at that time, you were freaking out about the gun?
Yes. All I could think is something bad's going to happen.
When you're talking to Detective Quick, you say they shoot down this road, talking about Camp Swamp Road. Did it appear to you that Weldon was immediately behind Scott Spivey when Scott turned on the Camp Swamp Road?
Yeah, there wasn't a car between them.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
There wasn't a car?
There wasn't a car between the two trucks.
Okay, all right.
Because I remember, sorry.
It was very close.
Yeah, they're very close. I'm thinking of the car that I almost ran into that was at the stop sign. That's what I was thinking of. But that's in the other lane coming, and they were already there. I'm not trying to confuse anybody.
No, that's the people from Virginia that had turned around?
Not them. It was a guy in a burgundy car. I had told, I believe the detectives on the scene or the police officer, I had told them that, and I don't remember that vehicle coming back.
Okay.
He just went off, yeah.
Give me just 1 second, okay?
Let's go, record press.
On record at 121. On record at 123.
Ms. Ward, just one more question now. You had told one of the police officers, maybe Detective Quick, although I think it was another one, body cam, didn't really matter, but about Mr. Spivey pointing the gun. Okay? And then you looked like you tapped it on the frame of the window.
Yes.
Is that what you meant when you said that he pointed the gun? He tapped it?
Object to the form of the question.
Can I show you guys?
Sure.
Say this is your window, of course. Your window's rolled down, and you've got a console cord. It's like you have the gun. This is my window now. He does like that, just like that.
Okay.
The water bottle my gun. So, and I'm like, so that's exactly how it went. That's how he pointed it at me.
Okay. This was as you're leaving the light at Colonial Charters?
Yes.
Right. And when he comes by you at Colonial Charters, he's going a good bit faster than you, is that fair?
Yeah. Like going ahead and getting in front of me in traffic.
Okay. And is it almost immediately after that you see him begin to interact with Weldon's truck?
I would say other vehicles, not exactly Weldon.
I think that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Blaize, I got a few questions for you. Because you've been given certain statements to police, and I'm going to verify that those are.
So now this is for the other side. So what we just got on what I would call direct for the purpose of this deposition from what seems like the Spivey estate. She's like, hey, because I saw a gun in someone's hand and saw movement, like the dust flying from another direction, in that moment, I thought, well, that gun must be causing that stuff. But now, and I would think it might be because of shell casing evidence, what was ejected, what was found, what wasn't found. She might have said, okay, well, now it makes sense that, sure, I saw him holding a gun, but there could have been dust flying because the shots from the white truck were hitting the windshield, firing through the windshield, and then hitting the other vehicle and the dirt around where Scott Spivey was staying. So this puts it back into the gray area from the 911 call. That was very good for the defendants in this wrongful death case. It was like, it was scary. You know, all of a sudden they were shooting. And I didn't know, like, I wondered if the guys in the white truck were dead. which helps create that environment where there would be reasonable fear in the moment if you were the individuals in the white truck. Now this is creating some doubt, like, hey, actually, yeah, I saw it the wrong way in hindsight. So.
Statements, your version, get through it.
And exactly that. It's why human witness recounts aren't always reliable. And the inclination would be, hey, your memory doesn't get more reliable over time. That's true. It doesn't get more reliable over time. But in the moment, you might not be reliable either.
But
I'm sorry.
do what?
I sound a little bit closer. I can't hear it. It's ear good.
I can't hear good either.
Well, you got that in common, so we're good.
All right. Did you talk with anybody in any manner to prepare for your deposition today?
To ask questions about what would go on, I would say yes.
Who did you talk to?
I had talked to Mark Tinsley, and I had spoken to, who else did I speak with? I did call Jennifer Spivey, and I asked her, I'm not Spivey.
Sure.
Well,
Not Spivey.
I'm like, last name, I asked her how to go about courts, because I had no idea what I was doing. Did she give me any information outside? No, she did not. I haven't spoken to her the whole entire time. I called her that day because I said, who do I need to get in touch with? I haven't been given any information. All I know is I got to show up for court, the subpoena I have a picture of, and I know I have to, what was listed with the X, testify, whatnot, yada yada. And was that probably a bad decision to make? Probably was, but at the time, I didn't know who to call. And I blocked so many people where I have had people showing up to my house very numerous times and harassing basically my eyes. So,
All right, okay. Well, my question don't have anything to do with the fact that you've done something wrong. I don't think you have. I'm just trying to get the facts straight.
I just want y'all to know that. You know, so in case. But yeah.
So I should not be offended that you wouldn't answer my phone call.
If you were, I'm sorry. But I was like,
All right, I do want to go back. Okay.
Yes.
When you say you got a subpoena
yes.
for the deposition,
Uh-huh.
all right, is that something that Mr. Tinsley sent you or something that Mr. Moss sent you?
I'm confused on that era. I don't know who sent me that subpoena. Like I said, I do have a picture of it because it wasn't given me in person. It was done over the phone with the officer. So I'll be honest with you, I don't know how to read that stuff, y'all. I know that sounds dumb, but so I don't know who that's exactly from. I just seen the names listed and it was dealing with this, of course.
All right.
The case.
And of course, that was for a different date than today, wasn't it?
It said it was granted sometime in December. Don't get me wrong. I don't know the exact date, but it was in December.
And you got
But
notified of that by telephone?
Yes.
All right. Nobody handed you papers. They called you on the phone and you made notes from what they told you?
No, sir, they have not.
Well, how did you get the deposition notice you're talking about? How did you get that? I thought you said somebody called you on the phone.
I'm sorry about that. The deposition part, I was asking questions on how I could go about not having to come to court. Why I say that is because I have a 4-month-old, I know everybody has kids, but I don't have a babysitter at the time to show up, and my mom was going to make arrangements, but I was like, what is a way that I could do to give them whatever they need from me at that moment in court? Is there one day I could show up? Am I going to need to be there all 4 days? I'm not trying to drag this out, by the way, but I was just trying to make it convenient on my schedule, honestly. I'm not trying to be selfish, that's how I feel.
Oh, that's good.
But
who were you having that conversation with?
I did, when I said I reached out to Jennifer, I asked her, I said, how could I go about it? And she told me I could call the clerk, I could call somebody else and call them while dealing with the courts, go about that, or I could contact Mark Tinsley and get the deposition. And that was pretty much it.
And so, did you reach out to Mr. Tinsley?
I did.
All right, and how did you get his phone number?
She had sent it over to me because I asked her to.
Okay, all right. And as we sit here today, do you want to come to court next week?
If I have to be there for an exact day that y'all need me there, I can try to make arrangements, but to be in front of everybody and get the backlash like I've been getting, no, absolutely not. I would not like to do that. And it's not funny, I'm saying that because it's like, it makes me want to cry, you know?
Well, yeah, I get it.
I'm not trying to be crybaby in the mix, y'all, it's just,
If
it's hard.
you feel like you've been the subject of a lot of backlash?
Because I've seen what I've seen and where I was in such a frantic that day. And of course I weren't speaking properly because my mind is going a million miles an hour, guys. So it's like, there's a lot of confusion on my phone call. where I'm stuttering, not even stuttering through, but I'm mixing myself, I'm confusing myself at that point. And not to say confusing what I sing, just to clear that up, just saying my mix of words.
Okay.
So,
I got you.
yeah.
All right.
I'm sorry about that.
Has that people been to your house calling you? What are you talking about? Looking
I'm
at
talking-
Facebook and the computer?
Oh, that type of stuff, the backlash, yes, definitely. I go to South Carolina, I'm a server. I go to South Carolina to get a job. Everybody looks at me crazy since all this happened. But before, when I was working, everybody was dying to have me in a restaurant. And it's like now, I get looked at like, and nobody wants involvements. And I'm like, does that have to do with this? I have no idea, but it's crazy how afterwards, everybody's looking at me sideways.
You know how your name got out there for everybody to look at?
To be honest with you, no. I came across the podcast and seen it, and that's whenever I really started seeing the jump talk. So when I know it started, I have no idea.
But you think those podcasters getting your name out there quickly turned into you getting trash talking bad mouths?
Yes, where parts were split up in it.
Okay. Did the podcasters try to, were they able to reach you?
No, they haven't contacted me. Not once. There was one lady I had blocked. I could get her name, but I don't know it off the top of my head anyways. She asked if she could, basically ask for what happened that day. So I assumed she was trying to create one.
Okay. And but in your mind, you were not in jail at the time, but you know what you saw on Highway 9 that day, and you related that on the 911 call and the other interviews that you gave the police. Correct?
Correct.
And you haven't given a statement to anybody else?
No, I haven't talked to anybody else.
All right. And you did think at one time that Weldon Boyd and or Bradley Williams may have saved your life that day.
At that point, I thought so. Before. I know we're talking about the incident though.
Okay, before what?
Before I've seen everything hitting the surface. I mean, just like how everybody's talking about me on social media, it was like the brush under the rug with pictures being taken of Scott, what they said about Horry County Police Department having help, all of the stuff that's came to the surface on the case, dealing with him, and the phone call he made to his mom. I'm not sure, don't get me wrong on that. But anyways, it's just hearing his voice in that manner and stuff like that, seeing everything came out the way that it is, being told certain stuff. I mean, of course, opinions change, but facts do not.
All right, that's what I want to ask you.
Yes.
The facts of what you saw and observed haven't changed, have they?
No.
And when you read things or hear things, it may be true or may not be true, they can have some impact on your thinking.
Correct.
Right. But the facts don't change, and you know what happened on the road that day.
Not exactly, but yes.
Well, you know what you're
I know what you're, yeah.
Okay, let me ask you a couple, let me mark these for exhibit before I forget them.
Do you mind marking on the front?
I will. You have these plaintiffs exhibit. It's underneath that.
Please control the noise. Real quick, I dropped a link in the chat for anyone that, well, maybe not limited to those that followed the Edric Foss trial, but anyone that's interested in analysis of certain rules of evidence, things like that. Colin Miller over on X, he's a law professor, shared a 2014 piece he did analyzing Rule 412 or rape shield law, whatever you want to refer to it as. And I just dropped that PDF in the chat. So thought that'd be interesting. I can't wait to read it. I can't read it right now, but I will after the stream.
All right, Blaize. You mind if I call you Blaize instead of me?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, let me show you Defendants Exhibit number 1. That photograph asks you if that is your car
Yes,
in
sir.
the red circle.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, and let me show you Exhibit number 2. Same question.
Yes, that is my car.
And Plaintiff's Exhibit number 1. I picked it in there as well.
Yes.
Okay. It's not certain, but it's the white
It's a white
car behind the gas tank.
Yes, right there, black bumper, candies.
Okay. All right. And you were traveling by yourself that day.
Yes, sir.
All right. On your way home, coming from work or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the first, well, let me do this. I'm going to play your 911 call for you. Is that okay? just let you can confirm that you talking your statement.
I am.
I agree, that's her talking. You don't have to.
I know that I'll for the record.
Let's go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, O'Brien. Well, you wait a second, and then I'll tell you when. Let me ask you this, Blaize. Your 911 call starts with what's the address of your emergency. And your answer is, I'm on highway number 9, about to come up on, I'm on highway 9, about to come up on the Minuteman and Longs and Little Cedar right here in Longs. There is a guy that is waving a gun in front of me, trying to shoot at my car, and other ones beside us. That's an accurate statement, right?
Yes.
All right. And the first time that he had pointed his gun at you was back at Colonial Charters, that's when you first saw him with a gun. All right, and you got to answer yes or no, you can't say.
I'm sorry, yes, I'm sorry.
All right, and he pulled up, that's okay, all right. But he pulled up beside you and pointed the gun at you in the manner that you showed us a few minutes ago.
Yes, correct.
But there's no doubt that he pointed the gun at you, tapped it on the windowsill, and had the gun pointed at you.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
All right. And had you done anything to him recall to?
No, sir.
Had you road raged him in any shape, form, or fashion?
No, sir.
All right. And your statement then goes on to say, all right, now you said, it does say here, that you said, this is your 911 statement at the beginning, that he's waving a gun in front of me trying to shoot my car and other ones beside us. Was there additional waving at you specifically other than back at the Colonial Charters?
When there was a gun waving out the window after he had passed on, where he's in front of me in traffic, ahead of me, by me, I didn't know if that was intentional towards me, intentional towards others, where I didn't have no idea.
Okay. But he was waving, continuing to wave the gun as he traveled along Highway 9 and went by people?
Yes.
All right. Was there particular pointing as well as waving as you recall?
After he has passed, there wasn't no pointing at me no more.
Well, he weren't by you anymore.
Right.
Then you make a statement somewhere he pointed at a Jeep.
I don't recall.
I'll tell you what, let's read through this, okay? Give me a copy.
I should have listened to that before I came here. Sorry.
So Brian, I'm gonna figure out whether I like to take for the video, the audio to sound better. But just play, first of all, start from the beginning if you say it, and I'll tell you to stop.
I am on highway number 9, about to come up on, I'm on highway 9, about to come up on, Minuteman and Little Cedar right there on. There's a guy that's waving and trying to do it at my car, and the other one's beside us, he's all over the road. And I got his license plate number.
Stop it right there. Can the videographer hear that?
I can hear it.
All right. That's your 911 call, first part of it. That's you talking?
Yes, sir.
That's your call?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that's an accurate recording of what you said?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, Brian, go ahead and play.
And he just pointed out the window at everybody. I don't know if he's under the influence of anything because he's all over the road. He just acts like I went off the road completely and he's back on the road now. I'm all to him because I don't know what the man's doing.
That an accurate representation of what you said, please? All right. And I'm sorry.
No,
to have you do this, but they didn't have to keep you from having to come to court.
Yeah, I understand completely. I'm sorry.
All right. Let me mark this as an exhibit. Please, I represent to you that this is a copy of your 911 call that you are listening to. You look at it, because I want you to confirm that is your statement for the court order. So take a moment to look at it.
Okay. And this is just for me in case, like, and I say I need to mark this because I can see confusion being right here. That's why I need to look back through it. Okay. It's all correct now, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I think Mr. Martin did something, messed up the sound.
She's currently giving transcript
Yes.
or video statement to law enforcement.
I think it's the 911 call.
Same thing.
Yeah. He doesn't get
You're in the
it.
transcript of the meeting. I'm sure it's first.
Background time is in on video.
All right, do you agree, Blaize, that this Defendants Exhibit 3 is a transcript of your 911 call?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you believe it to be accurate?
Not all the way.
Okay, well, we're gonna play,
Sorry, no.
okay, that's all. We're gonna play pieces of it, and when there's somewhere that you think it may not be accurate, let us know.
Okay.
Okay, let's play some more.
He is in a, I'm sorry, he says nobody's safety, it's a truck. It's a DNC, I want to say, or a Chevrolet. Black.
You cut it off.
He's pushing out the window trying to shoot this car right now.
Okay, all right, what's your phone number?
Cut it off right there. Is that accurate so far, Blaize?
That is.
Okay, and so, do you know whose car he is pointing the gun at that point in time that you referenced?
I can't refer back to the car that he was pointing at. No, sir, I cannot.
But it was just another car traveling down Highway 9?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, 910?
Okay, what's your name?
Blaize Ward.
Where's Blaize? B-L-A-Z-E.
B-L-A-I-Z, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am, Ward.
And you're passing the minute man, or where are you now?
Now I am approaching, like I said, I'm heading through Lowe's now. I'm about to come up on the, I think, Lowe's Bay Golf Course. We're passing here, close towards the fire.
That accurate, Blaize?
Yes. I'm listening to myself, but I'm all jumbled up. You keep going? I'm sorry.
Keep playing.
The fireworks store.
That's okay, is it going to be convenient, or is it going to be a safe?
I'm coming over right now, so I can do it up what did it say? Okay, that's what is it? Heritage Park, I'm passing that now.
Heritage Park?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and are you headed toward the beach, or are we going to the beach?
I'm west from the beach, so it looks like he's going in the direction towards my towards that end.
Cut it off. That accurate, Blaize?
Yes, sir.
All right, play the game.
Heritage Park.
Yes, ma'am. I see his truck now because we're all stuck in traffic. We're passing this Sunoco gas station also.
Cut it off, sir. Now, this is after 9:05 or not? No. Tell me, do you recall whether, when you said that we're passing the Sunoco gas station, is that before 9:05 or afterwards?
I want to say it was afterwards.
Okay. All right. Now, you say there like we're all stuck in traffic. Did that include the black truck?
Yes.
All right. And at that point in time, how far ahead of you do you think he was?
Good few car lengths.
Say again.
I'm sorry, that wasn't real accurate. I said good few car lengths, but that could be any two cars. That he was a little while up in traffic. Maybe.
Clearly within your sight.
Yes, but in my sight.
And at that point in time, you were not driving fast because you were in traffic. Correct.
I was driving fast the whole time, so I can't say.
Okay. Well, it's like,
yeah.
But you were driving fast because you were trying to keep up with the black truck within eyesight.
Yes.
But the traffic was heavy even though it was moving at a very fast pace. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and play it, Brian.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not trying to switch man or anything. I'm really trying to get away from this guy because I really don't want him to like me.
Yes, I want to. You can ask if you need to.
Okay. Is that an accurate statement on your 911 call?
Hey, I was like, hold on, can we back play just a little bit so I can be.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to speak man or anything. I'm really trying to get away from this guy.
Right there. Whenever I said I'm really trying to get away from this guy, I shouldn't have worded it the way that I did. I should have said I'm trying to stay in the traffic, back away, but I'm trying to keep like my eyes locked in on what's going on so I can keep telling you the process of it. That's what I should have said, and I completely twisted my words up.
All right.
But
okay. So with that addition, it's accurate, right?
yes.
Okay. And it's clear that you at this time, or it's clear that you are trying to keep the black truck in view so that you can tell the 911 operator where it's at and what's happening.
Yes.
Did you think that they needed to get a police officer out there to get him off the road?
Yes.
And did you think it was important that you help do that by following him in order to provide information to the 911 operator about where he was and what he was doing?
As long as he was in my eyesight and my direction I was going, I was going to keep her on the phone and give him that, yes.
Okay.
And two, for my safety. Sorry, I didn't mean to just like blurt that out, but I'm like, oh.
Okay, I got you. All right, play a little bit more.
Because I really don't want him to like shoot me or nothing.
Stop right now. Did it cross your mind that he may shoot you?
Where I had already seen the gun, I don't hold nobody account. Like, I'm putting up past nobody. So yes, I very well thought he could have turned in any point in time traffic and seen my car or whatever and thought, that's that car I pointed at or something. Very well, you know.
You were scared?
Yeah, I was scared.
You wanted the police to get him off the road?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Did he follow you, or is he just riding down the street?
He's just driving reckless. He's in one lane and there's two trucks behind him and he's back and forth. Things like he's getting mad, I guess, for the traffic, but he won't move out of the lane.
All right. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Right. Yeah, what did you mean by the thought that he won't get out of the way? What was the truck doing that caused you to say that, the black truck?
Well, I feel like I've said that about traffic, like they won't get out of his way. I don't mean to, but it's like, I feel like road rage was occurring to him kind of in a way, where I didn't know what was taking place, and the way he was speeding, kind of going in and out of traffic. So I was like, I reckon he's mad because traffic's holding him up. He can't get where he's wanting to go.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right, go ahead and play it.
Okay, and just basically, do you know what kind of gun it was? Was it a handgun?
Oh, excuse me, a little handgun, maybe a Glock 19, 510. It looks so similar to that. My dad has one, so that's kind of similar looking.
Okay. Okay. All right, and it's just that one vehicle that's involved in.
Yes, ma'am. He's the one one causing the disruption right now.
And by he's the one causing this disruption right now, do you mean Scott Spivey in his black truck?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
You said she's going for each as well, right?
Yes, I'm sorry. He just turned down, okay, what is the road right here? Camp Farm Road. He just pulled over on the side of the road. Actually, I am not, oh my God.
Can we pause real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, whenever I said he pulled over on the side of the road, y'all, I really meant he stopped dead in the middle of the road. Scott did at the time, but from my eyesight, I was like, is he pulled over on the side? And I say he was in the middle because afterwards, so that might not matter right now.
Okay. But what you're saying now, he, in spite of what you said here, what you saw was he stopped in the road.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, how far, and that's Camp Swamp Road?
Yes.
And how far do you think you were from Camp Swamp Road when you made that statement, when you saw that he had stopped there?
I was right up, I lived along, let me backtrack. I was a little distance away because I had on my turn signal. I was that far up that I had my turn signal back to turn on that road.
Right.
If that kind of helps, I don't know. And then I turned in immediately after because at the time I was like, are they about to have an altercation? Are they about to like fuss and fight? And so I was just going to go around it. But I had to stop because what at the moment was taking place.
Right. And up until that point in time, where you had just told her that the one causing the disruption is the black truck, that truck, and you didn't see a white truck causing any problem, did you? Check it out.
At the time, no, I did not feel that way.
Okay. Now,
I did not see it that way.
okay. And of course, obviously, this statement was at the time, 2.5 years later. And you made that statement before you heard all this other stuff people were saying, which may have been true or may not have been true.
True. I also made that statement whenever I had no idea like exactly what was going on. Just being in the dead set of the moment where it's the heat of the moment kind of, and you don't know what's taking place, you just call it how you see it at the time. And what your focus is on is
All right. Now let me ask you, well, go ahead and a little bit more. We might have enough.
I don't know what's going on. He's jumping out of the truck. I'm turning the thing.
Stop.
That's it. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, we stopped it because you said this. What do you,
Sorry, I know you were looking too, so I was like, maybe he has questions. I said that, of course, I cannot take that away, but I shouldn't have because I put 2 and 2 together in my head, going back to seeing together, and I thought, oh, me in my head, what's 2 plus 2? 4. You can see the outcome, you're going to think, oh my gosh, the windshield's blowing out, so he's shooting. That's what my mind resorted to, and I jumped a gun and I said, he jumped out of his truck. Whole time, I didn't see that happen. I did not see that happen. I didn't see nobody get out of either vehicle. I just would like to clarify that. I messed up.
that's good. Go ahead, play a little bit.
Wait, there's a truck behind him. And oh my God.
What happened there? What happened?
All right, and so I'll ask you today, what did you see, Blaize, at that point in time?
During that time, I was just turning on to Camp Swamp, and I was halfway hanging off the number 9, my back end and front. I'm seeing Weldon's truck, which is in front of me. I'm seeing him stopped, and the black truck, Scott, stopped, and I'm seeing just dust of glass flying out of Weldon's truck. Where I'm parked at, Weldon's truck, I'm at an angle, so I'm seeing the passenger side. I'm not seeing nothing taking place on the driver in the middle of the road. I see that, I'm trying to spin up out of there, and when I say that, I'm trying to go in the other lane, and I'm almost hitting another car. But that is what I seen, was his windshield getting blown out, and I knew somebody was shooting at that point, you know?
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
I'm not trying to be too much into talking. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm crazy because I'm like in and out with my emotions right now.
Sorry to interrupt for a second. Blaize, this is Chris. Yep,
Yes.
You got it. That's what I was going to ask you.
Time you said that, I said, oh, hold on, I don't know if he can see me, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to use that anymore. Mr. Tinsley asked you, I'll ask you again. You don't have, I'll ask you so I'm not beating you. Do you have any idea how fast you got from 9:05 until the time you turned off the roadway on the Camp Swamp?
the speed limit's what, 60 right now on that road?
It is.
I know I'm going more than 60. I know I am, but I can't indicate give you the exact number. But I am going over that.
Were you, at whatever speed you were going, were you going around cars yourself, or were you basically flowing with the traffic?
I feel like I'm flowing with the traffic.
I feel like you're flowing with the traffic. All right. And the entire time?
No, I'm not saying the entire time like I stayed in the same lane, but you know how people will turn off and you go into the other lane? Of course there was that occurring, but I weren't like trying to get all over the road, getting up there.
But again, you were trying to stay within eyesight or in range so you could provide information to the 911 dispatcher.
Correct.
You were still at that time concerned that somebody may get hurt or shot or something.
Correct.
Did you at any time, while you were out there that day on number 9 from Colonial Charter to Camp Walk Swamp Road, did you see a weapon of any sort from Weldon Boyd's truck?
No, sir, I did not.
And how many times would you say, and I'm looking back, but how many times would you say that Mr. Spivey pointed his gun in the direction of anybody along that road from the time he pointed at you to be turned off Camp Swamp?
Where I could see, really honestly, from where he pointed at me at to passing the church. What is the name of the church? It's beside Black's Tower.
Or Sweetwater, way down there?
Living Water, I think.
Well, Living Water is up near Colonial Charter, so to speak, and then there's a sweet home that is right near Camp Swamp Road.
Okay, so mark the sweet home one out. The next one that's closer to Colonial Charters. That's when the waving and stuff occurred and all of that nature. And that's whenever it kind of died down because he was getting further over traffic, so I could not see any further.
After 9:05, you made your call to the 911 operator just before you got to 9:05. You said, I'm coming up on the Minuteman and Little Caesars.
I feel like I was telling her about the part where he ran off of the road in front of the food line.
Well, let me ask you.
Where's that at?
I can show you that.
See, but while they look at that, let me ask you this. You did see Mr. Spivey run Mr. Boyd off the roadway somewhere.
Yes.
And I think I've seen some statements that you thought that was near the food line.
Yes, coming up on that food line before you keep Minuteman and 905, there's a food line to your left. And that median, well not median, but the grassway in the road, it looked like Weldon just ran off the road. And that's where I was referring that to. About that whereabout, where I'm back in traffic, they look further up than what they are. So if they were right at the food line, I can't say it happened.
All right, and when you say in your 911 statement that he ran him off the road, that's accurate, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you see any brake checking, as we would call it, where the black truck got in front of the white truck and maybe hit its brakes?
That's what it was looking like, yes.
That's what it was looking like?
Like the back and forth in traffic when he would swerve in front, that's what it looked like. But I think about traffic too being kind of wishy-washy, but yes.
And do you still today believe that the one causing all the trouble and all the disruption was the black truck of Mr. Spivey at that time?
In today's eyes, do I view it that way still?
Well, what did you see Mr. Spivey's truck do? I mean, yeah, Mr. Spivey's truck that you thought was disruption along the roadway?
The way that he was driving, how I explained to the operator on the phone, how it was just the craziness in traffic, the hair all over the road, and that's what made me think, what is going on here? So that's what I meant with disruptive. And I mean, you have the, sorry.
Well, let me show you real quick without you finding that. If you would just read for the court from line 12 up to line 20 there. Yeah, this is a transcript, Mark, it's a page from the transcript.
Which transcript?
Yeah, it's transcript.
Which one? Just give me a second. This is the transcript that she is having with the officer on the body camera before Detective.
That's the guy that was in the road with me.
First officer, that's right.
Yeah. Okay.
So let me lay a little bit of foundation for that. You made the 911 call, you got off of that, officers start coming, all right? And you left the immediate scene and drove up the road a short distance.
Yes, to a parking way like median, I guess you could call it, yes. And I parked right there.
And you told the 911 officer where you were?
Yes, I was trying to describe to her. I don't feel like she knew, but go ahead.
You don't think she was getting it?
Yeah, because there's a lot of alleyways, so how was she supposed to know which one I was at?
Right. But you did talk to an officer then
Yes, yes.
Do you remember that to be Detective Quick?
I thought Detective Quick was the one in the car.
All right. You remember talking to Detective Quick in the car?
Yes, yes.
And that was shortly after all this happened while you were still at the scene?
Yes, because the officer told me to pull up, I'm sorry.
Can we, I'm sorry, can we go off the record just a minute?
Yeah,
This is, I have nothing to do with it.
Off the record at 2:14.
I'm going to show you, this is an exhibit, please ma'am. Sure. Show you what it is, Defendants Exhibit number 4, and tell you that this, we believe to be the on-site interview with a police officer while you were on the highway, Officer class code.
Previously, not as defense number 7, another place.
Well, here it's Defendants number 4, okay?
We had enough trouble like to go.
But I don't want you to read this whole thing, and we agree that this is the class code interview. Sure we can. All right. And during that interview, you had some conversation. Of course, again, you were telling him what happened as best you could. And let me direct you to page, first of all, this is page 4 or 5. 4 through 5. Yeah. Page 4. Ask you if you would read into the record line 12 to line 20 there.
Gotcha. Want me to read out loud?
Yeah,
Gotcha. Miss Ward, the black Chevy, the black, and I have his license plate number 2. I gave to the lady, but I have it in my notes. Anyways, waving it at it, the white truck wasn't doing anything to him. He was literally following behind. The guy has a trailer on the back of his truck, white truck. Whenever we're coming up on what is that place, right before the Minuteman and Little Caesars, anyways, right before you get that, right by Food Line, he ran off the road.
Next page. Keep reading.
Gotcha. You want me to stop again, please?
You can go down to line 6.
6, okay.
Line 1 through 6.
Like, the dude in the black truck ran him off the road, and then he swerved back on the road. So basically, he's causing destruction in traffic, and same thing's going on the whole way until we get to right here. They're both turning down. The black truck slams on brakes. I make sure I'm not going too fast.
All right, that's good. All right, and that's the statement that you made to Officer class code, right?
Yeah, I don't remember everything all, but
The officer in the roadway.
yes, yes,
And that's accurate as to what you told the officer that day.
yes.
Let me see. Where are you going? All right, then you talked again to a police officer in the car.
Quick? Yes.
You remember him?
Fairly, yeah.
All right.
I had to write a statement for him.
All right, and you wrote a statement?
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about that first. Let me mark this as exhibit for you. All right, let me show you what's marked as Defendants Exhibit number 5 and ask you to take a look at that. You can read from 1 to in this transition. No. She may need to do. Okay, all right. Is that your handwritten statement that you made with the officer?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. we move the end.
That's something at the top, I have my hand right now.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
First section?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is your statement, and that is accurate, right?
Yes, sir.
And is that what you wrote there, as you recall happening?
Yes, sir. I was trying to go ahead and give them a summed up summary to get straight to the point.
Right. All right, and then let me show you, Mark, I've got the interview you're taking with Kenneth Bradley. I'll let you know that, please. Okay, Blaize, and again, you don't have to read the whole thing, but I would represent to you that this is a transcript of the statement that you gave Officer Quick in the car that day, okay? You'll agree, Mark, that is...
I've agreed to all this. Y'all keep doing this over and over, but I've agreed to it already.
Well, let me tell you this so you know there's a purpose to what I'm doing. But
You're asking me repeatedly whether I agree to it?
well, this is the first time I've handed you this.
That's quick, right?
That's quick. Yeah.
Okay, we agreed to it previously, but that's
Okay, I'm just...
I don't dispute that Kenny had it accurately typed.
Okay. All right, please. You do say in exhibit number 5 that you mentioned I'm passing Bell and Bell when I noticed this black truck driving recklessly. So you first saw him up at Bell and Bell, and then it was at Colonial Charter thereabout that he pointed the pistol at you.
Yes.
All right. And he was driving recklessly at that time, per your statement.
To me, whenever I seen him at Bell and Bell, just so like we have corrections and stuff, whenever I seen him, I didn't know what direction he was coming from, if it was from the same direction I was, like how I took Highway 9 straight, or if he was coming off the 31 bypass, no idea. But to me, in the moment, it looked like he was flying up on me, and I thought, oh, he about to hit me. And that was the first time I seen his truck, yes. And then I noticed the kind of all overness towards the point where he got the gun, where he had pointed it at me. That's when I started noticing that for sure.
Okay.
But just want to let it be known, like that's how I spotted that. There we go.
All right, let me take a quick break.
Okay.
All right, off the record at 2:24. On record at 2:26.
Okay, Blaize. The statements that you just identified, and by that I mean the 911 call, the statement that you gave Officer Clacko down away from the scene slightly, the handwritten statement, and then the state transcribed statement that you gave Detective Quick. All of those were given on the scene at the time of the event, when it was freshest in your mind.
Yes.
And they were given before you got any outside information from podcasts or from any other source about what somebody else said happened. You understand the question?
Yeah, I understand completely. I agree with you. Like, yes.
Yes, okay. And you haven't talked with me or Ken Moss or my son O'Brien about this at all, have you?
I've talked to Kenneth Moss, yes,
Okay,
but
you
you guys, I don't think I've talked with you guys at all. Yeah.
Okay. But you did talk to Mr. Moss back when this was going on?
Yes, we had talked whenever it was still freshly and stuff like that, and I was giving him the same as like what we're doing now.
Okay, okay. But you have, nothing wrong with it,
No,
you have recently spoken to Jennifer Foley
Yes, I can give date and everything for sure.
and Mr. Tinsley.
Yes.
And did you discuss with either one of them any of the case?
Confidential, well, when I say confidential, I mean like everything related. No, because I didn't know if I could get in trouble for anything, so I was like, I noticed it can't be spoken about. I just asked about what really and what to do about this.
How to get here?
Yeah, like what do I need to do? I just don't want it to look in nobody's eyes like I was persuaded or anything, because I done that upon myself, and there weren't nothing like involved in it. I just needed the information.
And when you gave these statements, and when you testified today, well, let me go back. When you gave these statements, you told the truth as best you could.
Yes, sir, I did.
And if there's any misstatements, like seeing Mr. Spivey get out of the truck,
Yes,
that was
confusion.
that was a mistake,
Yes, it
a
was.
misperception, not a lie.
Not a lot. It was, yes.
And you didn't lie, but told the truth as best you could in each of these instances.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's get on to, that was all I had for day one. I didn't find a longer thing, so I don't know. But I have day two queued up. We're going to get into that. Mara's also asking, was this immunity hearing automatic, or does the judge decide to allow a hearing? So this is sort of, think of it like evidentiary, a preliminary hearing in a way. If there's evidence to present, it's not an argument that the judge is going to deny a party to make. It would be against the interest of justice to deny a proceeding like this, because it could avoid an even longer prosecution in the criminal realm, you know, ongoing litigation in the civil realm. Let's see, day two.
Transcript.
And then this seems to start in the middle. So.
We're talking
Blaize Ward.
Yeah, that's good. And we won't get a video of 60 and a transcript from the video deposition, which was exhibit 60.
So the written, typed up version of that should be 68 with all the accompanying awkwardly numbered exhibits. So you got different numbers because Mr. Moss made mention of that during the deposition. There's exhibits in the deposition are numbers differently than are in court, but they'll be within 60A. Right?
And I'd like the record to reflect that again, count up the result that all the exhibits that we've handed up be entered and made a part of the record.
And all those exhibits we've been discussing, I want a number, make certain a number for the record, but admit it for the purpose of this hearing.
That's right.
Thank you, sir.
All right, give Ms. Weaver a second to get her stickers caught up with my talking.
Okay. That's going to be, you're saying that the written transcript is 60A, because the video is 60.
Yes, that should be 68.
Yeah.
And everything within it is 68.
Yeah, and that's got the exhibits. Yeah.
And so guys, with a deposition, it is still under oath testimony. It's still considered testimony. Now, if this was a jury trial proceeding, when you hear objections by the lawyers, whatever those objections were, if it was something that was sustained, the answer, obviously, while you're giving a deposition, you have to answer anyway. You roll through the punches. But if there was a jury here, they wouldn't be able to hear whatever was sustained. All that stuff would be clipped out. They'd be watching jumpy depositions. This is a judge, though. Like, the judge understands what is and is not to be considered.
We're ready, Judge.
All right, call your witness.
All right, we're going to play the 911 call and enter into evidence the 911 call of Frank McMurrough.
Very well. That is exhibit
No, this will be exhibit 2A.
2A.
Defendants exhibit 2A.
You probably just done them straight away.
Well, the problem, I can explain to you that process later, but it got complicated quick.
I can imagine. Let's just keep doing what we're doing then.
Horry County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I don't even know. I just came down from, one second, I'm really sorry. Somebody stopped somebody in the middle of the road. I am at the corner of Camp North Road, and somebody just unloaded, shot through his windshield, and shot this guy. At the corner of Highway 9 and Highway 9 and Palm Creek Road.
Okay, what's your first and last name?
Frank McMurrough.
All right. All right, can you spell your last name for me?
Yep, MCMURROUDS.
And the phone number you're calling me from, Mr. Frank.
Oh my God, AROUDS.
All right, can you spell your last name for me?
Yep, MCMURROUDS.
And the phone number you're calling me from, Mr. Frank.
Oh my God, 804-317-5534.
Okay. And what's going on? I know you said shots fired there.
Okay, so I got out of the truck, using a white truck, got out of the truck with the pistol drawn, the fire was open. He told the guy, do not follow me anymore. The guy in the white truck had his gun drawn, pointed at, and the guy in the black truck kind of like moved his pistol. The guy in the white truck was unloaded, complete magazine at the guy. Shot through his back window. I think he might have hit him.
Okay, and what color of the vehicle was the vehicle that the individual was in that actually shot the weapon?
It's a white Dodge Ram with a trailer on. They're both sitting there. I mean, the guy that's shooting the guy out of the truck. I'm not going to. Holy shit! I mean, I was trying to buy bullets to go on.
All right, you're okay. And this was into the black truck? What kind of truck was the black truck?
The black truck was in a Dodge Ram too. He shot at the guy and completely blew out his back window. I don't know if it was kids in that car, I don't know who's in that car, but it was unloaded to a truck.
Shots were unloaded into the black Dodge. All right, I'm just getting that information in there, okay? And you said that you thought somebody was hit with the shots that went in there?
I mean, it looked like he was dead. I don't see the guy.
Okay, are you still in the area, or are you?
I'm right behind the area.
Okay.
It's the one that shot was a Dodge TRX white truck. The car that shot into is a black Chevy Silverado.
Okay, so it's actually a black Chevy Silverado?
Yeah. Can't Swamp Road at the corner.
Okay.
What is that?
All right, we do have a call in there for them. We are going to have people responding out there, okay? I just want you to keep yourself safe as well.
I know. Okay. Yep. I know. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm still.
Okay, I'm just listening to what's going on, okay?
Yeah.
All right, where are you exactly in relation to those vehicles?
I'm on behind him. I just looked at the driver in the white truck. I'm back up off Swamp Road on Highway 9.
I just want you to keep yourself and your passenger safe as well, okay? But we do have help coming out there.
I'm back up the new side of the boat.
Okay. Okay. All right, and are the vehicles pulled over at Highway 9 and Camp Swamp Road?
They're all, they're Camp Swamp Road, you pull in. There's a white truck, the driver's out talking to people, trying to tell people not to go up there. He's in the middle of the road, you really can't even talk. No one's trying to pass because that dude up there, there's what's going on, they gotta stop.
Okay, but they're not on 9 anymore, they're off on Camp Swamp Road?
Right when you turn in the 20th road, yeah.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to go ahead and put that in there for the responding officers, okay?
Sorry, I'm calm now. I literally trying to buy shots are being fired by. I apologize to customers.
That's all right, I understand. Thank you for calling in and letting us know about it, though. But I was just updating that information in there.
Thank you. Yeah, the guy in the black truck jumped out with a pistol. The guy in the white had a pistol for that officer, the guy in the black got a pistol, and that pistol moved it, the guy was shot. I don't know who got hurt, but I just know that the guy in the white, you know, oh boy. I think he did. I can't even, you know, I know he's off in the woods, and ran into the truck. I wanted to go up to the dad, so I was shot.
Okay, that's no problem. I want to keep you and your husband safe in there, okay?
I think they both returned fire, so nobody knows if they're the black truck is no one, like we can't see them.
Okay.
So, just for the, I just want the office to be taken care of.
And you said no one knows where the driver from the black truck is?
No. Man, come on. Yeah.
And Mr. Frank.
Okay. Ma'am, so just so you know, there's somebody else the guy in the black truck was trying to run the white truck off the road. Like literally drove the white truck off the road. He was like way down at Longs when it started. The guy in the black truck was chasing the white truck down, trying to drive him off the road. Then jumped. That's, I guess, when he got out of the pistol. But there's other people here that said this guy's been chasing this guy in the white truck for a couple miles now, trying to rock the road off the road.
I am just updating all this information in there, okay?
Yeah, I just want to get as much feel as I can, sir.
Okay. Could you get me the license plate numbers on the trucks if you're close enough and if it's safe enough?
The white truck looks like 5572. Oh, he's got a black truck. I cannot see the Chevy. I didn't see the Chevy.
All right, now you can get off the white truck is the 5572?
Yeah, I think it's like a 1RV, but it looks like a 5572. That gentleman is also on the phone with 911. He called himself, I think.
Oh, okay. All right. And then could you tell for that white truck if it is a South Carolina license plate?
That's South Carolina license plate. You know I'm knocking down here. The black truck does have South Carolina license plate. This one I'm not telling. A couple of those black things over it, so it's hard to see during the day.
Okay.
I think so. Oh, yeah. You're between two and now that black truck can chase this guy for miles, I guess. The black truck can chase this guy for miles. They saw the whole thing. And then the black truck stopped and got jumped out with pistol. Yeah, I'm on the phone now. I said, he got out, and then the had a gun. He got his own shot, and I mean, we can't do that. No, it's not. Freaking out. What happened? He's dead. Guy's dead.
Okay. Which truck? The driver of which truck?
Driver of the black truck, he's dead. The guy who drives the white truck walked up and checked on him and said he's dead. Oh my God.
Okay. I am putting that in here, okay? We are having officers come there. There is an officer coming down Highway 9 right now.
Yep. Right now, there's some witnesses. The driver, the white truck, not a fire on him. Everyone's just calm down, but he just said he walked up and saw him. The guy's dead.
Okay. All right. We do have officers coming there, okay? Do not disturb anything in that truck. And if you can, go ahead and tell people around there not to disturb anything in there either, okay?
Okay. All right.
And you said you still don't know where the driver of the white truck is?
Hey, sir, you know where the driver is? He's in his seat right now. He's in his truck in his seat right now. They don't see. They said he's deceased. They don't want us to go near the truck and touch anything. So
Yeah, we do have an officer coming down there, okay? He's coming down Highway 9 now, but I'm going to stay on the phone with you until he arrives, okay?
That white pickup truck is a veteran South Carolina tag with 5572.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And you guys are standing well clear of the traffic, aren't you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Everyone's
Okay.
along the way. You're not going to be able to turn. I can hear the sirens now.
Okay.
Officers 5.
Okay. Okay, and then can I get a description of what vehicle you're in case the officer wants to speak with you there?
Yeah, I apologize. I'm facing the wrong way on 9, but I'm way off, well to the shoulder. I'm in a gray Chevy Colorado. I like to place it to Virginia tag. Do you need that?
Okay. Just so the officer can identify you there.
Okay, CRM 4683. I'm on the side of the road, my wife.
Okay, you said 4683?
4682.
82, okay. All right. Is the officer there on scene now?
Yeah, he's talking to the gentleman in the white truck that shot with the other guy.
Okay, just keep yourself safe there. I do have all of that information in there. And then if anything changes or it gets any worse, call us back immediately, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Bye.
Judge, that is a 911 call, and we would get a transcript of that call. We moved into evidence the transcript of the call. A written statement by Mr. McMurrough that was made at the scene with those people. The interview by Mr. McMurrough at the scene by officers that was videoed, just as Blaize Ward and Terry Wright was, and we've got the deposition of Frank McMurrough. We'd like to enter all of that into the record.
Purpose of this hearing is all admitted.
Yes, I think it's in there. Are you going to play the deposition now?
Yes.
We can, well, first of all, let me hand out the written statement. I'd like for the court to see
Let's get it.
the written statement. We'll place that, but what we want to do is and I'm thinking in the order is that the audio video of McMurrough and then the deposition.
All right. Written statement will be 29.
The judge exhibit, defendant's exhibit 9 is a transcript of the 911 call that you just heard.
That's exhibit 9. This written statement, put that up there first. That's what I just read.
Yes, sir, that's what you just read. So, need to read it again, do you?
No.
All right, then go to the video on the scene. Judge, this is again for the record, the interview of Frank McMurrough, Detective McQueen of the Overland County Police Department. Yeah, thank you. On clarification.
Oh my God.
This is the video of Mr. McMurrough with Detective McQueen at the scene. And then in addition to that, we've got the deposition testimony, and we've got a video of Mr. McMurrough's statement to Damon Descovy. That was everything that we have on Frank McMurrough in the record.
I like the name Monroe.
So, yeah, I'm Detective McQueen, Warren County
Jesus.
PD. You have your ID with you? It's in the car, sir. We can grab it. Yes, no problem. We'll grab it afterwards. Okay. All right, what's your name, sir?
Francis McMurrough.
F-R-A-N-C-I-S.
Francis.
McMurrough.
Put the fancy name in the banner since he said
All right,
Francis.
your date of birth, sir?
12/31/1986.
Your day before, after me, a couple years later, so, well, earlier. All right, and a good phone for you? 2172. All right, and then I'll get the address from you later. Can you explain to me where were y'all headed?
Okay, so I was coming from Richmond, Virginia.
Okay.
I'm heading to the Vista Resort for a business conference. And that's what brought me on this road here.
Okay, coming down this road?
Coming down this way, so yeah, so I'm about to the left. I think this is 9, right?
Yes.
On 9. So it's coming up this way.
All right, so you were coming down Camp Swamp?
Yes.
Camp Swamp towards 9. All right, and then what all did you see once you were coming down the road?
So when I was about, where the black truck is, I saw a black truck stop quick in the road. So I kind of slowed down, it's a country road. And when the car door flew open, and I saw a guy get out with a black pistol screaming.
Okay.
At that point, I yelled my wife a gun and kind of pushed her down. And so I started coming past. And at that point, the white truck kind of had come to a stop. And then when I looked over, sorry, you okay?
We're good.
When I looked over, I saw the guy in the white truck. I just saw a pistol like this, pointing at the black truck. And then that's when I looked in my rearview mirror and I saw the guy with the black gun. Then the guy with the black gun's pistol was coming up. And then I just heard shots and I saw glass explode from the windshield and I just punched it, took off. When I turned the corner, we called 911. I went up and took a U-turn and kind of came back here.
Okay. You said that the guy in the black truck got out of the car with the gun?
Yeah.
Out of the truck?
And I told 911, because I was literally right here looking at him and he jumped out, he had a gun, and the slide was back. I don't know if it was right. It was like when you have on a Glock, it's right, you push the button, engage one, it was back and locked.
Okay.
And then that's when I saw him kind of go like this, and I looked at the white truck. Sorry, I'm just real nervous. So as I saw the black pistol, he was moving up. I looked at, because I was looking looking like this, and I saw the guy in the white truck point his pistol and just gunfire, and I just kind of shot this way and turned around.
Okay. Did you see any of the exchange in gunfire?
The gunfire was happening right as I went past the white truck. Once I saw that pistol, I screamed to my wife, stay down, and then I just heard, it was mayhem. The guy in the white truck, didn't look down his window, didn't get out of his car, and even when I turned back, because I pulled back around, I was on the phone 911, and I didn't see the gentleman from the black truck, so I slowly pulled up, and I told the guy in the white truck, sir, can I check on him? And he said, dude, just get back. And then I think he might have been on the phone with somebody, and then I just backed up right here and said, phone 911 until everybody got here.
Okay. Trying to see if there's anything else I want to think. Okay. So you just saw it basically in the review as you're trying to get out of the middle of it.
So, like I said, I saw a guy jump out with a pistol, right? And I was looking like this in the rear view, and that's when I saw the gun go up, and as I looked up, that's when I made, I was coming this way, I could see this part here, and all I saw was a pistol like this, right?
Okay, so he had his pistol up here?
He had his pistol on the dash, just pointed. It's hard to see though, because the window's kind of tinted, you know what I mean? It was dark, but yeah, and then as I got right here, I just heard friggin' shots, and I punched it out of it. Punched it this way, went up, made a quick U-turn, came back.
Okay.
And then when I was back here, the guy in the white truck kind of got out of his truck. He set his gun down by his side, and he walked up a little bit on the curb, over here, and looked in the truck, and he just looked like the world. I think he saw me, and he just looked at the woods and came back here and was just put his pistol away and sat and just was kind of, freaking out.
All right. Can you write that down on a statement form for me, if you don't mind? Yeah. No, you don't have to do it right this second. I'll let you go to your truck and do it.
Yeah.
I don't have an extra clipboard, so I'm just going to give you the one that I do have.
Okay.
And then I'll interview your wife just to kind of get everybody.
Yeah, that's
and then this way you can grab your ID as well. So I'm going to give you that. Okay. Just ignore the top part there.
Still as much information
as much as you can. And then just make sure you sign down there. Don't worry about witnessing. If you need more paper, let me know. I have another form.
I'll try to write it out for you.
That's not big deal. Like I said, if you need more, I'll you're all good, man. I get it.
Sorry.
You don't expect to come down and see that, so.
I'm from Boston, so I'm from Boston.
You kind of get it.
All right, I'm going to feel a second right back to my day.
All right, yes, sir. I'm going to
wait till you flag me over or whatever. Is that cool?
Yeah, absolutely. And then because I'm going to give your wife one as well.
Yeah.
And then I'll come kind of probably exchange like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Judge, there's some left there. The rest of that, I'm told, is a statement that the officer took from Frank McMurrough's wife, Lindsay. We haven't offered that, but we're happy to. You want to finish playing it?
And I presume she gave a statement and was asked to write it down as well.
Same things.
I can follow pattern. No, I mean, if y'all don't want to introduce it,
I think she said she didn't see anything. I'm not sure she wrote down.
well, it's been consistent that he said something and pushed her down, so her vantage point wasn't good at best.
And I believe that's what she said, so I don't.
And I think you'll hear that on the next, we have another statement, and I think you'll hear that very thing on the next video.
I think it's redundant, but we're not trying to...
You're not talking me into watching. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, we got another video with...
This is the studies.
We've got another video of another statement by Mr. McMurrough to an officer.
This will be an excerpt because the officer was walking around talking to a lot of people.
That's correct, Your Honor. This is the body camera is over an hour long. This is an excerpt of his conversation with Mr. McMurrough.
Can we confirm how many, let's one is one of those, can we confirm how many pictures we actually have?
I just need one angle on that, just one. No fire evidence, no nothing else, just
Okay.
Judge, since they're presenting this and there's no real cross, I just want to note for the record that what this officer has said is, we only need one ambulance. So he's asked for the ambulance, and that's what you just heard. We need an ambulance to haul the body. Go ahead. Thank you.
I'm sorry. It's okay. So what's your name?
Lindsay McMurrough, Lindsay. Lindsay. And it's the same last name.
Same address. All right. So what else? So I was
looking at my phone, all I heard him say is gunshots, and I'm down, so I don't know.
I'm driving this way.
On this road?
On this road, sir, coming up here. So I'm about, like, right where that car is. And this guy in the black just locks his brakes up, jumps out with a pistol. And I go, holy shit, pistol. And then I saw him bring it up, right? And then as I'm going by, I saw this gentleman just holding, like, he was just, like, drawn. And then it just went off.
He was out of the car?
No, the gentleman in the white truck, both of them were in the truck. The guy in the black truck locked up his brake, like stopped quick, jumped out with a pistol. I saw it when he got off the truck, he had his pistol like this, screaming and hollering. And at that point, I saw the pistol come up, and I told her, gun, she got in the door, I looked at him, he just had his gun drawn at that point, in the white truck. But the guy in the black truck jumped out with his pistol.
You want to get this, he got it first.
Oh yeah, no, the guy in the white was still, I think, even moving. The guy in the black stopped, jumped out, hit his pistol. I said, babe, pistol, get down. And I saw him lift his pistol up, and I looked, and at that point, this gentleman hadn't fired on anything. And then as I got past him, I just heard shots, and I freaking took off like this way, like a bat out of hell, called out and turned around. But yeah, the guy in the black jumped out with a pistol drawn.
What was he wearing?
Looked like a blue shirt, if I remember correctly, and possibly a pair of shorts. Looked like he had brown hair. Probably about the same age as me and these two guys here. But yeah, but he's short. I think he had shorts on. I know he had a blue shirt on the short because when the firing started, he kind of like ran, because he was out of the truck the whole time. These guys never got in the truck. Never opened the door, didn't roll the window down. I do know that. And
so they were going this way.
They were coming this way, and when I saw the black truck, like stop. You know, the door fly open, and I was like, whoa! So I slowed down
right here.
And then when I got side to him, I see a gun, and I'm like, holy shit.
White or black or maybe?
He looked like a white guy. It looked like it was a black gun, a black pistol he had. Like I said.
Not a white guy, right?
Yeah, it looked like a Caucasian, about 3 bars. I didn't notice a beard, like guys and I had. Yeah, it looked like a white guy. He was freaking screaming.
When y'all came by, what was y'all doing?
So when I came here, I literally cut this way. I was so freaked out. She told me to keep going, something up. By that time, we had 911, the phone was back, and I came here and then pulled over here and then back up.
We saw Camp Swamp Road, we're not from here, we're from Virginia.
And y'all were the ones that called?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was the 664?
Yeah, that's the number on my cell phone, yes, sir.
Okay, cool. I tell you what.
33, 319.
Give me like 5 minutes. We got to take the comment.
Yeah.
They may not need you to stay.
No,
so give me 5 minutes.
Yeah,
I'll let you know.
That's awesome. That's
Are y'all going back home?
No, we're 12 miles from the Vista. We're going to the Vista for 5 days.
Hey, well, welcome to South Carolina. I got you. All right. I'll let you know here. I got you. Go ahead.
Just about that we have a witness and a victim. Her vehicle was shot when all this occurred, and she is supposed to be on Highway 9, just in from Camp Swamp Road, headed toward Florida. She's waiting to meet with an officer there.
What's the vehicle description?
She should be in a white Nissan, sir.
Did what I see. I'll get some. Just let her know. We'll get to experience.
Your Honor, just like Mr. Tinsley said there, that at the very end of that, to give you some context, the witness that he's being told about on dispatch is Blaize Ward, who you've already heard from. And at this time, the defendants would like to put into evidence the deposition of Mr. Frank McMurrough, which I believe Mr. Tinsley got keyed up for us.
We are, Your Honor. I want to give you a little bit of context. So you know we had problems. We go to Virginia. So what you'll see at the beginning, I began to ask him questions before he's even sworn, because he's threatening me at the very beginning of this deposition. You'll almost immediately see a very abrupt change. But just to give you some context, I finally just told the videographer to turn the camera on, and I started. So that's what you're seeing.
Soderstrom. This is the ordered deposition of Mr. Frank McMurrough. This is being heard in the case of the estate of Scott Spivey et al. Versus Charles Boyd et al. This case has been filed in the State Court of South Carolina and the Circuit Court in the County of Richmond. The case number is 2025-CP-26-03798. The location for today's deposition is 4870 Savile Road in Glen Allen, Virginia. I'm not related to any party in this action, nor am I financially interested in the outcome. If there are any objections to proceeding by counsel, please state them at the time of your appearance. At this time, would counsel please state your appearances and affiliations for the record, beginning with the noticing attorney.
This is Mark Tinsley. I'm here with Natasha Hanna. We represent the Spivey family.
I'm Kenneth Moss. I represent Charles Weldon Boyd. And I know you resided in Richmond, Virginia. Case number, our case number is 2024 CP-26-03798.
Thank you, counsel. Those showing on second.
Morgan Martin, attending Bassett on behalf of Bradley Williams. Robert Lee on behalf of Bradley Williams, attending Bassett as well.
Mr. McMurrough.
Counsel, at this time, we need a court order to please swear in the witness.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. McMurrough, as you know, we're here to take your deposition. Simply the means allowed by law for us to ask you questions about what you saw that day. Not trying to harass you and won't belabor this. We're presently in Glen Allen, Virginia, and you live in Virginia?
Yes.
All right. And I'm back on September the 9th, 2023. You and your wife were traveling from Virginia to Myrtle Beach, is that correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall being on Camp Swamp Road? Is it near the intersection of Highway 9 and witnessing the shooting event?
It's been a long time.
But you generally recall?
I remember something happened on that day.
Okay. Do you remember seeing the gentleman get out of the black truck? You said this had played through your mind 1,000 times or something to that effect.
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you going to answer any question today?
Like I told you numerous times, no.
Okay, so every question I ask you, the answer is going to be you don't recall.
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the transcript of your 911 call?
No, sir.
Do you know if that fairly and accurately depicts what you saw that day?
If you're not reviewing, I wouldn't know.
Would you like to review it?
No, sir.
Jeez.
Okay. You said in the 911 call, said, okay, so a guy got out of his truck. He's in a black truck, and he got out of his truck with a pistol drawn, the slide was open, and you saw that day?
That's what it says, that's what it says.
Okay, and if that's what it said, if that's what you told the 911 operator, that's what you saw?
I don't recall.
You wouldn't lie to the 911 operator, would you?
It was 2 years ago.
Would you have lied 2 years ago?
It's going to be a long interview.
You were trying to give truthful and accurate information, correct?
I do not recall.
All right. You said he told the guy, do not follow me anymore. You recall that? But if you said it at the time it was accurate? Most probably? The guy in the white truck. The guy in the white truck had his pistol drawn and pointed at the guy in the black truck. And you demonstrated in one video, I'm going to mark it as exhibit number 1, how the guy in the black truck had his pistol pointed. That's you in the photograph, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you demonstrated a two-handed grip on a pistol pointed over the dash, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you saw?
Yes.
And almost immediately thereafter, that gentleman in the white truck unloaded his clip through the windshield?
Yes.
And that's what you saw?
Question.
And
Objection on the question.
do you believe in your rearview mirror that you saw the gentleman in the black truck struck?
Yes.
Okay. And you punched it and you got away from the scene at that point?
Yes.
But you did see, you were able to see the gentleman in the white truck shot in his vehicle.
Yes.
In your rearview mirror.
Question.
And
Objection on the question.
do you believe in your rearview mirror that you saw the gentleman in the black truck struck?
Yes.
Okay. And you punched it and you got away from the scene at that point?
Yes.
You did see, you were able to see the gentleman in the white truck shot and his vehicle shot up, and you told the dispatcher what you saw, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for you.
Mr. McMurrough, Counsel.
Michael.
Mr. McMurrough, I'd like to hand you a copy of an exhibit that I'm going to call Defense 20, and that's what he's up to get.
Dang. He's up for a while.
Yes.
Is this a statement you gave to the Detective Jones or to the Horry County Police?
Yes, this is what I wrote after the interview. I believe enter on his car.
Okay. And in another, you spoke to multiple officers, would that be fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm trying to piece together my understanding of what happened based upon comments you made to multiple officers. And so one of the things I'd like to ask you was, at the time that you saw this gentleman in the black truck stop, was there anything unusual about that stop?
Other than it was, where Small Creek meets Route 9, it was about 200 yards in. It was odd to me. Even where I was coming from, it was just the two trucks were stopped. I didn't know. Yeah, there was two trucks stopped in the road.
Okay. And I'd be happy to show it to you, but in one statement you had stated that the stop of the black truck seemed to be abrupt. Mm-hmm. And that was a teaching getting. Was that a fair assessment of what you recall?
Got my attention because I was paying attention to make the left-hand turn. I noticed a truck just stop. At first, the reason I slowed down and stopped, I didn't know if there was an animal or something out in the road. That's why they had stopped. So I initially started slowing down.
And so the vehicle behind him would have been the white truck my client was driving. At the time that this gentleman got out of the black truck, that would have been Mr. Spivey.
Yes.
At least in one encounter with one officer, I believe you indicated that the white truck was still moving or rolling. Did you recall that? Did you see here?
Well, as I was coming up, the black truck had stopped and the white truck had to stop. Yeah, so he was rolling I saw the black truck stop first and the white truck had to stop because the black truck had already stopped. But they had just pulled on.
Right.
They had just, I saw them turn on and they had, black truck stopped and the white truck had to stop because it was driving behind it.
And you didn't observe any of them driving before the rolling on the Camp Swamp Road?
I pulled up and I saw two trucks turn the road and then stop. I was coming from a completely different direction.
Okay. And when the gentleman in the black truck hopped out, your description of that was that he got out of the truck gun in hand, and you mentioned that the slide you think was back on his gun. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned in a couple of places that prior to the shooting stopping, you saw him raise the gun, but I didn't see anywhere where you demonstrated that or that you described that other than he started to raise it. And I was wondering if you recall, and you're welcome to leave me statements, but
yeah,
but I'm interested in what you recall about the motion that he made or how he tried to raise it.
So when I was coming down, I saw him when I got out. He was close when he jumped out, and I'll give you from the time I saw, because this all kind of plays in. Mr. Spivey got out of the truck. The slide was in the rear, because it was in the rear. He jumps out. I heard him say, "Stop following me." I pushed my wife down because I saw the gun. At this point, I don't know what's going on. You know, now I'm paying attention to the white driver because I know what's going on. That's when I see the white driver hands like this, and I immediately go, oh my God, push my wife down. As I look in my side mirror, all I saw was his arm slightly move, and then all hell broke out.
Okay.
Like I told the officers, his hand, it could have just been his hand slightly moved, and all hell broke out.
And at that time, you would have been seeing this, I guess, to your side window, your rearview mirror, or how?
So, I mean, literally, it's a two-lane road, very small country road, so I pulled up, I saw Scott, I could hear him, they were so, close, and then when I pulled up, I mean, I could see it clear as day like this. He was already drawing, pointing, and that's when I got real nervous because I kind of figured out why they had stopped, and I looked in the side to see what he was doing. His truck door was open, I mean, he was just next to his truck, and then, like I said, I didn't even get to, I saw the motion of his arm just, when it says here, kind of come up to an upward position, just moved it, not draw, not come up, his arm barely moved, and everything went crazy.
So now, from reading the statements, you expressly said you didn't know who fired first. Is that?
Yeah, I had no idea who fired first. Okay. I didn't hear a single pop, then a bunch of pops. I just heard pop, 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 pop.
So you recall you and I had some telephone conversations last December, about a year ago, and at that time we talked about the passenger in the white truck. If I recall what you told me correctly, you didn't see a passenger or know that it was a passenger in the white truck when you first went by. Is that?
Yeah, no, I didn't realize, because like I said, I immediately saw the driver, and the front of the windshield is half tinted down, but you can see the steering wheel. You can see the first 8 inches above the steering wheel from that type of truck window. So I couldn't make out, it was so quick, but I did, and I didn't realize there was a shooter until after the fact. And another shooter until after I actually already left. But then once I stopped turning and came back, I noticed there's another gentleman getting out of the truck.
And actually, when you stopped and turned and came back, nobody had gotten out of the white truck.
Yeah, sorry, you're right, because I pulled up, I spoke to Weldon, I spoke to the passenger on the 911 call, so yeah, you're right. I realized that after the fact, that there was somebody when I pulled up, back up. I didn't know there was 2 people in that truck, and the whole reason I pulled back up was I didn't know how many people in the black truck.
Well, I was left with the impression that no one had gotten out of the white truck until you had turned around and come back.
Yes, sir, that's right, yeah. So I came back, I spoke to Weldon, it's on a 911 call, then I back up, then he got out of the truck. He went over to Scott, to the black truck, looked inside, said he was gone. And then that's kind of he got out, the other guy got out, and then they were just walking around the street.
So you were on the scene until Weldon left?
I didn't touch anything.
How do you look at that?
When I looked around, all y'all were sitting down in it.
I think Morgan was moving.
I decline to make any statement.
As you should.
I think they take a break, actually. Maybe let's see. Yeah, they take a break to sort this out.
You said one TV's on and my TV? Mr. Tinsley actually fixed the TV.
It's not a rubber test. I did.
I don't know what to make of that. First lawyer could do anything other than talk.
It said the judge closed the TV power cord fell out back up.
Well, Judge, before we accept that, I'd like an opportunity to cross examine.
Come forward, be sworn. All right. All right. I'm glad we got the TV fixed. And we had a good opportunity for a break, so we're back in order. I guess start playing again from the stop we paused from.
At that time, we talked about the passenger in the white truck. If I recall what you told me correctly, you didn't see a passenger or know that it was a passenger in the white truck when you first went by. Is that?
Yeah, I didn't realize, because like I said, I immediately saw the driver, and the front of the windshield is half tinted down, but you can see the steering wheel.
like you can see the first 8 inches above the steering wheel for that type of truck window. So I couldn't make out, it was so quick, but I did, I didn't realize there was a shooter until after the fact, and until another shooter until after I actually already left. But then once I stopped turning and came back, I noticed another gentleman did knock the truck.
And actually, when you stopped and turned and came back, nobody had gotten out of the white truck.
Yeah, sorry, you're right, because I pulled up, I spoke to Wilton, I spoke to the passenger on the 911 call. So, yeah, you're right. I realized that after the fact, that there was somebody when I pulled up. Back up. I didn't know there was 2 people in that truck, and the whole reason I pulled back up is I didn't know how many people in the black truck.
Well, I was left with the impression that no one had gotten out of the white truck until you had turned around and come back.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So I came back, I spoke to Wilton, it's on a 911 call, then I back up, then he got out of the truck. He went over to Scott to the black truck, looked inside, said he was gone. And then that's kind of like, he got out, the other guy got out, and then they were just walking around the street.
So you were on the scene until Weldon left with law enforcement?
So when I left the scene, no, because there was still a bad storm coming in, and I'd already been on the side of the road, so once they were done with my stuff, it was well into dark though, they left. I was there the whole entire time, but nobody left other than maybe a couple witnesses. So everybody's still on site when I left.
And just for housekeeping, that document in front of you, the defense 20, that is your handwritten statement, is that right?
Yes.
And you got your signature on the same page, is that right?
Yes.
I'll let you move that statement. So, did you see the young woman there speaking with the police?
Yeah, what I call? Yes, look at me about it.
Okay, did you talk to her at all that you recall?
We tried to calm her down because she was so hysterical. We had a brief conversation with her, comforting us, she made comments that would happen before then, but she was so hysterical. It was more or less just trying to talk to her, make sure she wasn't right behind, just, really, there's a lot of people and stuff that were talking, a lot of people. But I do remember a young lady, blonde hair in a white car that kind of pulled up. Yeah, we spoke to her briefly on the side of the road a little bit until things got sorted out. Because we're all kind of held in one area. We couldn't leave a certain area.
So, it'd be fair to say, when you were talking to the 911 dispatcher, and thank you for calling, by the way, you learned things during that call from other parties, in addition to the conversation, is that fair?
Yeah.
Well, for example, you spoke to my client, I think you told Rose Linda, and you spoke to him, and you relayed information that you learned from him.
Yeah.
But you also spoke to other witnesses too, and you relayed that information, right? So, what I was trying to parse out is the distinction between what you actually observed and relayed your 911 call versus what you actually learned from someone else and relayed the 911 call. And that was the purpose that I wanted you to look at your 911 transcript, and I'm happy to show it to you.
I don't remember exactly what I saw, so I spoke to your client. If that's a question, I can depict it to you perfectly clear. I was just relaying information as it's coming to me. This didn't, what I said in my interview you wrote down had nothing to do with what I learned after the fact.
Well, correct, and please today, if you respond to a question, if you're relying on something you learned from somebody else, please tell us that. Otherwise, I will assume it was your personal observation.
I haven't given any statements that I learned from anybody else yet today.
Okay, well, I understand. But they do show up in your 911 call. Now, in my conversation with you a year ago, do you recall I asked you specifically?
Did I see his dash cam on the camera?
Well, I did ask you that a year ago. Did you see anything on the dash of his truck?
No.
Okay.
When I see it go, you point in the kind of zone on that.
Well, I understand. I also asked you if you saw my client in any way aggressively or in a way that you felt like was threatening.
No, the way I told you was his demeanor changed in the police out there that we all noticed.
Okay. But prior to the shooting event, did you see anything that you thought was aggressive?
Prior to the shooting event, I didn't see him except for pointing a gun at somebody else.
Okay.
So I don't know what he did up until that point. I don't know anything other than when I drove by and bullets came from his truck. So I can't comment on anything prior to you pulling up to that incident. I don't know anything else that happened before we pulled up and see what I saw.
Well, even in the turn on the Camp Swamp Road off the highway number 9, which would have been turning towards you, I guess, did you see anything about that driving from either of the drivers that seemed aggressive or abrupt prior to the stop of the black truck?
No, because I only saw them turn Swamp Creek Road and they stopped pretty quick.
Okay. In some of your statements, you had related to the 911 dispatcher that my client shot him through the back window of the black truck. And I think you said you didn't know if there was any kids in the car or whatever. It was kind of traumatic, I understand. But in other statements, you referred to expressing him being out of the truck and moving his hand when the shooting started. And so did you actually observe or see Mr. Spivey move from a position outside the truck to a position inside the truck?
No.
You didn't observe that?
No, I didn't agree with him. Because the last thing I saw him standing outside the truck. I took off after the gunshots. I came back around and Weldon didn't know where it was. That's why he went out. Because after he had after that happened, we didn't know if he was in the woods. We didn't know what had happened if the guy had been hit. So Weldon got out with his gun and kind of looked around and looked in the truck and realized he was dead. He came back and told us all.
And when you saw Weldon approach the truck, right?
Yes.
Now, what do you recall about his approaching the truck in terms of his body position versus the truck? When he was walking.
Very comfortable to walk up to a truck after shooting.
Okay, well, I guess when
you're asking my opinion,
well, I'm asking more about what you observed. And did he walk in the highway? Did he walk on the side of the
Walked
highway?
to the left of the road, going out, kind of like coming up to the side, approaching the truck, looking, and then he, I guess realized there was a threat, got closer, looked in the truck, then came back.
Did you ever see him touch the truck? Were you close enough to touch it?
He was close, but I can't recall how close. I don't want to, he looked in the truck, but he never got, there was no point that I can recall that he, touched the truck. Went into the truck, I believe it was more of a lean to the truck, close to it. I mean, he reached out, touched it, but no, I didn't see him touch it.
Well, I'll submit to you that he described he looked from across the lane from over where the white line was. Do you think it was different than that?
Yes.
You think he was closer to the truck?
I think he looked at the truck.
Okay. You think he was close enough to put something in the truck?
Like I said, he could reach out, touch the truck from what I saw.
Okay.
Because we could see the front of the truck, the door was open, so there's nobody in the front side. Because when we kind of were all looking, you couldn't see. You had to actually go up to the truck and look in it.
Did you see anything that made you think Weldon didn't get in the truck? Or?
No.
Okay.
Not from what I saw. No.
Okay. So in your statements, in your written statement, Defendants 20, you said that you did see the driver of the black truck look like he was getting hit by paintballs. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Could that have been when he was outside his truck?
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, when he was inside his truck, you wouldn't have seen that, right?
No, so that's when, I saw the pistol being pointed from the white truck. I looked in the side mirror, just on the move, and it looked like he was just, I don't know if he was trying to get away or what, move, and that's the last we saw.
Okay. And you didn't actually see him get back in the truck?
No, because that's when I was going, when I looked in the mirror, and when I heard the gunshots, I was straight, I just wanted to get out of there. So I didn't see anything from, like I said, we didn't know if he was in the truck in the woods or not.
Well, you mentioned earlier that the bullets were coming by you, and that must have been very terrifying. But logically, and of course, we all lawyers learn to quarterback things. So logically, my client would have been shooting in the opposite direction from where you were
shooting in the direction I was driving into him. He was shooting this way.
Okay.
So that's why I say flying by, and that road, his truck was only 2.5 feet from me.
I mean, it's a narrow road.
It's real small. So when I say flying by, because I was literally, we were like nose to nose. Our trucks were nose to nose, right here. So
where do you think you were when you first heard the shots in relation to Mr. Boyd's truck? Were you abreast of his door? Were you past his truck?
I'd say my headlights were at his door, his rearview mirror.
Okay.
So my truck was here, we were right here with those shots happening, just like this.
Okay. And so did you actually see the shots and see the muzzle flash or anything from Mr. Boyd's weapon, or did you hear it?
No, I couldn't hear it. Because that's when I was inside, thinking with the hit, the windows inside were completely black, but I tinted too, so you don't see muzzle flash.
Okay. And did you, of course, you turned up to the right when you got the number 9?
To the right, went up to the first little cut through to the U-turn, came back in the swamp road. Yes, came swamp road, off the line.
Okay. Do you recall any conversation with Mr. Williams at all?
I don't know. No. No, I don't.
He'd been the pastor now?
Yeah, no. Nobody had a conversation when I first got there. Police didn't get something. They walked up to Weldon, took his, I couldn't believe it, took his firearm. No, I didn't know he had a conversation as soon as I could see it. No.
At the time you were on the call with 911, others were also on the phone with 911. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay.
No, wait, I think they might have said it's maybe that somebody called me or something like that. I don't know, possibly. No, I didn't know anything was going on prior to that. Something I read.
I think from my conversations with you a year ago, you mentioned this was your first time coming to Myrtle Beach, is that right?
Yes.
Myrtle Beach area. And that was for a work-related trip, is that right?
Yes.
And so if we gave you the date of September 9th, 2023, would you have any reason to think that was not correct when you came down for this trip and witnessed these events?
Would that date not be correct?
Would you have any reason to think that's not the correct date? Because earlier, Mr. Tinsley asked me weren't sure.
As you guys told me this did, no. I mean, I try to walk this out as much as I can from a certain point, thinking, so if I don't have that date, that's not have to, if that's the date that's on there, I'm not going to harm that.
Okay, and other than, I know you talked to Mr. Tinsley on the phone because you mentioned it, and you talked to me on the phone a couple times back last year. Have you talked to any other attorneys involved in this litigation?
Unless it was just you maybe on the phone with somebody, it was Mr. Williams one time, or it was just you out at one time, or I don't recall. But other than y'all right here, no, nobody else.
Okay.
I can recall other than maybe if it was you telling me that somebody else was on the call, and I think maybe.
I want to think Attorney Lee.
I think you told me he was listening, but he didn't have any questions or comments after. I don't believe from our conversation.
Okay. So you and I talked on back in February, which is the day that I was taking deposition by Zoom, and then for whatever reason, when it came time for your deposition, you didn't respond to my call. And so I don't know what happened on the 20th, because it seemed like you were set up to be opposed, and all of a sudden you just didn't come. Do you recall what happened on the 20th?
I didn't feel comfortable with you sending me the package and all the documentation, asking me to read and refresh my story, because I kind of felt like I was, I didn't like it. I felt like it was forced, and I really didn't want to get stuck in on the truth. That's why I didn't show up.
Well, and thank you for that. My letter actually, I offered it for your benefit if you wanted to see it, but it's usually the dollars. So. Okay. Let me go through a little bit of my highlights here. I mentioned a moment ago that you heard the gentleman in the black truck that jumped out yelling. Mm-hmm. And because you see here, you recall exactly what he said.
You better stop following me, boy.
Okay. Because that's a little bit different than, it's the same general message, but it's a little bit different in terms of exact words. But you're pretty sure it was you better stop following me, boy. Okay. Any reason to think that my client's heard it? I mean, did you see a response from him when he kind of...
I don't know if the client had music on, the windows were up. I have no idea if the client heard it. I couldn't tell you.
Okay. So you didn't see anything that you saw was a responsive communication, like, a gesture of hand?
I just saw the guns still withdrawn.
Okay. And you never saw the passenger come?
No.
Okay.
I didn't even see the passenger.
So, as we sit here today, though, you understand what the three people shooting that day?
No, I don't. I can't recall. I don't know who was shooting.
Okay.
I've told that before. I don't know who shot who did what.
Okay.
I can't recall three people shooting.
Okay. If we gave you a 911 call with audio recording, which we have here that you might hear, if we get to a court reporter, like the court reporter should be in front of you, and we ask the court reporter to transcribe that, would you have any reason to think that would not be a fair and accurate depiction of what you told the court reporter to call 911? I mean, on that day, you were doing your best to relay information that you were perceiving to 911 dispatchers, is that right?
Yes.
And there's no reason that you would try to tell them something different than you perceived, right?
No.
You were trying to get help, is that fair?
I was worried about the people in the black truck.
Right. And at that time, you didn't know if there was one person in the black truck or more, is that fair?
I initially thought there might have been a family or something.
In fact, you said that, there could be kids in that truck. So at that time, you were trying to relay everything that you perceived to the 911 dispatchers, is that correct? So if they had that recording, transcribed by a court reporter, would you have any reason to think that that's not what you said?
Like take it and type it, make up my words and type it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that would be what I said.
Okay. And then we did that. And that's one of the things I sent to you so that you can review it if you wanted to.
Yeah, I did.
And so, and we have it here today. But we'd like to know if you can authenticate that that's what you told the court reporter. That's the question.
I'm sorry, he said it's what.
Okay.
I mean, you don't need to keep. What's my notice what he said that.
And Detective McQueen, you met with him in his car. That was from the photograph. I think we were demonstrating how the gun was held up. We took Detective McQueen had a body cam. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Yeah, he said it on the dash record.
So he recorded that.
Yes.
And same question. We took that video recording and we gave it to a court reporter to transcribe. Do you have any reason to think that's not an accurate depiction of what you stated that day?
No.
And the purpose of this question is for you to authenticate, yes, that was my statement. It seems it seems kind of silly to have to do that because we obviously saw it even in recording interview. So under rules of evidence, we have to have it authenticated if you're not going to be in court. And that's what this deposition is about. So in that conversation with Detective McQueen, it seems like you, at one point, were very clear at what you saw escalate this situation and not find the words and to see if that's what consistent with your recollection. Where would you find that statement? So, there was an officer on the scene walking around the body cam who was interviewing too, and that's referring to the record that finished it was very. The officer said, the question was, what I'm getting at is he got out first. And the response, the court for the transcriber, if you don't like to read it, you tell me if you think it's accurate. This statement was true to you. Yeah, no, the guy in the white truck was still, I think, even moving. The guy in the black truck stopped, jumped out, and he had a pistol. I said, "Ready, pistol, we found." And I saw him lift his pistol up. And at that, I looked, and at that point, he was still moving. Hadn't fired, done anything. And then as I got past him, I just heard shots, and I freaking took off, like this way, like a bad out of hell. Called 911 and turned around. Yeah, no, the guy in the black truck jumped out of his truck with a pistol down. That was your statement I submitted to you, to an officer that you transcribed. Does that sound accurate?
Yeah, like I said, the black truck stopped. He jumped out. The white truck had to stop. Yeah. So we shot out of the truck first.
You said the white truck hadn't stopped. Let's talk about that for a minute, because you were in your own company, right?
We were driving back, the black truck didn't stop.
So you had, and as far as backing up, did you ever see any time he tried to back up?
No.
Okay. So his three options were to hit the black truck, hitting you, or back up, right?
I don't know what he saw. His options through the road from the opposite side.
Fair enough. When you said the guy in the white truck hadn't done anything, back to your statement, and at this point, this gentleman, referring to my client, hadn't fired, done anything. Were you referring to that to his conduct in driving, or referring to that to anything about weapon or shooting? If you remember.
What I was referring to is the black truck, so the gentleman jumped out. I didn't see anybody in the black truck do anything. Get out, because he asked me who was out of the truck. So the guy in the black truck got out. The guy in the white truck didn't get out. Shooting. Is that what you're asking? I was confused on that.
Well, here's what I'm trying to understand. When he got out of the black truck, and shot, gun in hand, from what you observed, and only from what you observed, do you know if, or did you draw a conclusion that he jumped out of the truck because of anything Mr. Boyd had done?
No, like I said, when I initially saw him get out of the truck, I said, down from the country, I went to the dog, a deer, somebody going on. I didn't realize there was any indication until I saw the gentleman in the black truck, and the pistol, the gentleman in the black truck.
Okay.
I didn't think the black driver was overly aggressive when he got out of the truck. You know, like, I was just giving two guys stopping, saying what they were out of shooter there.
I was under the impression that the abruptness of the stop was what drew your attention. And,
what was it anybody? When you're driving on the two-way out of the country, you don't know where, in the area, not around, you don't know anything. You see somebody stopping on the road, like, yeah, that was, it draws your attention. What's going on? You're conscious, you're aware. Is there a hazard? Is there something wrong? So immediately drew myself to slow down there.
Okay. And when you talk about what he's done, you said the slide was back, is my recollection of what you told the officer. Did you ever see a period of time when he looked at the weapon, or pushing the button or anything?
From the time he got out of the truck and the slide was back, no, I didn't see, I didn't see him slide and make a change forward. No, I didn't see anything.
Did you see him walking motion by Mr. Spivey, or any kind of motion when he was on other than sliding the rest of the gun?
No, the way he was holding his pistol in his body, it was not intimidating. It was more down by his side and sliding over there. I mean, that's a clear indication of him, No, he didn't make any movements. He wasn't jumping around. He just said, stop following me. The gun was down on his side, like this. Like I told the cops, the slide was over here. And he wasn't, there's no other crazy behavior or anything erratic behavior. In fact, I didn't get nervous until I saw the gun in the white truck. And I was like, oh.
So the other witnesses described a gesture removed, almost like moving right when he raised the weapon. You didn't see that.
Like I said, I saw the side mirrors and slightly move his arm. Not,
okay.
You draw a pistol, you draw fast. No, it was not an aggressive draw. So, I've been around guns my whole life. I've taken multiple training courses. I've done multiple things. And he was brandishing a firearm down by his side, is what I think. I didn't see any motion of him raising that up in aggressive manner or pointing or anything like that at all. No. What I saw was his arm slightly moved in my side mirror. All hell broke loose. I don't even think he would have had the time to raise his gun to chamber and fire at that time. I don't.
And you went about and in these kind of situations, witnesses describe seconds seem like minutes, but you have any idea what kind of elapsed time we're talking about here?
I couldn't even know 25, 30 seconds.
Well, the whole encounter wasn't more than that. So.
No, like what I saw.
Okay. So, from the beginning of the shooting to the end of the shooting, wasn't more than 30 seconds. So,
could be.
I may have another question too, but let me consult my notes. There's other attorneys may have a question for you as well.
Were you ever told that there was a dash cam video that captured any part of this?
I was told that Weldon was, I believe by the attorneys, he was recording the whole entire thing.
And did it cut off just as you showed up?
Cut off. It somehow, they told me that it somehow cut off as I showed up. So the part of 911 the video went dead.
The dash cam video?
The dash cam video.
And were you ever able, did you see, because we know Weldon took pictures of Scott's body, did you see any of that?
No, sir. I have pictures of maybe the trucks from 100 yards away, but no, nothing that would indicate anything inside the vehicle.
Mr. Moore, I appreciate you.
Yeah, no questions.
Martin, I've got a few questions for Mr. McMurrough. Mr. Martin here, and I represent Bradley Williams, who was a passenger in the white truck.
Mr. Martin, would you like for the witness to see you ask the questions, or are you okay?
Yeah, that'd be great if you can. It doesn't matter to me, but it may be better communication if you can see me.
Of course, we recommend this.
That's not
okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you for coming and being here and answering these questions, because I know it's not really what you want to do. But have you ever talked with me before?
Look, the only thing I really recall, sir, I think is this isn't me.
No, it's not me.
Oh, no, I just noticed that I don't think so.
I don't think you have any.
No, sir. No, I don't believe so, sir.
First time you and I have talked, when you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let me ask you, we've been talking about what you heard and what you saw. Do you have any vision problems at all?
No, sir.
Do you have any hearing problems at all?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, and as you came that day, approaching Camp Highway 9 down Camp North Road, how far would you say you were from the black truck at the time it stopped?
About 100 yards.
Okay. And so for that 100 yards, you were able to observe the black truck and Mr. Spivey's actions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how far were you from Mr. Spivey's truck when you saw him get out of the truck with the gun?
30 feet at that point, because like I said, I think 45, 55 and slowed down immediately.
And what kind of vehicle were you driving?
2021 Colorado. Chevy Colorado. Pickup truck, yes, sir.
Okay. Was your driver's side window up or down?
They were down because the AC broke on the truck halfway down through the truck. All four windows were down.
All four windows were down? Mm-hmm. All right. And we would say you were 30 feet when you saw Mr. Spivey get out of his truck.
Mm-hmm.
And when he got out of the truck, he had a gun in his hand.
Correct.
All right. And when you first noticed the gun, were you the 30 feet from that truck in your estimation or closer?
When I saw it, so he jumped out, the truck stopped, it was a complete stop, and I was about 30 feet away. I was going slow at this point. When the door opened, he got out. I saw him, I was about 10 feet away. I was going slow, but I had driven past him. I was close. When he got out and yelled, or when he got out, I'm sorry, I don't want to click. You asked me, when I saw him get out, how far I was when he spoke.
Well, you told me that you were about 40 feet away when he got out. You were about 30 feet away from him when he got out, if I heard you correctly.
When the door opened, yes.
All right, and so my question is, would it be at that same time that you saw he had the gun in his hand?
I didn't ever see the gun in his hand, so I came up next to him.
All right, so then would you say that you were side by side with him when you saw the gun?
Yeah.
And did you ever leave your lane of travel during this passing?
I kind of hit the embankment to get out of there quickly. Go to the right. I didn't go in the left lane at all. But no, like when I was in my lane of traffic until I heard the shots, and then I kind of went to the right and to get space from them. No, but I was in my lane the whole time. Other than when I took the corner, I might have been the side ditch a little bit. Never getting gravel.
When you say that again, you might have been in the side ditch a little bit when?
Turning on for about 9.
Okay, all right. So when you saw Spivey get out of the truck, what's it in?
On Kingston Road.
Right, I'll say that.
I'm sorry, highway, I thought you meant right now. He was in between he was next to the truck in the road.
All right, and was he by the door, or did he walk back towards the back of his truck in any manner?
He was by his door.
He was by his door?
No.
All right. And he was between you and his truck when you drove by?
Yes.
And it was at that time that did he have the gun in his right hand, or he recalled?
In his right hand down right side.
All right, and at that point in time, did you see any other gun?
No, that's not, no.
All right, and at that point in time, you said that you tore your right gun and pushed her down?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that was because you see the gun and the gun frightened you?
Yes, yeah, I wanted to be cautious, yeah.
All right. You wanted to be sure she didn't get shot?
Yeah, yes, I wanted her to get some kind of cover because I didn't know what was going on at that moment, so yes, I wanted to be sure my wife was safe.
Right. And when the black truck came to the stop in North Road, there was nothing that caused it to stop. Like a cat or a dog or an animal or a person, it just came to what you described as several of your statements as an abrupt or fast stop.
Yes.
Right. And you would agree with those characterizations today that it was an abrupt or a fast stop.
Yes.
All right. And as you drove on past Mr. Spivey, and you drove towards Mr. Williams, where would you say you were when you observed a customer running out of the white truck windshield?
We were almost nose to nose left when we were close.
You were close. All right. And you didn't hear any gunshots until you had driven past the white truck?
I was side by side with the white truck. My nose was at his side. I wasn't clearly past him, though. I was not out of the danger zone, if you will, when those shots rang out. But I was right next to that white truck.
You were next to it, not in front of it, but next to it, but not past it. Out.
Yeah, that's fair. Yes. I wasn't past it. Yes.
All right. And you said that you don't know who shot first, whether it was Spivey or the guy in the white truck?
No, sir, I don't.
Now, you gave a statement, I think this is Exhibit 30, that they handed you there, which was your statement to Officer.
It was 20.
It was 20. 20, didn't I say 20? And you got that there, Mr. McMurrough, so you can look at it with me quickly.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll read through it and make sure that this is your statement, that and we were recently only submitted, but let me read through that with you. First line says, myself and my wife driving down Camp Road heading to A black truck, the opposite lane came to a fast stop, correct?
Yes.
A guy in a blue shirt jumped out of the driver's side with a black pistol yelling, correct?
Yes.
The slide was back as when it's in the back position to ready to load. Is that correct? Did I read that correct? Maybe you can read it better than I can.
Yep, that's right.
All right. I saw the driver of the black truck start to bring his pistol to a loaded position, correct?
Yes.
I yelled at my wife, gun, and pushed her down, correct?
Yes.
I looked into the black truck and saw the driver had a pistol aiming towards the black truck at that point, correct?
Yes.
I pushed my wife down again and heard gunshots, correct?
Yes.
I stayed off to the right on Route 9 and called 911, correct?
Yes.
I did see the driver of the black truck look like he was getting hit by paint balls, correct?
Yes.
And the next page says from the driver's side mirror, correct?
Yes.
Now, a couple little things. You see there a blue shirt. Are you sure about the color of the shirt?
Absolutely not. At this point, no. I can't remember what color, no.
Okay. I understand that. But it would be fair to say that you said earlier that you tried to put this event out of your mind as impressive for various reasons, correct?
Yes.
All right. So it would be fair to say that the statement that you wrote down in the minutes following this event may well be the best recollection that you ever had of what you saw and witnessed that day.
Take the floor. I mean, yeah, I can say yeah. That'd be right.
Yeah, and the statement that I just read to you, that that's done at 8-2023-1009 is an accurate statement to the best of your recollection, Mr. McMurrough.
This is not how I remember it, though. This statement.
This was not how you remember it?
No, it's mixed up in my memory, so what's written down. Like I said, I put it up and I saw the white man, I looked at the white truck, saw him, looked in the side mirror. This statement is not how I remember it, since how I've, but yeah, I mean, I guess this is. I think I've told a different, this seems different to me. Because it says I saw him raise his arm prior to then seeing the gun. That's not what I remember at all.
Say that again, I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
It says here that I saw the black driver bring his pistol to an upward position. I yelled, pushed the wife down. I looked in the white truck, saw the driver had a pistol, aimed towards the black truck at that point. I pushed my wife down. And I remember seeing the black truck with the pistol, the gentleman in the white truck pulling the pistol, and I looked in my side mirror, and then I saw him raise his pistol, and that's when the shots rang out.
All right, I mean, you saw him raise his pistol. What are you talking about?
Scott Spivey, I don't want to raise his pistol and move his arm in an upward position.
All right, so what you're saying, and I'm trying to follow you said out there, is what you said is that when I saw him raising his gun was when I was looking back in the mirror?
Yeah.
As opposed to when you were right behind, is that what you're saying?
Yes, when I noticed that Roland had a gun pointed is when I looked in the side mirror, and that's when I noticed him start to raise his arm and I outrode this. I don't remember, I mean, completely honest, my memory of it, the way I see it, the way, every time I replace it in my head, this writing is not the best depiction of what it happened, if that makes sense. I don't know why. This is actually my first time sitting here, him reading it through to me, I mean, when I viewed it, just doesn't. The driver of the black truck started to put his pistol upward. I yelled at my wife, gone, pushed her down. I looked in the white truck, so the driver had a pistol towards the black truck at that point. I pushed my wife down there.
The person with that phone right there.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I only fix them, Judge. I don't tear them up. I noticed you looked at me beat.
I did.
So yesterday I said that the assistant, the girl sitting next to the judge, I'm imagining that to be the Honorable Cash Money Cass, who's often in the chat. I'm going to start pretending this is Hal. This is Jim.
No, it's mixed up in my memory, so it was written down. Like I said, I pulled it up and I saw the black gun, I looked at the white truck, saw him, looked in the side mirror. This statement is not how I remember it since, how I've, but yeah, I guess this is. And I think I've heard a different, this seems different to me. Because it says I saw him raise his arm prior to then seeing the gun. That's not what I remember at all.
Say that again, I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
It says here that I saw the black driver bring his pistol to an upward position. I yelled, pushed the wife down. I looked in the white truck, saw the driver had a pistol, aimed towards the black truck at that point. I pushed my wife down. And I remember seeing the black truck with the pistol, the gentleman in the white truck pointing the pistol up, and I looked in my side mirror is when I saw him raise his pistol, and that's when the shots rang out.
Pardon me, you saw him raise his pistol. What are you talking about?
Scott Spivey, I don't want to say raise his pistol, move his arm in an upward position.
All right, so what you're saying, and again, I'm trying to follow, you said a lot there, is what you're saying is that when I saw him raising his gun was when I was looking back in the mirror?
Yeah.
As opposed to when you were right behind, is that what you're saying?
Yes, when I noticed that Roland had a gun pointed is when I looked in the side mirror, and that's when I noticed him start to raise his arm and I outrode this. I remember, completely honest, my memory of it, the way I see it, every time I replaced in my head, this writing is not the best depiction of what it happened, if that makes sense. I don't know why. This is actually my first time sitting here, him reading it through to me. When I viewed it, the driver with the light truck started to bring his pistol upward. I yelled at my wife, gun, pushed her down. I looked into the white truck, so the driver had a pistol towards the black truck at that point, pushed her down, and I heard gunshots. I didn't notice him raise his firearm until I was looking in the side mirror after I already saw Weldon Boyd have the gun from him.
Well, and either as is written in your handwritten statement, or as you're telling us today, you did see Mr. Spivey at some point in time raise his pistol and point it towards the right before there was any shooting.
No, I never once said I saw Scott Spivey point a pistol at the white truck. I said he moved his arm in an upward position is all I saw. I never saw him point a gun at that white truck ever.
And where was the gun pointed as it was being raised in an upward position? Towards the white truck or in the opposite direction?
When I heard everything go down, the gun would have been pointed 2.5 feet in front of him, at the ground still. Scott Spivey?
You said in both statements here that one is to detect McQueen on video and one in your written statement that he
started. It says that he started to bring his pistol to an upward position. I never once said it was aimed or I saw him point that firearm at your client. No, I never said that. I never witnessed that.
All right, well, let's go back this way. Who got out of the truck with a pistol?
Scott Spivey.
And the usual words, he was brandishing that pistol down by his side.
Brandishing is just an expression used when a firearm is out of its holster. But that's my definition of it.
Well, you had the slide back.
In his right hand,
yes.
And it's not in a holster.
Yes.
And he is facing towards the white truck, which has just come to a stop.
Yes.
And he's yelling, presumably at the people in the white truck.
Yes.
And he's facing the white truck.
Yes.
And he has the gun in his right hand, and at some point in time, there is an upward motion of that gun.
Yeah, I saw his, yes.
Yeah.
Started to make an upward motion. He started to make an upward motion.
Well, again, there had to be something that puts the word upward in your mind.
When your arm is down at a right angle, when you move it a little bit up, that's upward. You're coming upward.
I got you.
His arm, the gun of the pistol was by his pocket. Like I said before, his arm moves forward. Like I said, all I saw was like this. It wasn't this. When your arm is down at a right angle, you move it a little bit up. That's upward. You're coming upward.
I got you.
It's arm, the gun of the pistol is by his pocket. Like I said before, his arm moves forward. I mean, like I said, all I saw was like this. It wasn't this. It wasn't this. I just saw his arm was here, and that's it. Like I said, when I say start, his arm barely moved.
Well, you're moving it now, from down and moving it up, barely or slightly.
I don't know, I kind of want to look at the zoom out one more time. It's interesting to see the deposition setup.
Like I said, when I say start, his arm barely moved.
Well, you're moving it now, from down and moving it up, barely or slightly upward, correct? But there's no doubt that there was an upward motion to the gun, however slight it may be.
In my mind, if you're going from your pocket anywhere forward to your thigh, it's an upper position, yes, sir.
All right. And at that time, no shots have been fired, has it?
That's not how we're loose.
All right. And you don't know who fired first. You know how many guns fired?
I can tell you it wasn't. You're asking me if I heard like a pop, 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 and a pop, 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 numerous guns. No, I just heard pop, 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 pop. There was no pause in the gunfire. There was no like. I didn't hear like a pow, 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 like that. It was just a pop, 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 like,
To go back when Mr. Spivey stopped in the roadway, if Mr. Boyd had attempted to go around him, he would have run into you coming towards Highway 9.
Yes, sir.
All right. So and Mr. Spivey's truck was parked in the roadway in your lane of travel.
Yes.
All right. Just a second, Mr. McMurrough, let me look at the reminder of the table sometime. Mr. McMurrough, would you be opposed to coming to South Carolina to testify at a hearing or trial in this matter?
I'd like to do everything in my power not have to be involved in this after this day. This was noticed for the trial, Horry. The deposition was noticed for the trial.
Well, I realize that. That's still a genuine question. Why would, what is your hesitancy, McMurrough? Just bad memory, or what is it?
I don't like the fact that the police department's involved in this multi-millionaire, and I felt like I was painted a narrative by y'all. When you guys explained to me how he was just a good guy driving 9 miles trying to make 911 calls. So I got more information and more narratives from the Boys team, and it didn't make me feel okay. I didn't like it. I felt like I was being coached into, prior to that 20th, kind of like, did you see this? What did you see? Are you sure? Really review this? Really hone in on this? And I didn't like that.
And you said you received some information from the Boyd team.
Mm-hmm. Well, you told me No, I didn't find out from you guys. I just said after the fact. You know, just like being police, getting fired and all this stuff in this small town South Carolina. I'm sorry. I mean, I just don't want to be involved. That's how I saw it. That's all I want to do. It's too involved. I have 4 children in the business.
All right,
And I was reached out to you by the New York Times and multiple media posts trying to get my interview, calling me on my rights, saying I'm going to publish our name, publish the story, all this other stuff. So it was a lot. It's a lot.
All right, so to encapsulate, you feel like that you got information from both the Spivey and the Boyd camps at some point in time after this?
I have received no information from the Spivey. I've actually refused to communicate with them. The only lawyers I have talked to in a very brief conversation with Mr. Tinsley was last Tuesday. And I reached out to him.
All right, I understood you to say that you had received some information from the Boyd Spivey camp. Is that correct?
What it was the narrative. You know, when I get told about my testimony, what I saw, I don't know why I was told all this stuff about prior to. It was almost like it was trying to lead me or persuade me to think that this situation was something that I didn't need to know about. I didn't need all that information. I don't know why I was being told all this stuff. Why he was on the phone for all this time. Why he did this. Why he did that. He was just trying to be a good citizen. What does that matter?
Well, I understand what you're saying. Okay, I understand that. But let me say this to you. You heard and seen and various people have tried to contact you since this occurred. But you would agree that the statement that you wrote for the police and that you just read into the record was a statement that you made before you received any outside information about any of the people involved in this case.
100% accurate.
All right, and you wrote that statement to the best of your ability to tell the truth at the time.
Yes, sir.
You didn't put anything in there to deceive or mislead anybody.
No, sir, I wouldn't do that.
And when you made the 911 call, the same is true. You provide that was made before you received any information other than what you had observed that day.
Yes, sir.
And you did your best to accurately and correctly transfer what you knew to the 911 operator.
Yes, sir.
And you did not endeavor to anything wrong, misleading, or inaccurate intentionally, did you?
Absolutely not.
And then you also were body cam video by Detective McQueen in his automobile in which you made a statement, and that in the recording was made before you received any outside information about any of these people. And it was immediately after you had observed what you observed on Capstone Road.
Yes.
And at that time, you did not provide any incorrect or wrong or inaccurate or deceptive information to Detective McQueen, did you?
Not like I recall.
All right. And you stand by, just like you stand by the statement to the Horry County Police Department, you stand by your 911 call and the statement you made in the interview with Detective McQueen today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Check it for. Yeah, but yes.
That's all the questions I have.
I've got some more for housekeeping. So, Ms. McMurrough, the 911 call we talked about a little while ago, we took the recording, we gave it to the court reporter, and the court reporter transcribed it in written form, and I have it here. And he took the call. Well, can you read everybody? Yeah. And they had labeled 2 and 9. 2 against 2. I might show you what. I'm asking the reporter to mark it as 2. And I submit to you that this is a written transcript of the audio recording between you and the 911 operator, and you're welcome to read all of you like to read any of it. My question to you is, you have any reason to think this transcript is not an accurate depiction of what you described to the 911 operator?
Well, you see, this right here contradicts my statement. That's why I'm not call.
So I want the contradiction.
It does. It says, this is right here, my phone number, the guy in the white truck has done wrong. I mean, wait a second, he got his truck with a pistol down. This is how I remember it. He told the guy, do not follow anymore. The guy in the white truck had his gun down, played at him. And the guy in the black truck kind of like moved his pistol. The guy in the white truck just unloaded a complete magazine at the guy. So that's why this is confusing to me, because this is a completely different depiction than what I thought 911. Because this here says that I saw the guy in the black truck raise the pistol, and then the white guy pulled it. And that's not what I remember. This right here is the most accurate description of my memory.
Someone write that down for me. What I handed you is the transcript of 911 call. Did you understand that?
Yeah, that happened immediately after. This was 2.5 hours after sitting in Horry with no text. How accurate it was. I don't know.
Do you believe this defendant's 2 is an accurate depiction of the total 911 operator?
I have the whole thing on the first page. I don't know if it's pretty much true. I'll stipulate that it is, can you? Yeah. I mean, this is, I mean, both are. In fact, this is my recording, this is my handwriting, they don't match.
Well, then, I'll submit to you, eyewitness testimony is oftentimes not perfect between one narrative story and the next. So that's not something we're being critical of, we're just trying to understand. Let me show you number 9, this record. This is, I submit to you the transcript of the body cam recording that you had when you were in car. You were taking so that's 9.
So he's saying the 911 call is the best recollection.
This is not an accurate depiction of what you told the recording.
I don't stipulate that as well.
Anything with the stipulation, I mean, you're welcome to look at all of it if you'd like to. That's what I'm trying to do is authenticate if you have that stipulation. I submit to you 22 is a letter that I sent to you where I enclosed the USB drive, it looks like one of these drives, and on that I had enclosed electronic copies of Defendants 2 and Defendants 9, which are around one column every day. Is this what you said you do in the trash?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever actually pull up and look at it?
Never opened it.
Okay. So this is the communication you received from me. You recall receiving any other from me?
I remember you sent me a letter, I got maybe no envelope, your name on it, I put it in the trash.
Fair enough. So, did you read the letter?
No, I didn't even open it.
Okay, so you didn't even read the letter?
No.
So you don't know if that's the letter you received or not?
I have no idea what's in that package.
Okay.
It literally came right handed to me, I put it in the trash can.
So let's talk for a minute about Blaize Ward. You knew who that is? Was it? They used the name Blaize Ward.
Blaize Ward?
Do you know who that is?
No.
Okay. Earlier today, you said you didn't see another person there at the scene.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yes.
In a sedan, I think you said.
Yeah, the one I'm referring to is on the way there, trying to a white car.
Okay. So you recall seeing her at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall seeing her car at any time during the immediacy of the shooting?
I believe she was directly behind. I believe that car was directly behind because it was a white car, and then there was a white SUV that pulled up with another couple in it. But I believe she was behind them. There was a car behind her, I don't know if it was her. There was also a girl that kind of went up and came back around. So I can't recall if that was Blaize. There was a bunch of people there. But I do remember the girl we talked to was really upset. I knew there was a car behind him. I don't know if it was hers or not. I don't know if she was the one that, there was one person that kind of didn't turn in, that went out and turned around, came back and said everything. There's people there hysterical. There's another couple. There was a few people. I don't remember if it was her or I can't recall if it was her car, but I do remember a car being behind the trailer. But that could have happened. Well, after the fact, right there, I don't remember because once I didn't realize he had a trailer on his truck until after I turned around, if that makes sense. So I couldn't tell you if there's, where people were staying or anything like that.
So you remember if there was a car behind him as the shooting occurred?
I do, but I don't know if it was her car or not.
Okay.
But also I'm confused if it was the SUV with the older couple in it. There was like a bigger white silver Escalade also that was kind of off to the side of the road. So I can't recall who was directly behind him during the shooting. Honestly, when I pull around, because I don't know. But I do remember the only one being there. So when I spoke to pretty good.
I don't have any other further questions for you. Thanks for your time and attention.
The last one, the written statement fairness to you just didn't have the details that maybe you had in the 911 call.
Yeah.
Or the details that you've been asked today.
Yes.
And this idea of don't know who shot first, the first person you see shooting, as you said in the 911 call, is the guy driving the white truck with appeared to run his magazine through the windshield. Mm-hmm. That's a yes.
Yes, that my depiction. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all I have. That's it.
Okay, is that it? Oh, finally done with the deposition.
That will be it for Mr. McMurrough.
And so for the record, all of the statements, 911 call, 911 transcript, interview on scene, body cam, transcript, video deposition, and the type transcript. 6 things more or less. They're all in purpose of the hearing.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right. Only thing we don't have is him.
That's correct. We tried.
All right.
Judge, it is 11:47. You want to move to the next witness or take a break?
Tell me what you got.
We called Officer Higgs with the Horry County Police Department. Your Honor, he probably was crossed, 45-minute witness.
Need a break? Try to get him done for lunch.
And it's called Officer Kerry Higgs.
Close-up of Cash Money Cass's evil twin. And Jim, they're on the same screen. Hold on, we have the Cass and Jim imposters on the same screen.
As long as verifying the testimony you're about to give the court in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Speaking to the microphone, so you can sit.
Kerry Higgs.
Officer Higgs, how are you?
Good.
Excited to be here? Okay. Where are you currently employed?
Horry County Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Horry County Police Department?
I was hired in October 2022.
2022. So, in what capacity are you employed?
Private first class, police officer.
And in 2023, the same thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what exactly is private first class? What are your primary duties? What capacity do you?
Call responsiveness, traffic, some of the things of that. Any 911 calls, wellness checks.
Do you respond to call? Part of your duties is to respond for calls for service.
Sir.
Okay. And did you respond to a call back on 9 September of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And was that to Camp Swamp Road and Highway 9?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at the time you got that call, do you remember what it was for?
The call started out in the North Precinct. It was called for road rage, with someone following and depicting where they were going.
Okay. Say that for me again a little clearer there. It was a call for what again?
It was a call for road rage incident that started off in the North Precinct, which is prior to my sector, before the river. And then it ended up coming into the West Precinct, going up towards Camp Swamp.
Okay. And you mentioned just a second ago, the call came in that somebody was doing what?
There was a road rage incident where a vehicle was driving people off the side of the road, a gentleman with a firearm. There was actual multiple calls going for it.
And was it being relayed to you at that time that somebody was on the phone with 911 directing
Yes.
where this vehicle was at on the roadway?
Yes.
As a police officer, if somebody calls 911 and they're reporting a dangerous driver, whatever their conduct may be, they're reporting that on the roadway. You obviously are going to try to get out to where that person is, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you find it helpful in your job if there is somebody who is on the phone with dispatch helping to give you direction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you the first police officer to arrive on that scene?
Yes, sir, I was.
And do you recall about what time? First, I'm going to hand you this, just so you've got it. This is marked as Defendants Exhibit 20. It's the case report from the Horry County Police Department. I've got it flipped just to help you and save some time to the page of your report in case you need it. But do you recall about what time you arrived on the scene?
The dispatch time was around 18:04, which is 6 p.m., around 6 p.m. I believe that I arrived at Camp Swamp around 6:10.
And can you sort of walk the judge through what you observed when you first got on scene, what you did?
When I got on scene, it was a little hectic with traffic. Camp Swamp is a route that people go to and from Tabor City often. Pulling up, there was multiple vehicles coming from Camp Swamp towards Highway 9. There was also a couple vehicles that were behind Mr. Boyd's truck trying to go around. There was actually a vehicle with a boat on trailer behind trying to go up, and I had to veer my cop car around them to be able to get out and out of Highway 9.
So when you first arrived on the scene, who do you see out there? What is everybody doing? You know, kind of help paint a picture for us. We're going to play your body camera in just a minute, but I'd like to hear your recollection.
Okay. I did notice there was a bunch of cars in the median for a turnaround on 9 while I was coming up. There's also cars parked on the side of the road on the left side prior to Camp Swamp. The vehicles that were in the roadway trying to go around everybody. When I got around to the back, there was a white SUV, there was a truck and a trailer. Mr. Boyd was out of his vehicle. When I exited my vehicle, he was approaching me. I did notice that there was a gentleman in an orange shirt off to the right side by the white SUV.
You see the gentleman in the orange shirt, do you know who he is, or do you know now today who he was?
He was one of the witnesses. I can't recall his name.
Terry Wright, maybe?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, I'd like to play a Defendant's Exhibit 56, is that correct? Okay. 56, which is the body camera from Mr. Higgs. You'll hit pause real quick, Mayor Catherine. Your Honor, just so the court's aware of this body camera, the full body camera will be entered into the record, but just for the court's time, there's about, I think, 15 to 25 minutes of it at the beginning that I'm going to publish. And certainly if they'd like to play the whole thing, or if you want to play it later, you can. All right, go ahead.
Maybe it's going to do that weird beep thing that body cams sometimes do.
The lower section? I believe actually that right there is going to be business 9, coming through the middle floors.
The first time I've taken so far, I've got a couple of things in here saying that both vehicles are on Camp Swamp Road. I'm not sure how it works.
Camp Swamp and not out here.
How you get a 10-3 to town, go to Austin, how you get a 10-3 go to Austin.
We've got 5:45 here, that's a lapse on the clock, so, you know, you return this, is that about how long it took you to get there is what I'm asking?
I believe that it took probably 10 minutes for me to get to being on scene.
Okay.
It's the comment there, I just want to clarify. He knows why it's not so.
Yeah. What he's asking Officer Higgs is at the top of this body camera, it's got a date and it's got a timestamp on it. It does not appear to line up with what actual time of day it is. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, the hour.
Yeah, the hour on that. Can you explain it?
For Zulu time?
Zulu time. Yeah, that's what he's asking about.
Okay. It's time dictated by assuming the body camera company for time changes. Also,
The point is, it's 18:05, 18:09:55,
yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Jeff.
What's going on? They saw everything. He held a gun to us on the interstate. He ran us off the road. We were calling. I was taking pictures of his license plate. When I turned in here, he got out of that truck, had his pistol, he racked it, aimed, and shot. Me and Brian started shooting back. I mean, I can't. He was shooting at us. Why would he do that? They saw everything right there. No, we're good. He's deceased.
This is the co-defendant. So this is the co-defendant speaking.
They saw. I know about this one. You know about this one?
Where's that?
It's right here.
Leaders, I'll take yours.
There's the other co-defendant.
Opinions flip.
What type of gun do you have?
I think it's wrong. So I'm a veteran. I did not do this. I did not go out shot him. He shot us first.
He shot at you? Or
He shot 100%. I was trying to back up and get away, and then he started discharging the firearm.
Sure.
Yeah, he shot
We can see in that corner of the frame there. What are you doing there?
Placing his pistol inside my vehicle so I can secure it.
Secure the weapon, make sure it's not armed.
Sure.
And you want to secure that weapon in your vehicle.
Yes, sir.
So not be, nobody can get to it.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, okay.
Yeah, Boyd.
I can't tell you what to do. Send for you. Keep going, please. Checking on the vehicle, black Chevy, North Carolina plate, Romeo Charlie 1538. Sorry. I need a couple more units just to try to get some of this traffic down. Yeah, for it. As long as that makes sense.
I want to just ask you a question about this. When you arrived on this day, we're watching you walk back and forth. There's some distance between these vehicles.
Yes, sir.
They are not very close together, are they?
No, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
I got the main caller. Anybody trying to call in anything earlier on 9? Something about somebody bringing some pistol on.
There's a lot of people that saw it over.
Is that what you got?
See a lot. Okay, it's over.
I got multiple victims, witnesses saying that the victim jumped out, French pistol.
shot at them and then jumped back in the vehicle and then shot at them. Nah, I don't want to get hit by nobody.
What are you doing right now?
Repositioning my vehicle since the other cars aren't there to try to stop any other vehicles from coming into the scene.
Second car dies. Pick up truck, I'll get it for you. Sir! Sir! Step away from that side. Sir? Yeah. What was it? No. I want you to sit.
What did you just remove from the passenger seat of Weldon Boyd's vehicle?
That was going to be the passenger's firearm that he stated that was in the passenger seat of the vehicle.
You're doing the same with it that you did with
Yes, sir.
Weldon's gun, which is...
Securing it in my vehicle. Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Rick.
I'd like to try to get somebody live trapped off of Ken Swamp coming tonight. Yes, sir.
What are you pointing at there?
I'm trying to wait them to stop their advance so they can turn off. There's a side street into a development right before where that sign is on the back side of it. Goes into one of the newer developments that are out there that way they can go around the crime scene and stop that through.
Understood. And now I've got the...
I just want you to sit down, calm down, take a breath. There's nothing to be sorry about. Just sit down and take a breath, sir. All right.
What are you doing right now? Well, you got something out of the back of your car and you're going,
My crime scene tape so I can section off that side.
and what's the point of doing that?
Attempt to secure the crime scene.
All right, let's stop it. I'm not going to play any more of that. We saw you on the body camera video there with your cell phone.
Yes, sir.
And you were taking, first off, let me ask you this. When you arrived on the scene, was the driver's door to Mr. Spivey's vehicle open?
Yes, sir.
Was any other of the doors open?
No, sir.
Okay. We saw you walk around and so you opened the doors.
Yes, sir.
Why'd you do that?
To make sure actually that no one else is in there.
Okay.
And to get a little bit more information.
Okay. When you say a little bit more information, what information would you be looking at?
Is it any position of firearms or anything like that in the vehicle that may be crucial to not be moved?
Can you take pictures with your phone, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Or not with your body camera, but is there an app that's connected to it?
Yes, sir. This Axon app goes through the.
And you can take photographs with that, and then this right there.
You upload that on evidence.com.
Okay, so it's all one system?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendants 37G, F, E, D, C, B, and A. I'm not going to publish these because of the nature of them, but I want to walk through these if you'll hold them up so the judge can see here. And I'll go through
The
them.
camera guy ran around and was like,
What can we observe back here? Or did you, let me ask it this way, what did you observe?
The main reason for this picture is for identification of the vehicle, tag number. You can also see that there are multiple rounds going in, but there's also rounds coming out of the tailgate.
Coming out of the tailgate?
Yes.
Okay, indicating that there was gunfire coming from inside out of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was the purpose of this photograph here?
The purpose of this photograph was to solidify where the firearm was in the vehicle.
And where was it?
By his right hand.
Let me ask you something else about this picture. What do you see there in the top left corner? You recognize that item?
Yes, sir. It's an extended magazine.
An extended magazine?
Yes.
When you say extended magazine, I'm sure it's...
For larger capacity.
Larger capacity rounds. What is this photograph here? I will explain what you've done there.
It's a shell casing on the outside of the vehicle. It's Mr. Spivey's driver's side front tire. The reason that notepad is there is my personal notepad. All those notepads are within the definitive measurements. So it's 2x4. So it shows the distance from the tire where that casing was in case it gets kicked or it gets moved.
Okay. And it getting kicked or getting moved, that could be a potential problem out there on this crime scene, couldn't it?
Yes.
Why?
It kind of has the shell casings act very weird when they hit pavement. They tend to roll, they tend to move. They're very light. Wind can move them. Cars driving by can move them. Cars can run them over. All of those things.
If cars run them over, what could happen?
They can actually be removed from the crime scene.
Okay. And we saw, just watched your video, we had quite a few cars coming through that crime scene. You reviewed that footage prior to today, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea, just a guess of how many cars drove through that crime scene before you could tape it off?
Before I could tape it off, as soon as I arrived, I noticed one vehicle already exiting. 2 others went by, one with the boat trailer. In total, there was 19 vehicles along with that boat trailer.
19 vehicles, what you
Yes,
counted. Okay, I was going to show you pictures, but you already got a count, so that's good. We don't need to do that. Yes. And this shell casing here was found outside of Mr. Spivey's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this picture is just...
Again, it's for positioning magazine, other options,
position of the owner.
items in the vehicle. Yes,
This is just another photograph of the same, correct?
yes, sir. A little bit closer up to where the firearm was located.
And this photograph?
Sir, that's a gunshot wound into the side.
Okay. All right, thank you. And Officer Higgs, I'm almost done. I'm sure this goes without saying, but I'm going to ask it, so please don't be offended. You did not manipulate this crime scene in any way?
I did. I opened the doors.
Well, other than your investigative work, I guess what I'm asking, you did not remove any items of evidence. You did not add any items of evidence. You did not change the position of the weapon or the body or anything of that nature.
No, sir.
Okay. Of course, I love it, Sean. Last question. You don't know Weldon Boyd?
No.
You don't know Bradley Williams?
No.
You don't know Terry Ryder or any of the other witnesses that were out there on the scene, do you?
No.
You don't know anybody connected with this case?
No.
No further questions. Officer Higgs, I'm sure Mr. Tinsley has something for you.
Mr. Martin, you don't have any?
Lord, Mr. Moss, I think.
Just want to make sure for the record I'm off.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Tinsley, you are.
Thank you. I'm quarter of mine, How about
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ready.
And Your Honor, while he's marking those, I just want to make sure for the record, we're putting 37A, B, C, D, E, F, and G.
A through which?
You didn't say H, just do G?
A through G, yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'll make that record in a moment if we were doing that thing.
I'm all back.
Wait, no, since you got such a bag, you can do that.
No, okay.
All right, for the record, the defense introduced and placed from the video several photographs, 37 A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, and that's for the purpose of today's hearing. Mr. Tinsley's now marked plaintiffs exhibit 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I presume no objections from the defense as to his photographs, which will be introduced for the purpose of today's hearing.
No.
Very well.
Yeah, no, Your Honor.
Yeah, and just so, and I'll hand them to you officer, before I start asking questions. So, Mr. Martin, we saw in the video you were taking pictures, right?
Sir.
And you're taking this with your cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And then you upload them into the, what is it?
It's the Axon Evidence Act.
So, and that's Horry County's evidence system, correct?
Yes.
And so what I've handed you is the actual photos after you uploaded them, right? And just look through those and tell me if those, the same photos. I think some of them are the same as what he's marking. You just see the timestamp on these. I'm going to show them. I just want you to verify and then I'm going to use them.
Did you blow you up in here?
No.
Okay. Sure.
The second most important person.
I don't know, she might be most important.
Maybe probably right.
She has to listen to all of us.
These are all photos you took, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So one of the things that you're doing when you're coming to this scene is it's just an ordinary course. As a matter of policy and practice, what you do is you're there to secure the scene, right?
Correct.
And you know you're not the detective who's going to do the investigation of whatever's going on. You're doing your best to secure the scene.
Correct.
And we see you walking around the scene with your phone, but your body cam's on. You know that, correct?
Yes.
And as you're walking, you're looking for evidence.
Yes, sir.
And all these cars, the 19 cars or whatever, did you meet at Mr. Martin's office to count those, or you did that on your own?
No, sir, I did that on mine.
Okay. But all those cars, as they're coming through, you're still watching the scene, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you're doing the best that you can do to make sure nothing's happening to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Because it's important.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't see anything happen to the scene, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't see any shell casings carried away, did you?
No, sir.
And in fact, because that door's open and we see in Exhibit A, and this is a photo that you took. It's a lot easier when I got somebody else running, but you took this photo at 6:17, and we saw in the video we watched at 6:17, the door's still open, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've opened the passenger door and left it open.
Both passenger doors, yes, sir.
But you didn't touch the driver's door, did you?
No, sir.
And so as the 19 cars came down Camp Swamp Road, you agree with me, they didn't drive in the vicinity that's immediately behind the driver's door, right?
Back and forward, yes.
This area of pavement that we see right here, you agree they're not driving in that area?
Correct.
And on the video, the 19 cars, you never saw any cars driving in that area either, did you?
No, sir.
They came around, they might have crossed over into that lane, but that was back in that big wide distance that Mr. Martin told you about between the two trucks.
Sir.
You don't have any reason to believe that any shell casings would have been carried off by cars passing as slow as we saw in the video.
If there was more casings out there, they would have been.
If there were casings in the area behind that door, down the side of that truck, or immediately behind that truck, you agree with me they would not have been, correct? From the yellow line to the tire.
No, sir. If there was any casings that were by the yellow line, they could have been moved by the vehicles going by.
From the yellow line to the tire behind that door, no car went in that area.
No, sir.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you looked, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is Exhibit 9, and you take it's hard to read, 633, but that's the shell casing that you found, and we're going to go back. It's almost under the tire, right there, correct?
Sir.
You don't know when that shell casing came to be there, either, do you?
Prior to
your arrival.
Sir.
How it got there, you don't know, do you? And then you laid a pad by it, because you're actively looking for shell casings, right?
Correct, sir.
That's the only one you found, correct?
Yes, sir. By vehicle.
Yes, sir. And I appreciate that. Look, that's the only one you found in Mr. Spivey's vehicle.
Correct.
But you did find one outside of the vehicle, on the running board of Mr. Boyd's vehicle, that's Plaintiffs Exhibit 11, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you took a picture of that.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've been in here, and you've been hearing some of the testimony, and you heard the 911 discussion with Mr. McMurrough that Mr. Boyd's windows were up at the time of the shooting, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You agree with me that those probably fell out at some point in time when they're getting in or out, correct?
Correct.
That doesn't mean that Mr. Boyd was outside his, and this is the driver's side, correct? You took another picture. See the yellow line?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's Exhibit 13. That shell casing doesn't tell us anything about when it got there, does it?
No, sir.
And remember, I stopped you at the beginning, because at the beginning we talked about the fact that the Zulu time and what time you got there?
Yes.
And you said 6:10, and it was 5 seconds from that to 6:09:55, right? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. So if Mr. Boyd has photographs of Scott Spivey's body that were taken in base stamp, time stamp, metadata, at 6:05, 20 seconds, and then again at 6:05 and 57 seconds, that would have been before you got there, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
There wasn't any way to see that body until you got up there and got in that door, was there?
No, sir.
Okay. You heard on the 911 call that EMS is inbound, and you know they had already ordered a wagon to come and transport the body, right?
It's the process of it. If there's a deceased person, that an ambulance would be the ones to identify that person was deceased, and then the coroner would be notified through the ambulance.
Well, 911, point of fact is that Damon Vescovi had already told him he needed to transport one body, correct?
I don't know what time he stated that.
I didn't say what time. He says it at the beginning when he gets there. You don't dispute that, right? And we can go back and play it.
If you'd like to, I would like that. I wasn't listening for
Sure.
his directives.
Let me ask you this. This photo we marked as Exhibit 8, I'm going to have... Well, I'm sorry. I'll come back.
Can we confirm how many EMS one is one of those? Can we confirm how many cases we have to go?
I just need one wagon. I just want no fire in there.
I just need one wagon. You heard him tell that?
One, just
To transport the body, right?
if that's what he's speaking about for the coroner.
Now that was...
That'd be an ambulance though, not the coroner. The coroner's separate.
Okay.
They have a wagon that comes after.
Regardless, it says, I just need one wagon, right?
Correct. For our policy, if there is a large crime scene, and the way Horry County Fire works is they will send one ambulance and one fire truck towards the scene. I don't know what he's exactly speaking about, but anytime that I've been the lead on a case similar, shooting or anything like that, where someone was injured, I would make sure that only one person would come in to that crime scene to verify that that person was deceased.
Okay. So let's talk about policies of Horry County since you pulled them up. Policies of Horry County dictate that you would separate the witnesses, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you didn't do that, did you?
That was not my job.
But you didn't do it?
I did once I recognized that what was happening, sir.
About an hour later?
Sir.
And we saw the gathering with the Wrights and Weldon Boyd and Bradley Williams there, but for an hour they talked, right?
I don't know if they were all speaking together about certain things.
I want to, this is unfortunately, because I'm technologically challenged, this is how we're going to get it up here so we can save time. Can you zoom it in? All right, so now we see the clock is, it's almost a full hour later, correct?
I'm sorry, Mark, I missed for a second. This is more than body cam, right?
I don't believe this is his body cam. We're going to see him in 1 second. But you, same Zulu time, now we're a full hour later, right? And who is that gentleman there?
That's our night watch commander, Lieutenant Doug Desean.
He's above you.
Yes, sir.
Is he above everybody else that's at the scene at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Leary was very hard there. Everybody wants to go see what happened.
That's you, right?
Live down there?
Yes, sir.
You know how to go there.
Yes.
There's 3 different ways.
Not all the way through Horry.
Well, that's right up there. I don't want the witnesses talking to the people involved. I don't want them discussing, talking together. That's why we need to separate witnesses. Hey, y'all stay away from each other for the time being.
So he first asked
Get away
Officer
from each other.
Scobie, is that thing on? Talking about his body cam. And then he tells y'all he doesn't want witnesses talking to each other, and then this is when you go and separate them.
Yes, sir.
But before that, in violation of policy, they had been allowed to talk for an hour.
Yep.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And remember, this lawsuit is just against Boyd and Williams. This is not a lawsuit that involves anything with what the law enforcement officers, supervisors, any of them were doing.
You heard Mr. Boyd in the video that we watched say that he shot Scott Spivey. That's what he told you, right?
Yes, sir.
You heard him say that he was trying to back up and get away, and that Scott Spivey started discharging firearm, didn't you?
Correct.
Your Honor, do you still have Mr. McMurrough's deposition?
Yes, sir, right there.
That's first.
911 call. I'm not sure I had that with
Need you.
I don't listen to it this morning.
I believe you're correct, Your Honor. You did not have it.
No reference to it, boss.
I'm going to have him read the statements again. I'm kidding. I apologize, Your Honor. All right, so this is Plaintiffs Exhibit 1, and you saw that video. This is Detective, is it McQueen or Quick? I get it confused.
That would be McQueen.
Okay, so this is the in-car video, and all I did was took a screen grab. Can you scroll just to see this two of them? You agree with me that if Weldon Boyd is doing that at that point in time before he shoots, he is not trying to back up?
Correct. If he didn't have any hands on the steering wheel or anything like that?
Patience is not my strongest. Officer Higgs, you looked at that driver's door, didn't you?
Sir.
And you didn't see any bullet holes in that driver's door, did you?
No, sir.
And you're taking this photo, the purpose of this photo is to take pictures of all the bullet holes that are in the back, the tailgate of Scott Spivey's truck, and into the cab of Scott Spivey's truck, correct?
The purpose of that photo is to try to get the entirety of that vehicle.
Okay, earlier you looked at the bullet holes, you were discussing it. And the only place you see bullet holes, essentially where I described them, into the back of his truck.
Yes, sir.
Is it also the policy of Horry County that body cams will not be turned off as long as the suspects are still on the scene?
No.
That's not policy?
The policy dictated at that time that they can be turned off after you were told to do so by a supervisor.
Okay, and that's what happened shortly after you separated the witnesses, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
At some point later, body cams all get turned off. Yes?
Yes.
At some time after that, most of them get turned back on.
Yes, sir, some of them.
Okay. You don't know why that happened, do you?
So sometimes when people come into an area and their body camera turns on, it's an aerial issue, not an issue, but an aerial thing with all the body cameras. If there's one that turns on, it will turn the rest of them on.
Do you remember Dave Muscovy asking you how to mute the recording of his dash camera?
I do.
And would you like to see the video?
Sure.
So the time is 23:56, correct?
According to that, yes, sir.
Yeah.
How do you turn the mic off on the cameras? I have no idea. Who's it? Higgs. Hey, Higgs. How do you cut the mic off on the camera? They turn the mic off. I want to mute it. You have to go on the...
This thing video, crazy.
During that conversation, Weldon Boyd sitting on the trailer of his truck, correct?
Correct.
That wouldn't be in accordance with the policies of Horry County, would it? To mute the mic so that it couldn't be heard what was happening?
I don't believe so, sir.
That's the opposite of what you were trying to do that day to document the evidence, wasn't it?
Correct.
That would clearly be a violation of the policy, would it not?
Correct.
And nonetheless, they got turned off, correct?
All of our, my camera was on
Did.
way before that. I can't dictate when he turns his on or turns his off.
No, because you weren't his supervisor, were you?
No, sir.
And the supervisors were controlling what was happening at that point, weren't they?
At that point, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Mark?
Just one quick question. You also heard Frank McMurrough testify earlier here in his deposition video that he also did not even see that there was a passenger in Mr. Boyd's vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
They're good. They're good.
Thanks, sir.
All right, Chief Parks, let's take a break. It's 12:40. I think 2 o'clock sounds good. Give everybody an ample lunch break. Enjoy.
All right, and then they split the feeds on this day, so let's go to part 2. Okay, and part 2 kind of starts in the middle of it. Like they're just talking already.
All right, what's your young man's name right beside you?
Hugh.
How much time did he spend with you this morning? Teaching you all this stuff?
It's going to be so hard. Good answer. That's
I'm a quick study. He's gotten you in early and catching you up.
trying to learn to it.
You don't have to have a copy of what this? Yeah. Which one is it?
Phillips, what was your first name? Angela. Okay.
You got it, Brian? I can give this one.
Got it. Okay, Dr. Phillips, if you would tell the judge about yourself and your qualifications to have performed this autopsy in the case here.
Okay. So I have completed my undergraduate education in anthropology from New York University. I have a graduate degree in human nutrition from Columbia University in New York, 4 years of medical school upstate New York, and then 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology training before one final year of forensic pathology training here at MUSC in Charleston, and that's where I stayed on and worked for the last 10 years.
You got warm weather and stay.
That's why I stayed.
I figured you out.
We would offer her as an expert in the field of pathology.
Any more, Doctor, the Witness being qualified, an expert for the purposes here?
Yeah.
All right, she's so qualified.
Okay.
I'm glad they
Dr.
skipped through
Phillips,
that.
did you perform an autopsy on the person of Scott Spivey that was the subject that is the deceased in this case?
Yes.
All right, and when did you do that?
That was in September of 2023.
Okay. And you did this in your capacity as an examiner for the Medical University of South Carolina, correct?
Correct.
All right. And if you would explain to the court, we don't have a jury in this case, it's just the judge here. If you would explain to the judge what you did and what you found.
Okay. So the basics of the autopsy is an external and internal examination of the body for the purposes of determining the cause of manner of death. In this case, the cause of death was deemed a gunshot wound to the right side of the back. He also had a second gunshot wound, which was a grazed gunshot wound on the left cheek, and there were some minor injuries on his legs.
Okay, and let me ask you this. When did you actually perform the autopsy?
The specific date of the autopsy is the 12th of September, 2023.
All right, and what time of day would we be talking about?
That would be in the morning. I don't recall the specific time.
Okay, and did you establish the cause of death?
Yes.
Tell the court what the cause of death was.
I determined the cause of death to be the gunshot wound to the right side of his back.
Okay. And the other injuries that you noted were not fatal in any nature?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So we're talking about one gunshot wound to the right side of the back?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. In terms of where the gunshot wound entered the body, was there anything unusual about the gunshot entry wound itself?
The gunshot entry wound is slightly irregular. It has the usual features of an entrance wound, an abrasion or a scrape margin along it. The edges of the wound where the bullet goes in and creates a scrape or an abrasion on the outer surface of the skin. There was no soot, there was no stippling. The location of the gunshot wound is on the right side of the back near the axillary region or the axillary crease, where your axillary crease is basically your armpit and the crease behind your arm.
And you describe that as the ancillary region?
Axillary.
Axillary. Can you spell it for the court report?
A-X-I-L-L-A-R-Y.
And that would be under the armpit area?
Yes, the axillary region is that armpit region, and when I say axillary crease, it's the crease that forms on the back and front of the arm when your arm is down.
Hey, waiter, here, come here. If you would, how about use this young man as a model, and if you would show the judge as we get a little closer where she might want to come down. I don't know. Will you ask her?
Y'all love free movement.
Okay.
Okay. So on the right side of his back, the axillary crease would be where the line or seam of his jacket is, right here. Armpit region, obviously armpit. And the gunshot wound was in this region here. So that muscle fat area that is just behind where the armpit crease is.
And that is the ancillary area of the body?
Axillary.
Axillary, I'm sorry. Now, again, if you would describe to the judge the path of the bullet through the body.
So the bullet enters here on the right side towards the armpit region and travels through the body towards the front. And I pulled part of the bullet out from underneath the pectoral muscles, which is on the chest here. And another part of the bullet remained in the chest cavity on the right. and was on the diaphragm, which is the muscle that sits below your lungs. So it separated once it got inside of the body. One part continued to the left side of the chest, and one part stayed in the right side of the chest.
All right, and if you use this rod that I have here, the bullet would have traveled through their body from right to left?
So it would have been right to left and front to back with a very slight upward trajectory.
You said front to back.
Sorry, back to front.
Thank you.
Correct.
All right, and again, there was no bullet that entered directly in the back and came out the front side.
Correct. It did not go directly in the middle of the back, and the trajectory was not straightforward. It was across the body.
So would I be fair to say, instead of, though there was an angle to it, the bullet traveled through the body from the right side to the left side?
Yes, it did.
Moving ever so slightly forward as it traveled that way?
It moved forward in comparison to where it entered the body towards the back.
Okay. And was the bullet wound that you found consistent with having struck the body of the deceased while the right arm was in an upward position?
That is one position that he could have been in to expose that area for the gunshot wound to enter where it did and travel across the body in that trajectory.
And if the arm had been down and in a backwards position of any way, the bullet would have entered, could have entered, would have entered, or struck the tricep as well as the back area where it entered into.
There we go. If his arm is down in this position, the gunshot wound enters here. This muscle would be in the pathway of the bullet and would have likely gotten injured. So the arm probably had to be up or somewhere over to expose this area.
And if the arm had been in this position with a pistol in the hand, and somebody was making that turn, is that consistent with the bullet having entered the body in that way?
Yes, that would be consistent in that this area would be exposed if the projectile is coming from this direction, going across the body.
Okay, thank you. If you would have a seat.
So what do you think, chat? Do you think the arm was raised? Turn the intern.
Let me show you what has been marked as exhibit number 44A. And Judge, we're not going to put these on the screen because they may be somewhat graphic. Tell the judge what that's a photograph of and hand it up to him.
This is a photograph of the left side of Mr. Spivey's face taken at the time of autopsy, showing the grazed gunshot wound.
All right, and show you exhibit 44B, describe to the judge what that is and pass it to him.
So this is also a photo taken at the time of autopsy, showing the body laying on its left side, exposing the area for the gunshot wound so that I can photograph it and show the general location. The arm is pulled upward and forward, so it may create a bit of an artifact or change that wasn't necessarily there when the body was positioned as if he was alive.
All right, and let me show you defense exhibit number 42A and ask you if that depicts the gunshot wound.
This is a picture of the body at the scene as it was found. And we can see the gunshot wound in its location on the right side of his back near the armpit region.
Now, as part of the autopsy report itself, how do you do a toxicology test?
Yes, all of our forensic cases, we will draw samples to submit for toxicology, and that was done in this case.
All right, and do you test for do the toxicology test at MUSC, or you forward it to the National Medical Science Laboratories?
In this case, it was submitted to NMS, or National Medical Sciences Laboratories. That's where all of the forensic toxicology testing was performed.
And did they report back to you what their findings were?
Yes, they did submit the report back to us. I did not include it in my autopsy report because the report was completed before those results were available.
All right. Do you know what the toxicology reports in this case were?
Yes, I have a copy of it with me.
Yep, share that with the court.
In this case, his toxicology revealed ethanol or alcohol in the blood, and that's blood collected from his heart. There was also caffeine in the heart blood. We submitted urine for testing. It was tested for testosterone, creatinine, and ethanol was also tested in the vitreous fluid, which is fluid from the eyes.
All right. Exhibit 46 is the autopsy report. Does it have the toxicology?
This is the toxicology report.
All right. Is it in the evidence?
Not yet.
Not yet. Can you pull up the toxicology report? Exhibit 46, Judge, is the toxicology report associated with this autopsy.
Which is the one looking at now?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And if you would go over that with the judge again, Dr. Phillips, blood alcohol concentration is what?
So the blood alcohol concentration is 0.130, and that is just another way of stating the blood ethanol up at the top, which is 130. It's giving it in a percentage, and that's what people commonly hear when they hear about blood alcohol testing. They hear about the BAC, or the blood alcohol concentration. So that's a percentage of the alcohol in the blood at the time of testing.
And that in a common vernacular, 13?
Yes.
All right. And your field study prepare you to testify about that effects on the body, potentially, of that type of blood alcohol concentration?
Yes, I can give you a general description of what that blood alcohol concentration would do to a person, but I could not tell you what the effects were on Mr. Spivey.
And the general effects you would expect would be what?
As your blood alcohol content increases, especially up to a 0.13, you start to lose the higher executive function, and you can be disoriented, you can be sleepy, you can be aggressive. There's multiple different reactions that people have to alcohol. But commonly we just think of it as a disorientation or eventual loss of consciousness as it gets higher and higher.
And I noticed an anabolic steroid screen with the urine.
Yes.
And do you know what findings of the toxicology report said about that?
That is referring to the testosterone in the urine, and that is one of the steroids that we can identify in urine, and it is a hormone that is naturally in the body for men, and it is sometimes used by bodybuilders and other people to help build muscle.
Brian. Let me ask you this. In your findings of the gross anatomy and your examination of the body itself, did you find anything unusual at all related to the arteries of this young man and any diseases of the body itself?
I would have to refer back to my report, and I can tell you that in his cardiovascular system, his heart weighed 340 grams, which is within a normal range for someone his age and size. His coronary arteries, although they were patent, meaning there was space for blood to flow through them, did have a moderate degree of atherosclerosis or cholesterol plaque buildup in one coronary artery. That is the left anterior descending coronary artery. It's a blood vessel that runs on the front of your heart, and 50% of the lumen of that vessel was narrowed, meaning of the circle for that vessel, half of it was plugged up by cholesterol plaque.
Is that abnormal in any way for, and how old was Mr. Spivey at the time of autopsy?
I believe he was 33 years old, and it depends on his lifestyle, his diet, a number of things, but it is not entirely unusual for us to see cholesterol plaque buildup in coronary arteries of some patients.
And I know you're not a toxicologist, but as a pathologist, does that indicate to you the possibility of steroid use in the past?
It does not.
Okay. Now, I can't see that. I'm sorry.
It
She
does
said
not.
it does not to her. All right, and
Does not.
I'm sorry, it does not what?
If the use of the testosterone does not indicate for the snaring of that artery.
Okay, thank you.
all right, and let me go back, if I could, with you and ask you on page 9 of your autopsy report, if you would describe for the record the location of the gunshot wound.
Page 9.
Page 9.
I only have
You
7
don't see
pages
that?
of my autopsy
Okay.
report.
Evidence of injury. Do you have that portion of the autopsy report there with you? I'm talking about this.
I think that is the total pages of everything together.
Yeah.
In the evidence of injury, for me, it's on page 3 of 7
Okay.
of the autopsy report.
Yes, and what does that show?
The gunshot wound to the back is located specifically at 9 inches to the right of midline and 6 inches below the top of the shoulder, and that is right side of the back near the axillary region.
Okay, and if you would turn to the portion that relates to the cheek wound there, and clarify, was the wound to the cheek from front to back?
The wound to the cheek had some features that led me to believe that it could have been from front to back, and I said apparent trajectory because I wasn't very sure that that was the trajectory.
That's the way you reported in the report, is from front to back, correct?
Right, apparently from front to back.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Moss?
None, Your Honor. I proxy.
Okay, very good. All right, Mr. Tinsley.
So, I just want to be clear. Can I borrow your stick one? Yeah. Your report says, page 7, add up there, gunshot wound to the back, right?
Yes.
And I don't mean to be crass or insensitive, and I apologize. But I'm a hunter, okay? And so, how about take this stick and put it the best approximation of where that bullet ended up in his left pectoral muscle.
Gotcha. So it would be described under the evidence of injury, gunshot wound to the back, which is the second paragraph down. Recovered projectile consists of copper-colored jacketing, and that is recovered from the right hemidiaphragm. And then the gray metal partially flattened bullet is recovered from a hematoma in the left pectoral muscles. So your chest muscle attaches on the top here, comes down across, that's your pectoral. It's in a hematoma or a big blood clot collection inside of that muscle.
About here.
Yes.
All right, now, I want you to step down here. And if the judge is the shooter, he has to, you have to line up where the bullet enters to where it doesn't exit, but where it's going, right?
Correct.
So turn me so that the judge is shooting me.
You have to be facing him this way, but you're towards the back of the right side of his body, because the gun would have to be pointed at this area for that bullet to enter, and it enters right along here, because his armpit, I'm sorry,
Okay.
is right here. It would be on this part of his back, so it goes in that way, across towards the right side.
Yeah, but I want you to get behind me and I want you to line that hole up with this so that we see.
Can I use the stick?
Yes, ma'am. No, I want it. So if we were imagining the bullet's going to exit my chest, okay? We know it doesn't. It stops under the skin, correct?
Correct.
At least, so the lead center separates from the jacket. The jacket goes into the diaphragm or ends up in the diaphragm.
Correct, on the right side.
And then the center part, the lead continues and it ends up in a collection of
Blood in the left pectoral muscle.
okay, and we placed it here, and so now what I want you to do is if you were going to put the bullet through me, run the bullet through me, I want you to line it up so that from the judge's perspective, the bullet goes in a straight line, right?
Relatively speaking,
Okay,
yes.
so line me up to the judge.
You'd be at this angle.
Okay. You can have a seat, thank you. The judge is going to hear a fair amount of testimony that Mr. Boyd says that he saw Scott Spivey's shirt wrinkle or crinkle or words to that effect when he was shot. Based on your examination, that was the only wound that would have been indicated by a crinkle or wrinkle of the shirt, fair?
I think so, yes.
Okay. I mean, if he had the shirt tied up over his head, it would have, but other than that would be the only time he could have seen that, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And do you have an opinion in terms of whether or not I'm going to say care of this body before the blood sample is collected? Because there is testimony that the body was left in the car, it was towed from the scene in the car, it remained in his truck in hot temperatures for a long time. Whether or not that makes the blood test or affects the blood test in terms of alcohol.
The alcohol level does get affected by the time frame between when the person died and when we collect it. However, I don't think that it is a significant level of change in this case, and I wouldn't comment further on it because it doesn't necessarily reflect on the cause of death, which is the purpose of my autopsy.
That's right. And the cause of death is he bled to death, correct?
That is the immediate cause of death. The mechanism of how he died is blood loss.
Okay. And if you can, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty about how long Mr. Spivey would have lived with that wound?
With the injuries that he had from that chest wound, injured all of the organs in his chest, it affected the large vessels coming off of his heart, both lungs. It can be anywhere from seconds upward of a minute or more until the blood pumps out and fills the cavities.
And if we go back to, we don't have the toxicology screen where, let me just hand you mine. we don't need to go back, but it says there in the center, and this is Defendants Exhibit 46, testing requested, correct?
Yes.
And that was requested by Horry County PD, correct?
The testing panel that we did, the post-mortem expanded blood, that's our standard request. The anabolic steroids screen and alcohol panel specifically on fluid, those were specifically requested by the coroner's office to be performed.
Of Horry County?
Yes.
Okay. And just so the court's clear, there were at least, we deposed Mr. Bauer, the toxicologist from the lab, there were at least 27 different ways that they checked for anabolic steroids and none were found, correct?
I can only tell you what the report tells me.
And it tells you none were found, correct?
It tells me there was testosterone there, but I can't say if it was what's normally in the body or something that was administered.
And in terms of the cardiovascular disease that you found in Mr. Spivey's heart, that would not be inconsistent with a person with a severe family history of heart disease, would it?
It could be consistent with family history of heart disease, poor diet, poor lifestyle, a number of things.
To try to say that that was a result of a specific anabolic steroid use would be speculative in your opinion, correct?
For me, yes.
But you're the one that saw it, right?
I can't tell you that the specific anabolic steroid caused it, so I would be speculating.
And you're the one who actually saw his heart?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
One question, clarification. In terms of after that wound was sustained, it eventually was fatal, I think you and I had talked about the fact that in this instance, if the deceased was shot outside the truck, he would or could have had the ability to get back into the truck and continue to shoot his gun for some limited period of time.
There is potentially a period of time where he could have done that. I wouldn't be able to say that that happened because I wasn't there, and I can only tell you what I saw at the autopsy.
But the injury that you saw would have allowed that, would have allowed time for it.
Yes, it's possible that he would have had time for that.
That's all I have.
All right, you're done. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Safe travels.
It looks like we have a video.
And now, Judge, we will release Dr. Phillips. And we would offer the deposition of toxicologist Justin Brower, B-R-O-W-E-R.
Yes.
Judge, this is a video deposition that was
Now on the
taken
record.
just last week. Dr. Justin Brower, he is the toxicologist that did the testing on this case for National Medical Sciences Laboratories.
Time monitor is 10:10 a.m. Today's date is February 12th, 2026. It's a video recorded deposition of Dr. Justin Brower in the matter of Jennifer Foley as personal representative of the state of Scott Spivey versus Charles Weldon Boyd and Kenneth Williams. This deposition is being conducted remotely through Zoom. Counsel, please introduce yourselves, after which our court will administer the oath.
Natasha Hannah, I represent the estate of Scott Spivey along with Mark Tinsley.
Morgan Martin and O'Brien Martin, who represent Bradley Williams.
This is Kenneth Moss, I represent Charles Weldon Boyd.
Okay. Dr. Brown, if you raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Brower. We briefly met moments ago. My name is Natasha Hannah, and I, along with Mark Tinsley, represent the estate of Scott Spivey in a case where he was shot and killed. I wanted to know a little bit about you. Can you tell me your name, title, and your position at NMS Labs, please?
This is Dr. Justin Orion Brower, B-R-O-W-E-R. I am a forensic toxicologist with NMS Laboratories.
And it's my understanding, Dr. Brower, that you kind of worked your way up the ladder as far as being a forensic toxicologist, and you have, it looks like, more than 17 years of experience.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and I believe you started out as a laboratory supervisor for the North Carolina Office of Chief Medical Examiner, and then worked your way up to Associate Chief Toxicologist. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and you actually have a lot of experience in the very reason why we're here today, which is certifying postmortem drug and alcohol toxicology reports and even developing LC-MSMS confirmation methods. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and now you've served as a forensic toxicologist for NMS labs for about 4 years, it looks like?
About 3.5, correct.
Okay, great. Dr. Brower, as a forensic toxicologist, the work that you do is actually very important. Sometimes you answer questions that other people can't. Is that right?
Correct.
And even more so, it's important in the sense that you can answer questions and even provide families some closure.
That is correct.
All right, at this time, I'd like to offer Dr. Justin Brower as an expert witness in the field of forensic toxicology.
No objection. No objection.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Brower, do you have your the 3 reports that were produced in this case in front of you?
I do.
And it's my understanding you provided a pretty substantial litigation support package from NMS labs, but what we're going to be talking about today is the toxicology report that I believe encompasses about the first 13, 14 pages of that document.
Correct. I just have the toxicology reports pulled up because that's really the most relevant document for today.
I agree. All right. So it looks like there are 3 reports that were done on September 27th, 2023, October 10th, 2023, and October 24th, 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
And the 2 reports that you signed were October 10th and October 24th, 2023.
Let me just confirm that. Correct. The initial, the first report was reviewed and certified by William Schroeder, and then the case was, I believe, transferred to me because he was unavailable for testimony, and then there was additional testing added, which generated the 3rd report. So that's correct.
All right. So William Schroeder, is he a colleague at NMS Labs?
He is correct. He's a colleague of forensic toxicologist.
Okay. Were there any quality concerns or disagreement about the findings between the first report that he did and the second one that you did?
No, the reports are identical. If a case has to be reassigned to another forensic toxicologist, we review it just like we do any other case, as if we've never seen it before, because obviously we haven't seen it before, so we review it exactly the same way. There's no need to discuss anything with the other forensic toxicologist because we're just reviewing the data, making sure everything is correct and accurate. We're not coming up with any opinions or anything like that when we certify the report.
All right. And so you... Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We need to go off the record the moment we can, but quickly, he referenced a 14-page toxicology report, if I heard him correctly. I don't think, a 14-page toxicology report. I have the 3 to 4 pages that were attached to the autopsy. Is there something else?
Yeah, let's go off the record for a second, if we can, please.
Time on the monitor is 10:18 a.m. and we're back on record.
Dr. Barber, it's my understanding when you sign a report for a case, you're personally reviewing the analytical data before signing and you're surveying the results are accurate, right?
That's correct.
So let's look at, and I'm going to isolate questions to the 2 reports that you did, which was October 10th of 2023 and October 24th of 2023. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. So it looks like your October 10th of 2023 report shows 3 specimens were collected. Heart blood, urine, and vitreous fluid that were all collected on September 12th of 2023. Is that right?
Not exactly.
Okay, tell me that.
On the first report that is certified by me, we had 2 specimens, the heart, blood, and urine. And then for the 3rd toxicology report that was issued on 10/24, that is when we have the vitreous fluid that was then sent to us for additional. Okay. So really, if you want to just keep it very simple, all we have to really do is discuss the final report that has all the specimens and all the testing. We don't have to bounce between reports.
Okay, I like that. So I guess the point I was making that all 3 of those specimens were actually collected on September 12th of 2023, regardless of when you actually did the testing, right?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, that's what we have.
Okay, and on your report, both reports on page 1, it shows collection date and time, September 12th, right?
Correct.
Okay, and are you aware that Mr. Spivey died on September 9th of 2023 at approximately 5:58 p.m.?
No.
So the specimens weren't collected until about 63 hours after death, according to the report and the collection times, right?
I'll trust your math on that one.
And does that 63-hour delay raise any concerns to you as a forensic toxicologist?
It is a longer postmortem interval. The postmortem interval is the time between death and the time of specimen collection, typically at autopsy. usually like try to get an autopsy as quickly as possible. It's not of a great concern here, just due to the nature of the drugs that were not found. It can play a role in certain drugs due to postmortem redistribution, but since there was very few drugs detected, namely we just detected ethanol and testosterone, and no other like illicit or prescription drugs, it's not a great factor, unless you were to tell me that the body was markedly decomposed. But due to the nature of the death, I would imagine that the person wasn't laying around decomposing outside for that 63 hours, and they made their way to the coroner's office or autopsy facility for proper storage.
Okay. So I understand you were not aware that there was a 63-hour window of time between death and the time it was collected. Were you told that the body sat in a vehicle for about 5 hours in September 8th before it was actually transported?
Was I told that?
Yes, sir.
No, I know absolutely nothing about this case.
Okay. Would that information be relevant to you as far as being able to do this toxicology report, that a body sat in a vehicle for 5 hours after death, and then blood wasn't taken for 63 hours after that?
It's not a great concern. Most bodies aren't initially collected and transported, immediately after death. A lot of deaths are unattended and unwitnessed. So it's fairly standard that, bodies may be laying around for hours in a home or in a mobile home or outside or in a vehicle, prior to being found and transported to the proper facility.
Okay, I understand that, but it's interesting that in your comments on page 2 that you say that ethanol can also be a product of decomposition or degradation of biological samples. So if a body were sitting outside, whether it's standard or not, it could be, it could alter the test results, couldn't it?
To a small degree, there is post-mortem production, or post-mortem production of ethanol is possible. It's typically in cases where there are some marked decomposition, or they're found outside. We often see it when they're like in drowning cases, and they're in like ponds and dirty, brackish waters. Typically, though, that post-mortem production is fairly low, typically less than 20 milligrams per deciliter.
So let's talk about one of the first specimens you received and tested, which is the heart blood. In forensic toxicology, is there a preferred type of blood for postmortem analysis?
We prefer a peripheral specimen. Heart blood is what we would call a central specimen because it's central to the body cavity in and around the heart. We generally prefer testing or at least drug confirmation on peripheral specimens. That would be like in iliac, which runs up and down the groin, or the femoral up and down the leg. And that is solely just to reduce the occurrence of postmortem redistribution, which could artificially elevate concentrations greater than what they were at the time of death.
So heart blood is a less reliable form as opposed to peripheral or femoral blood?
I wouldn't say less reliable. As far as screening goes, if anything, the concentrations would be greater in the heart blood and more detectable in the heart blood than in the peripheral. The concern comes with the quantitation or concentrations found in those central blood specimens, such as the heart, where certain drugs that are prone to postmortem redistribution could be higher than what they would be at the time of death. But since there were no drugs that are prone to postmortem redistribution, such as SSRIs and antidepressants and drugs like methadone or hydroxychloroquine, it's not really a concern in this case.
Well, isn't it a concern when it relates to the testing of ethanol?
No.
Okay, tell me why.
Ethanol distributes fairly evenly throughout the body. Whether it's in central blood or peripheral blood, it really doesn't matter.
Okay. Now, did you receive any peripheral blood in this case?
We did not, no.
Okay, so you had to rely on whatever Horry County took as far as specimens and samples to send to you?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the heart blood ethanol was 130 milligrams per deciliters, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Which equals a VAC of 0.13.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Based on what you now know as far as a body sitting in a hot car for 5 hours and the specimen not being taken for 63 hours after death, does that give you any concern as far as the reliability of the heart blood and the VAC?
Not to a great degree, no. Like I said, it's possible there could have been some postmortem production. If it did occur, it would be low and fairly negligible compared to the 130. We also have the alcohol in the vitreous fluid, which matches fairly closely to that of the blood. Usually the vitreous fluid ethanol lags behind that of blood. It just takes a little bit longer for the ethanol to diffuse into the vitreous fluid in the eyeball. So it's generally lower than that of the blood. But because they're approximately the same, I have no concern about the concentration of the ethanol in the heart blood.
Well, as a forensic toxicologist, isn't it true that you use a ratio of 1.15 to 1 when you convert that?
No,
Okay, tell me what ratio you use.
I don't use any ratio. I don't really know what you're talking about.
Are you able to convert vitreous blood fluid to a VAC content?
No, that's not something that's done.
You just typically don't do it or aren't asked to do it?
It's not something that is done.
Okay. All right, so tell me about...
That's not something that toxicologists do.
I understand.
Or good toxicologists do. You might be able to find someone that could do that for you, but it would not be proper.
Okay. After death, isn't it true that alcohol can move from the stomach into the heart blood?
It can typically when there's blunt force trauma. So if, like, say, a car crash or someone jumps off of a building or someone, say, is stabbed or shot in the stomach and the gastric contents are ruptured, then yeah, you can have spillage or leakage and diffusion of any alcohol that could be in the gastric contents into that central cavity, and that can impact the alcohol concentrations of any collected central blood specimens, such as from the heart or the aorta. And that is one of the reasons why we, in cases like that, we like to test an alternate protected specimen, such as the vitreous fluid in the eye.
So in this case,
You can speak loud, we're muted.
so can bacteria in a decomposing body actually produce ethanol on its own?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I was coughing at the time.
That's okay. So it's my understanding that bacteria in a decomposing body actually produces ethanol on its own, and heat can even speed up that process.
It can. Bacteria, yeast, other microorganisms, yes, they can all, it's all possible that they can create the post-mortem production of ethanol.
But you weren't provided any of this information when you did your testing?
No.
Okay, also, Dr. Brower, you also were provided with urine and to test on that, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and it's my understanding the testosterone level in the urine was 4.1 mg per milliliter, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and 4.1 is a long way from 200. And does that suggest steroid use?
4 is a lot less than 200, I'll agree with that.
Okay.
I don't know what you're getting at, though.
And I apologize, I didn't ask that question very clearly, that's my fault. So it's my understanding you didn't find any anabolic steroids when you tested Scott Spivey's specimens, correct?
That is correct. We only detected testosterone.
Okay, and what does it mean by the levels that you found as far as the testosterone in the urine was 4.1?
To me, that's fairly low in urine for men. Typically, we might see concentrations, greater than, I don't know what our reference comment says. I don't want to. You see wide ranges of testosterone in men, from, like, say, typically 150 up into 1,000 or so, and 4 is fairly low. It's actually very close to our reporting limit for testosterone, which is 2 in this case. So it's very low for some reason.
Okay, and my question, which was a 4-1 previously, so I apologize for that, but in your notes that you mentioned in paragraph 5, you indicate that WADA recommends further testing when testosterone exceeds 200. So my question to you, 4.1 is a long way from 200, so that does not suggest any kind of steroid use from that test, right?
Possibly. There's some other factors to consider as well, which you'll probably get into, I imagine.
Yeah, so also in your specific testing, whether you define steroids, and let me back up, why did you test for the drugs that you tested for in this particular case?
We were asked to by the clients.
Okay, and who was the client in this particular case?
Back at the MUSC, Medical University of South Carolina, was the submitting agency.
Okay, do you have any knowledge about why they asked you to look for anabolic steroids or the other things they requested?
No.
All right, so it's my understanding that NMS Labs ran a specific anabolic steroid screen on the urine. How many steroids did that screen test for?
Give me just a sec. If I counted correctly, it's 27, approximately.
Okay, and you're referencing the last page of your report where under test 9306, you anabolic steroid screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good, thanks. Now, did that screen include anabolic steroids and were any metabolites detected?
No, just the testosterone.
So no steroids at all from the 27 tests that you ran could be found?
It's not 27 tests, it was one test that encapsulates all of those. So correct, we did not detect any other of those steroids besides testosterone in the testing that we did.
Thank you for that clarification.
What's that work?
And NMS staff?
Anybody else hot here?
Yes.
All right, let's take a break. I need to walk around a little bit. I'm very hot. I may have to take my robe off, but let's get the courtroom a little bit cooler. I don't know why it's hot at the warm this afternoon, but it's just warm in here to me. So take about 15 minutes and we'll come back and get through this.
So they're taking their break. We will time travel.
Maybe we can get more done. Dirty trick, wasn't it? I'm not sure I gave a deadline on the break, so I'll let the lawyers who are scattered come on in. That was kind of a dirty trick, wasn't it?
Yeah, I can go with that.
Maybe we can get more done.
I missed my chance to scatter.
John, you should have left when you had a chance.
That's what I was thinking, Martina. The testosterone discussion has the court hot.
Back up this deposition here.
Yeah, I see your cameraman coming in. I decided to go without the road till the courtroom cools off a little bit.
Class also recommended extended blood panel testing for amphetamines, antidepressants, benzos, cannabinoids, cocaine, opioids, and any other drug classes, didn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And absolutely none were found, correct?
Correct. The only thing we detected was caffeine, which is reported as presumptive positive. So it was not confirmed.
Right. So, Dr. Brower, is there anything in your results that supports the conclusion that Mr. Spivey had anabolic steroids in his system when he died?
We did not detect any anabolic steroids.
Okay, is there anything that you found that would support behavioral changes from steroid use?
I can't talk about behavior from just the toxicology report alone.
Okay, so anything that you saw, would it indicate chronic steroid abuse?
No, I can't determine that from just the toxicology report or testing.
Sure. Okay, let's go off the record for just one quick second, please.
Okay, please stand by. The time on monitor is 10:34 a.m. Going off the record.
Oh, yep, sorry about that. I'll say it.
Please stand by. The time on the monitor is 10:36 a.m. and we're back on record.
Okay, Dr. Brower, that's all the questions I have for you at this time. I'm going to turn it over to the defense attorneys for any questions that they may have for you. Thanks.
Go first, or you want me to?
You want to?
Okay. Dr. Brower, my name is Morgan Martin, and as noted earlier, I represent Bradley Williams and have certainly listened to your testimony and read your report. Just a couple of questions for you. While you testified, I still can confirm that you received the samples that you tested from the Medical University of South Carolina
Yes.
for testing. And you do a lot of testing for MUSC?
We do a fair amount, correct.
All right. And in the world of toxicology testing of blood, urine, and vitreous humor taken from an individual at autopsy, anything unusual about this case to your knowledge?
Nothing unusual about the specimen submitted.
All right, let me give you a little background so that if any of this impacts your thinking, you can let us know. The deceased in this case had been in a bar from about 12 o'clock to about 5 o'clock this Saturday afternoon. His bar tab indicates that he bought some 12 to 14 drinks. A combination of beer and fireball shots. There's no indication that he drank all of those. There's an indication he didn't drink it all. But it's clear his bar tab had, again, at least 12 different alcoholic drinks on it. He was there from 1 to 5. He was drinking. And then, as Natasha said, he died about 5:58 or 6 o'clock that afternoon. And he was brought to the Horry County Police Department. There was some crime scene work done, and the coroner took control of him with care about 11 or 12 o'clock. And I think that's when Natasha gets maybe the 5 hours
that he was not refrigerated. And then the coroner's office was able to get an autopsy done again on September 13th at 8:30 in the morning. Would you agree that those time frames are within normal standards and would not be expected to have any appreciable effect on the accuracy of the blood alcohol testing you did?
Yeah, that time frame is fairly standard when conducting autopsies. There's usually a shortage of forensic pathologists. People can't get autopsies right away. So a postmortem interval of 2 days or so is fairly common in the field. As I stated before, that 5 or so hour period of before being taken to a facility for storage is not uncommon either, and its impact on the blood alcohol and the vitreous alcohol concentration is negligible at best.
So you would believe that the 13 blood alcohol content, as we use it in layman's vernacular, is reliable?
Correct.
All right. And you mentioned in your report some of the effects of blood, of alcohol in the blood and its effect on humans. Can you explain to us your thoughts on that with regards to a blood alcohol of 13?
Yeah, the 0.13, to put that into perspective, where it's something that people are familiar with, the so-called legal limit for operating a motor vehicle is 0.08 grams per deciliter. So the 0.13 is about 1.5 times greater than that. So there was likely some market impairment. They were probably feeling fairly good at the time, but they have impaired judgment, reduced motor function. They might have slurred speech, unsteady gait when walking. So if they were to say do like a field sobriety test, they would most likely fail that, according to the drug recognition experts. It's possible they could have memory deficits, slurred speech. I have already said that one. Those are all things that are possible. I can't say that's something that individual was experiencing, though, because I was out there to witness it.
But and I believe you mentioned this, but where you did, you mentioned judgment could be impaired as a result of the ingestion of this amount of alcohol.
Correct. People often have impaired judgment to make poor decisions under the influence of alcohol.
And I'm assuming it would be correct to say that the time frame that we have, well, let me back up, I'll withdraw that question. As a toxicologist, are you familiar at all with the term steroid rage?
Correct. I don't think you need to be a toxicologist to know the term, quote, roid rage, but yes, I'm familiar with the term.
What is roid rage from your?
I mean, it's generally the myth that people can become, violent and abusive if they use steroids. I don't think it's quite that simple in black and white. Typically, though, people that use steroids might have a lower inhibition to become agitated or irritated. So if a person is, quote, normally, have a short fuse, then if they use steroids, they might have a little shorter fuse. But it's not like you can take a nice calm person and they use steroids and they just turn into like a raving maniac. That's generally what the term roid rage implies. And that's not something that's based in fact.
Okay. But the fact that there were no steroids found in the testing that you did, that would indicate there hadn't been any steroids used in what period of time would that cover?
It would probably
if you can say, I don't know.
It would probably depend upon which steroid we're talking about. They all have different windows of detection, but we had not used any recently. We did not detect any anabolic steroids, and we have fairly low reporting limits, and we did not detect any trace of them.
All right. And do you agree with at least the literature that talks about the fact that the steroid rage is something that can occur over a long period of time and does not require you to be under the current influence of a steroid to occur?
Yeah, I have read that with long-term use and or heavy use of steroids that it could be possible. And again, it's just lowers that threshold for becoming irritated or agitated.
Let me double think just a second.
And I don't know, I asked it.
One last question. Based on your prior testimony, then you would say that from the history you have about the body and the collection and the blood being sent to you, that there is no reason to doubt the accuracy of your findings concerning the blood alcohol reading of Mr. Spivey?
That's correct.
He was clearly under the influence, according to your testing, at the time he died.
Correct. That fits with the toxicology testing in the blood, the corresponding vitreous ethanol results, and the history that is provided. It all indicates that he had consumed alcohol.
That's all the questions I have, Dr. Brown. Thank you.
Dr. Brown, my name is Kenneth Moss. I'm going to try to get the camera going here. You got it? I represent one of the parties in this case.
Sorry.
I'd like to follow with you a little bit about 3 different areas. First one, alcohol, blood alcohol concentration that you found in the testing both in the vitreous fluid and in the heart blood samples that were given to your lab. With the levels you found, would you expect the decedent to have demonstrated or perhaps had lower inhibition, lower blood alcohol intoxication?
I'm sorry, could you say that again a little bit louder? I'm having problems hearing you.
I'll try. I want to talk a little bit more about the effects. Would you expect this decedent to have had lower inhibitions as a result of the blood alcohol concentration that you found?
It's possible.
Okay. And let me tell you, the line of question that I'm asking you is based upon my layman's search of the effects of alcohol concentration at varying levels on the human body. Okay.
Okay.
And I found, I've got to show you my notes, and I'm not showing you this because I want you to rely on. I'm showing you just an example of what my question is based on. So I'm going to share my screen for a moment. I found, just in the internet search, which, we're all experts with the internet, I found a table that would tell you, at least in one university they published, what you might expect to see at various VAC levels. And I see things in here like at this level here is the level that you found in your testing between 0.11 and 0.15. Is that fair?
It is.
And then at least on this table, it suggests what you might see is the effects of that blood alcohol concentration. And so my question to you is there a table or something similar to this kind of table that you would rely on or you would think would be something that's accurate that we could rely upon? Is there a publication?
I'm sure there are many publications that have very similar tables. Just in glancing through this, it's probably not markedly different.
And so this particular table, it came from the University of Toledo. It refers to gross motor impairment, judgment, and perception severely impaired. Do you think that's reasonable to assume that someone with a blood alcohol concentration of 0.13 would have judgment and perception severely impaired?
Yeah, and these are things that could occur with individuals. It's not something that would occur in everybody. People have different experiences with alcohol and intolerances and use history. So these are just general guys. So in general, yes, he could have had, impaired judgment and control of motor functions and irritability and things like that. But that just needs to be taken into context with observed behavior and witness statements and so forth.
And so if you look at this table, let me ask you, whether it's this table or another table, are the effects of alcohol concentration cumulative? Which, for example, if I look up here at some of the effects experienced at a lower concentration, would I expect to also see those effects in higher concentration, or are they different?
That's usually kind of the way it works, that you'll have the effects at the lower as well as the higher and the higher the concentration. So, correct, if you're going to have the, say, impaired judgment at a higher concentration, you will probably also have some of the effects that you would see listed at the lower concentrations as well.
So if we go back to the lower concentration on this table, it also says judgment and self-control were impaired at the 0.08 to 0.10 level. Okay? What I didn't see in the lower, in the higher concentration, I saw that you might see gross motor impairment. This is motor skills, right? If they're impaired at this higher concentration.
Correct.
So if you're in this lower bracket, would you expect to see motor functions inhibited?
You can.
Okay.
And we see that all the time with field sobriety tests when people are just above the 0.08 or the 0.1 where they fail the field sobriety test with the impaired motor function. It's possible to, and again, these are just guides, not gospel at all. So you can have impaired motor function even less than 0.08, and people can be impaired driving at less than 0.08. That's just what our legal system has ruled a so-called legal limit.
You create a presumption at the 0.08 level, is that what?
Correct. Correct.
And at that level, it does, in this table at least, suggest the judgment and self-control are impaired. Do you think that's reasonable to assume the judgment and self-control could be impaired in a BAC of 0.13, such as you found?
It could be. Again, these are just in general, and I can't speak to this particular individual because I was not there to witness any behavior. But yes, people do have poor judgment, even at that type of concentration of 0.08. And we see that every day because people know they shouldn't, say, drive while drinking alcohol. Yet when they're above 0.08, they do all the time, even though when they're sober, they know better. So their judgment is definitely impaired.
Okay. Let me switch gears a little bit with you and ask you something I saw in your report. All right. If I look at the report you provided here, an affidavit of authenticity in this case, and do you see it coming up in my screen? Doctor, can you see the affidavit of authenticity I provided in front of you?
Correct. Yes, I had this notarized yesterday.
And I won't talk to you about the affidavit, but well, this is your signature, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It was notarized in your presence yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. The attached report to this affidavit of authenticity is the report that was last prepared by you on October 24th, is that right?
Correct.
So this is the last of the 3 reports that Attorney Henry referred to, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I noted in the report, in the lower portion, that you did make the affirmative findings of alcohol or ethanol, caffeine without dosage, and this is in this lower block of findings, right? This area. This is the part of your report where you published the presence of the different substances, is that right?
That's not from NMS Labs. That's coming, I believe, probably from the MUSC. It looks like they have copied and pasted portions of our report to make this document.
Okay. It's this last page that I really want to talk to you about.
Okay.
And is this page from NMS Labs?
This is correct.
Okay. I noticed in here you showed the testosterone level 4.1. Is that right? Nanograms per milliliter?
Correct.
Okay. And there was a notation down here. And I noticed also in here there was a specific gravity of the urine of 1.005. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I noticed a note down here in this section that refers, can you see the section I'm talking about?
Yes.
What the report seems to say is that the urine sample in here may have been when you tested it. If it said sample with specific gravity lower than 1.01 or 2, it could be recollected. Is that what you noticed?
Correct.
Do you concur with that statement?
That's generally the recollection for people that are living. Obviously, you can't really recollect it when they're deceased.
Understood.
But it's indicating that the specific gravity is low, as is the creatinine, which suggests that the specimen could have been diluted, which is something that can occur with living individuals if they're trying to, dilute their urine specimen to, quote, beat a drug test or something like that.
And how would you dilute your urine specimen?
Adding water to it.
Okay. Adding water to the specimen or adding water, presuming water by the individual?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Adding water to the specimen or trying to consume water by the individual? I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
It could have been either, or diuretic use. So there are different ways of, diluting your urine. One could have been adding water after the collection or consuming large amounts of water to, hydrate yourself and dilute your urine that's in the bladder. Or if at autopsy, if they irrigated the bladder before collection, that could account for it as well. But both the specific gravity and the creatinine are on the extreme low end of what we would consider normal.
And so based on both those levels being extremely low, based on what you consider normal, do you believe that you have an accurate analysis for the presence of anabolic steroids, or do you believe that should be retested with a better sample if you can get them?
It's what we were provided and it's what we test. We do the best with what we were sent.
Okay. But in a medical environment where a living individual is being treated, if you receive a sample, and I'm not sure if that's what your lab does, but if a sample was sent to a lab with such a low specific gravity, do you think there would be a request for a retest?
So if it was, say, a living individual and it was for the purposes of drug testing, this would certainly be a, quote, flag for them that something is amiss and they might want to, recollect another specimen from that individual if possible. But again, this is a post-mortem case and it's not possible.
Very well. And the last area I want to ask you about was anabolic steroid use for the long terms. Are you aware of anatomical changes that can occur in someone's body with long-term anabolic steroid use?
Not really, no.
Okay, is that within your area of expertise or not something you study?
It's not something I'm an expert in. Testing for steroids in postmortem cases is fairly rare. In my 16 or 17 years of being a postmortem forensic toxicologist and having dealt with, 50, 60, 70,000 cases, I think I've had 5 cases that have involved testing for anabolic steroids. It's just not something that's commonly done in postmortem work.
Well, let me ask you this. If there were a toxicologist that was a professor at the university, and that toxicologist opined that the effects of long-term anabolic steroid use could be evidenced by anatomical changes in the heart arteries or perhaps physical characteristics of the liver, would you be able to dispute those opinions?
No, I'm not a forensic pathologist. That's outside my area of expertise.
Okay. And a similar question, if a toxicologist who was a professor in the university were to opine that the effects of long-term use of anabolic steroids in the brain could last well beyond the period of time that you could detect the use of anabolic steroids in the urine sample, would you have any reason to disagree with that opinion?
I'm not a neuropathologist or forensic pathologist, so that's outside the area of my expertise.
Very well. Thank you for your time and attention. I don't have any further questions, Scott. And I would like
Morgan Martin here. I don't have anything further.
I would like it to the record to stipulate that this doctor's affidavit of authenticity is genuine and his record is attached.
Mark, Natasha.
I do have some follow-up questions. Dr. Brower, you provided the affidavit of authenticity just yesterday?
Correct.
And have you talked to any of the parties or the attorneys in this case before today?
None whatsoever.
Well, thank you. Now, let me go back to the questions that were asked about the urine sample. If someone were chronically abusing steroids to the point they had road rage, wouldn't you see metabolite levels that survive dilution?
I'm not certain of that. It would depend upon their use history, when they had last used, and how long those drugs or metabolites could be detected.
Okay, and the test that you use, the LC-MS/MS, that's a pretty robust test, isn't it? That is even capable of detecting them even in specimens collected days after death.
It is very selective and sensitive methodology.
So even after all the questions that the defense attorneys just asked you, it's still your opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty in all the tests that you ran, there were no steroids found in Scott Spivey's system.
Outside of testosterone, that is correct. And I did look at the raw data prior to the deposition here, and I did not detect any trace of steroids that were even below our reporting limit.
Right, and testosterone is not an indicator of steroid use standing on it, correct?
No, all living individuals produce testosterone.
All right, thank you. Now, let me get back to what you talked about as far as impairment. Now, that chart that Mr. Moss popped up there from some website talked about gross motor impairment. Can you explain to me what gross motor impairment is and how it affects the brain's process?
It's just really just your ability to, accurately, control your bodily movements, which can affect coordination, grasping at things, moving things, moving your, finger to your nose, your gait, your walking, and those types of motor movements.
Right, and even multitasking and even driving, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if a person with a blood alcohol content of 0.13, you would not expect them to be able to drive in traffic in North Myrtle Beach for 9 miles while being chased at speeds of over 100 miles per hour, not hit anyone, and not wreck, would you?
Object to the form of the question. You can answer it, Doctor, but I'm objecting that you can answer the question.
If what you described was accurate, it wouldn't surprise me that he did not get in an accident at that blood concentration. We see people driving for miles and miles without getting into an accident and pulled over with much higher blood alcohol concentrations. You see you really see everything. Almost anything is possible with regards to driving and impairment. And you see people crashing with very low blood alcohol concentrations as well.
Right, but to your point, you said, according to this chart, the BAC that you found using the heart blood indicated that it was 0.13. So on Mr. Moss's chart, that is 0.11 to 0.15. That's drunk. And I think you indicated gross motor impairment and judgment perception were severely impaired. So you wouldn't expect for somebody to be able to drive at that high rate of speed without wrecking, would you?
Object to the form of the question.
It's not unreasonable to me that he did not get in a crash. If everyone at that type of blood alcohol instantly crashed the vehicle when they're driving, then we would have our roads littered with, beat up cars and hospitals full of patients. So no, just because someone's at that blood alcohol does not automatically, indicate that they absolutely must 100% guaranteed to, be involved in an accident. That's just not reasonable.
So, Dr. Brower, going back to the vitreous fluid question, are you familiar with the Journal of Analytical Toxicology?
I am.
And that's one of the premier journals in your own field.
It is.
Okay, and you've not heard of a situation where vitreous fluid is sometimes different than the heart blood fluid?
It is different.
Okay, and in fact, in your specific test, the BAC that you discovered or that you found in the heart blood was actually 1/3, is that right?
That's correct.
And in the vitreous fluid, which is not susceptible as much to postmortem and degradation, was actually 102.
That is correct.
And so that's a substantial difference, isn't it, 28?
Not really.
Okay, well, you served as in the medical examiner's office for, a number of years, correct?
Correct, 13.
Okay, and when you worked there, didn't they often review blood alcohol content?
We did on every case.
Okay, and they also reviewed vitreous fluid?
We did, correct.
Okay, did you ever use vitreous fluid as, and you're telling me that the North Carolina medical examiner never converted vitreous fluid to the BAC?
Absolutely never.
Okay, interesting.
That's not something that is done.
Okay, and you've never read any articles published in the Journal of Analytical Toxicology about this subject?
I'm not saying that people won't try to, but it is improper to have a vitreous ethanol and convert that to a blood alcohol, especially for litigation purposes.
Okay, what's the purpose of doing a second test, a vitreous test? Because it's my understanding that the whole purpose of doing another test from October 10th and then doing a second report on October 12th. What was your purpose in doing that?
The sole purpose of testing vitreous ethanol is, one, if you don't have any blood available, so you can see if alcohol has been consumed. But its primary use is as a secondary specimen to confirm the presence of ethanol in the blood. And that would be in cases that we talked about previously, such as blunt force trauma or cases in which the stomach contents could be ruptured, like blunt force trauma from a crash or from a fall from great height or gunshot wound to the gut where the gastric contents are ruptured and you can have contamination of ethanol into those central blood specimens. So if you had, say, blunt force trauma and you detected ethanol in the blood, you may not know if it's, quote, real or not. Did they really consume alcohol, or was it just contamination from the gastric contents when you test the vitreous humor to detect the specimen, because it's encapsulated from the eyeball and not going to be prone to diffusion from ruptured gastric contents, because it's just not possible to happen. It can just confirm that, hey, that ethanol concentration is likely real and not contamination. That's the primary purpose of testing vitreous ethanol.
Okay, and in this case, it was 130 versus 102.
Correct.
Okay, and so in all of your testimony, Dr. Brower, would you agree that any information about Scott's actual impairment and what his capabilities are speculative?
It is. When you talk about the effects of alcohol on people, I can testify to the general effects of alcohol at various concentrations, but you can't say that person absolutely did exhibit those behaviors. It needs to be in conjunction with witness statements and observed behaviors and things like that. I can't talk about anyone's impairment, either or lack of, due solely from a toxicology report. And our accrediting body, sorry, I'm still sick, strongly encourages not to opine on impairment from a toxicology report alone.
All right, Dr. Brower, those are all the questions I have, unless the defense attorneys have anything further for you.
Nothing further from Morgan.
Nothing further for Dr. Brower from me. I do want to see this situation here, may or not know, as to the authenticity of his report that was attached to that day.
Yeah, I've already told you that we stipulated that. I mean, I understand.
witness, yay.
See, break, keep going.
I think we're keep going, John, Mr. Speaker.
I do have one.
Anybody out there? Got any break? Keep going. Here, keep going. What about the jury? Keep going. All right.
He asked them. Oh my God, they're comics. Don't forget, you guys, in about an hour and 40 minutes at 5 p.m. Eastern, we are doing the panel show over at Nick's as we do every Friday. Well, as Nick does every Friday, and random people pop in. But this is all about the Edric Foss trial. I did shoot a link to Colin Miller. I hope he pops on. That'd be cool. You'll see a bunch of familiar faces popping in. So come hang out. Right there. Up at the bench. Kind of doing that for a while. Jeez.
Tomorrow, Mr. All right, folks, just tell you why I decided. We've got two more witnesses, about an hour each. The lawyers sometimes get it right and get it wrong by how long. I'm gonna do one more, so we'll work about another hour. We're gonna adjourn today about 5. Just then, roughly 5 tomorrow. Is that right, gentlemen? About 5, thereabouts. 5 witnesses tomorrow.
I believe we've got one, assuming they call both defendants, I think there's only 1 or 2 left.
Okay. Well, young Mr. Martin represented this. He thought 4. Tomorrow, I'm postponing one tomorrow. It makes 5 by my math.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll go with that.
You're right, they're making different choices.
I did tell the lawyer, so y'all know this, when they do a deposition like that, I can't say move on and hasten it a little bit, so we get what we get. Now, had it been live, it'd been a little shorter. All right, Mr. Ball, you your witness, you call him first.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you finally, out of the
Let me let you
battle.
play.
Okay, call your witness.
Dr. Kenneth Soderstrom. They're both ones.
Sir, you just come around this way.
And we got that deposition was admitted for purpose of here, we just saw.
Yes, sir.
You solemnly swear that any testimony about the report in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir.
All right, Mark.
She's got 2 hands from each side. All right, we're gonna go back, and she's gonna put that we accepted the deposition of the forensic toxicologist for purpose of hearing, and whatever that stipulation is.
Defendants Exhibit 59.
59. And you just marked some new exhibits, and the witness you just called's name is?
Kenneth Soderstrom.
And I expect you better spell that for her.
It's Soderstrom.
And he's been placed under oath. Now, talk about your exhibits.
I marked 2, first marked 2, and I have copies for your honor. It's a copy of this witness's CD and report. Just thought you may or may not want to reference. Doctor, did you give us your full name already? You did.
I gave you my last name. I spelled it.
Okay. And did you tell us where you're employed and what the position is?
I'm a professor of pharmacology at East Carolina University.
In the Brody School of Medicine?
In the Brody School of Medicine, that's right.
Okay. Now, you're not an MD doctor?
I'm not an MD. I teach the MDs and the other health science students.
You're a Ph.D. doctor, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've been asked by me to give some opinion in this case, is that right?
That's right.
Now, and I sent you materials that you base that on, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And so the opinions you're going to give, they have nothing to do with ultimate conclusion of fault or liability or immunity. I'm asking opinions about pharmacology and toxicology, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've been asked to give any opinion about whether somebody's legally entitled to any status, immunity or whatever, right?
I don't even know what that means.
Okay. Now, you had a written representation with me, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I'd like to show it to you. This one's not marked, but I have disclosed, Your Honor. I want to refer you to that sentence that's highlighted. Could you read it?
The consultant services are provided independently of their role as university faculty. All opinions and assessments will be grounded in objective facts without consideration for favorability of outcomes.
Okay, I'm going to break that down. First and foremost, your opinions have nothing to do with East Carolina University, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then secondly, what did you put in there, this last part about assessments to be grounded in objective facts without consideration for favorability of outcomes? What does that mean?
That means you provided me with evidence. I looked at the evidence, and the conclusions I came to were just based on that evidence and not what I thought you wanted or anybody else. It's what I thought the evidence indicated.
Well, let's talk a little bit about your credentials. Exhibit 47A is projected, Your Honor, and is this your CD?
Yes.
Would you narrate for us based on your education experience by referring to the paper copy you have or that one on screen, whichever you feel most comfortable with?
I'm sorry, what would you like me to do?
Well, I want you can confirm that's you.
Oh, that is me, yes.
That's you, okay. And I wanted to draw your attention to the next page, well experience. Now, how long have you been a Ph.D. doctor?
I got my Ph.D. in 1998, and I started working at the Brody School of Medicine in 2001.
Okay, and what is your concentration in studying in your doctoral program?
We'll probably stipulate these next time, pharmacology.
Thank you. That will save us some time.
That'll save your time.
But even with that stipulation, I would like to jump over to the next page.
And since we're going to jury, it's not necessary to explain to the jury. I understand I've had experts in pharmacology present before. So
Very
so qualified.
Very well.
If he's going to read the CD, you take it back.
Do you know how many publications you've had, Doctor?
I don't. It's a modest number compared to a lot of people, but it's not insignificant.
Well, if I were to submit to you that 41 on your CD, does that sound reasonable?
Sounds about right, yeah.
Okay. And for those of us who don't publish papers, that doesn't seem so modest.
Well, it took a long time to do that.
Okay. So, based on your education and training, your teaching and research, do you believe you have specialized knowledge in pharmacology and toxicology and the central nervous system effects that can assist this court in understanding toxicology and
Yes.
behavior-related evidence?
I believe so, yes.
And that's what I've asked you to do.
That's right.
Okay. And you've given some opinions in your written report, right?
I did, yes.
And those opinions, were they grounded in scientific fact?
They were based on the evidence we provided. There wasn't that much evidence. It wasn't really that much, but it all kind of fell together. It's remarkable the way it fell together.
Okay. I want to direct attention to your report, which is the one in front of you, Mark 47B. And you have, is there a paper copy in front of you? I need to hand you one.
Thank you.
So I've handed you 47B. Do you recognize it?
I do.
Is that a copy of your report?
This is a copy of the report I prepared, yes.
Okay. And did you sign it?
I did.
And at the time you provided this report, that was when you completed your analysis or research, right?
That's right. It was a little over a year ago.
Okay. For the court, we looked at the MIT 47A and B as the CD and just doctor's report.
A is the curriculum vitae, Dr. Soderstrom. 47B is the report after examining the evidence and doing two investigations.
Okay. Now, you were provided a laboratory analysis report by me, is that right?
That's right, yes.
Okay. Do you recall, can you tell the reporter, do you recall what that laboratory analysis indicated about Mr. Scott Spivey?
Indicated a few things. The first was testosterone level 4.1, which is, there are no normal limits. Testosterone levels are all over the map, so that wasn't unexpected. There was BAC of 0.13 and caffeine, and I don't recall anything else right now.
Okay. In fact, there was a negative finding in the NMS laboratory.
Okay, sure, yes.
So they have about steroids, right?
That's right. So they tested a series of metabolites of abused steroids. And there are many, many abused steroids. And so the way you detect this is you look for the breakdown products in the urine. And that's what the NMS laboratories did. And they did not detect any of the breakdown products.
Doctors, when it comes to steroids, does that end the analysis?
It doesn't. And that is because of the way that steroids are taken when they're abused. They're taken in courses. And so a person will take them for a week or two until they experience toxicity, and then they take a break. And
what are some examples of toxicity which might cause someone to take a break?
GI upset, arrhythmias. Those are the two that I remember right now.
Okay. And so if you've got a situation such as this, where you've been asked to
to look and opine as to whether or not the presence of anabolic steroids were a factor in this case, in this tragedy, what kinds of information would you want to have in addition to the report from NMS Labs?
An interview with the person, that would tell the whole story, I guess. But a history, maybe people that he worked with or worked out with, if he went to the gym, things like that.
That would be ideal, wouldn't it?
That would be ideal, yes.
We didn't have that in this case, it would be that explained. So let's take a look at page 3 of the report. And would it be fair to say that the third page of the report narrates what you looked at?
Yes, so it goes through six pieces of evidence that I looked at. Again, really not too much.
Well, can you kind of cite to us what they are?
Let's see, a forensic autopsy, a supplemental report, so this is the NMS Laboratories, bar tab, listing a number of drinks, report prepared by the Horry County Police Department Drug Analysis Laboratory, and so that was analyzing the contents of some capsules that were found in the truck, and that was the first odd thing that came together. So it was odd that there were these abused steroids in that truck, and at first I thought this might be just a red herring. I thought that's just kind of a strange thing. I didn't really think too much of it. Let's see, going further, photo of the black truck labeled Spivey's truck on Highway 9, and a series of 5 witness statements. Those witness statements were interesting.
They were collected by who?
They were collected by the police there, the Horry County Police, and they were very consistent. That jumped right out at me.
What specificity, whose statements did you review, Doctor?
Okay, it was Charles W. Boyd, Terry A. Wright, Lindsay McMurrough, Francis E. McMurrough, and Blaize Adrian Ward. Not sure I pronounced that properly.
Let me ask you, do you know any of those people?
I do not.
Do you know who they are?
No.
You know any? Have you ever been to Conway before?
I have not.
Nice place.
And so you know anybody in this courtroom besides me?
I do not, and I met you this morning.
Okay. And so you review these witness statements. And tell us, how are witness statements, like in these witness statements, how are they relevant to the undertaking of an analysis by a Ph.D. doctor as yourself and to offering opinion about the use or effect of anabolic steroids?
Well, let's see, we just heard the forensic toxicologist talk about how you wouldn't want to make any behavioral conclusions without behavioral evidence, and this was the behavioral evidence that he was referring to. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, let me see if I got it. The demonstrated behavior as provided by witnesses who observed.
That's right.
Is relevant to the analysis.
So, this dramatic event, terrible event, and the remarkable thing was that they all were consistent. There wasn't any inconsistencies, and I guess I haven't seen too much of this in the past, but when you have accounts of situations, it seems that there are usually discrepancies, like what really happened. This was, I thought, remarkably consistent, which I think was because it was so terrible and so dramatic. There was an emotional component because we remember things that are emotional. That's how we really remember things well.
Well, what did the police lab report conclude about these pills that you described being in the truck?
That they were the abused anabolic steroids, and I'll use the brand name because it's easy to say, Dianabol. And it was a SEBA product, so a legitimate pharmaceutical. Came out in the early 1960s. It was pulled from the market for liver and cardiac toxicity in the early 1980s. And it has since been available in other countries, Mexico being a prime example. And that might be where it comes into the U.S. from.
When this drug was used in this country, what was it used for?
It was used for things like wasting, cachexia, muscle loss, maybe associated with age and not getting enough nutrition, osteoporosis. And so, what this type of drug does is it ramps up metabolism. And it will put on muscle mass, and it will make your bones stronger, and essentially it will just rev all sorts of metabolic processes up. And unfortunately, that includes the heart and the liver.
Well, in your research, this And I think the lab report called it methandienone, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple different names for it. This is typical of drugs. So you have generic names, you have brand names. Sometimes you have more than one brand name, so it gets very confusing.
Well, from your research, why was the drug taken off the market in the States?
It was taken off the market for cardiac and liver side effects. It was toxic.
What types of side effects?
Liver function, liver toxicity, so your liver doesn't work as well, and cardiac toxicities, including this atherosclerosis. So that's this plaque buildup in coronary arteries.
So earlier, you said when you read the report, and I'm paraphrasing, if I get it wrong, you tell me, but you didn't think a whole lot of these pills being in the truck at first.
I didn't at first. I thought, well, he was 33 years old, so a young guy. I'm trying to think of people that I've known. I've known people that have abused anabolic steroids, and the people that I know who have abused them didn't use them for very long because of side effects. But kind of fits the profile. Maybe somebody just gave it to him, and he was going to try him for a while. I didn't immediately conclude that there was a serious abuse issue associated with the anabolic steroid. But I did come to the conclusion that if you're going to have a controlled substance, either you're going to sell it or you're going to use it. And I think it was 26 capsules, and so that's more falling into the use rather than sell category.
Do you remember how they were packaged from the report?
If I remember right, it was like a baggie, maybe a Ziploc bag.
Not a prescription bottle?
No.
And if this gentleman we're here about was born in 1990, he would have been born after this drug was taken off the market.
That's right, yes.
So,
it was off the market in 1983.
So what specifically in your research of this case and the records I sent you changed your mind about any relevance to these steroids?
What brought it all together was the autopsy report.
And how did it do that?
There was a note of a 50% coronary artery occlusion, and there was also some evidence of liver toxicity.
And what kind of evidence is that? How was liver toxicity evidence?
It was cholesterol staining of the gallbladder. That was the liver toxicity. The atherosclerosis, the occlusion of the artery was a plaque buildup, calcification, fibrosis, occluding that artery. And so that's a moderate to severe level, which is remarkably unusual in someone who isn't at least 50.
Is this the portion on the screen here, is this the portion of your report where you're referring to that?
Okay, I don't see anything about the
well, let's talk about
autopsy.
Let's talk about the drug name. This is what you're talking about.
Right, yeah, there's the SIBA product, Dianabol.
And it was discontinued, right?
That's right.
Okay. So let's jump down and report to page. All right. I think you're on page 5, copy of the report. Do you see that?
Okay, yes, I'm there.
If you take a look at the top portion of the 5th page, and up at the top it has a heading of various
Exogenous anabolic steroids
Yes, sir.
were negative, that's right.
Okay.
And
And you said that the analysis is not in there, right?
that's right, they did not detect any metabolites of this abused anabolic steroid that was found in his truck.
Yet you have these anatomical changes that were revealed in the autopsy report.
Correct, that would be consistent with this drug.
So tell us, if you've had long-term use of anabolic steroid drugs, how does it affect the body? Could you just explain?
It will change physiology. So the way a steroid works is it alters gene expression. And what that really means practically is it takes a long time to start working, and after it works, its effects will be sustained for a long time. So these are slowly acting but long-term acting drugs. And the problem with this drug was it did what you wanted it to do in terms of muscle mass and osteoporosis and adrenal insufficiency. I see that I've missed up there. But in addition, it's also causing these cardiac and liver problems. So you're getting good effects. It's a good drug if you need to put on muscle mass fast, but there's a price to be paid. And this is true of all drugs. There's a side effect associated with every drug. this is, a particularly severe one.
So, and you're talking about the effects in those comments about, I guess, the major organs of the body.
That's right.
I want to shift to the effects of the brain.
Right.
So could you narrate for us?
So, so anabolic steroid has characteristic effects on brain physiology, just like cardiac, just like liver, just like muscle, just like bone. If you're having these physiological effects in other systems, you're going to have effects to some extent in the brain also. And the typical changes in the brain associated with these drugs, and particularly this one, is a hypertrophy of the amygdala, which is kind of part of the brain that is involved in emotional processing. And so you're getting more activity, just speaking kind of generally, in the amygdala, emotional processing, and less in the frontal cortex. And the frontal cortex is associated with executive function, decision making. And there's been research looking at hundreds of patients, and these changes are subtle. It's not like you would see them in one person, maybe. You see them in a population of people. And so this increased, compared to controls of amygdala, decreased frontal cortex, and changes in the connections between them.
Okay, and how might the changes in the connections between them manifest themselves in behavior? You would have an increase in emotional processing and less control of the frontal cortex over that. So the consequence is increased or a decreased trigger for an emotional response, and a decreased ability to filter that response. So you have this part of the brain, amygdala, saying, there's this terrible thing happening, or you're interpreting something as negative that's really neutral. This is kind of a characteristic problem. And you don't have the executive part of your brain to evaluate it and to say, it's not really that bad, or this is really not a good idea, we should not do this. You heard Attorney Hannah asked Dr. Brower about the term, I think, roid rage.
Yes.
Maybe Mr. Martin asked, one of the attorneys asked.
And I would agree that you might want to avoid that term. What I think might be a valid description of what happened there, and I don't know, and this is one of the things I would like to know, is if it was a road rage, not a roid rage. But I think road rage is kind of more common, and that's a trigger. And so something triggered this. And I think that there was a decreased ability to cope with that trigger.
So there were no metabolites, is that what you said?
There was no metabolites. And so again, the way that these steroids are abused are in courses. You use them until you start noticing bad side effects, then you take a break. And then you come back to it later. And so it's a cyclical sort of thing.
So the effects you described in one's brain, how the side effects of that in the brain, and the processing in the brain, and the ability to reason with your impulses. Is that a fair way to say that?
Yeah.
Is it?
It's not necessarily an acute effect of the drug. So this would be a persistent change that's occurred. And so the behavioral effect would be sustained and long-lasting. And so, just like the increased muscle mass would be sustained during the break, so would all the other effects, including the behavioral effects.
So the fact that you didn't find that in the presence of a tested urine specimen, that doesn't change?
That didn't bother me, no. That wasn't, that made sense. That and the dilute urine, maybe that had something to do with not detecting it.
Let's switch gears a little bit to alcohol. Now you saw analysis of the blood alcohol content of the heart blood, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And you also saw in that same report that they tested the victory score from the eyes.
Yes.
And you considered both of those things, is that right?
That's right.
In fact, when you were posed, at that time it'd be fair to say you weren't sure which one of those was the more appropriate or gold standard.
I didn't think it mattered. I thought, the evidence here is clear that we've had a significant consumption of alcohol. And it's no more complicated than that. Alcohol is a factor here. And I agree with the forensic toxicologist that there can be, individuals vary greatly in the degree of their effects. And over time, there is a biphasic sort of intoxication that occurs with alcohol. And I don't think the toxicologist mentioned that.
Could you explain it to us?
I don't know if I can explain it, but I can address it. So your initial ascending phase of alcohol intoxication starts with a euphoria and you're feeling good, and your poor judgment manifests fairly early. So that gets started fairly quickly before your motor coordination really starts. And the evidence for your decision-making problem is you drink 2 beers and that makes you think that you need 2 more beers. And you know before you had your first beer that I'm not going to drink more than 2 beers. Kind of what the forensic toxicologist said. I'm not going to get behind the wheel. And then you find yourself behind the wheel. Not a good idea. You're just not making good decisions very early in this ascending course. And then the euphoria goes away and a depressive sort of stage comes in. And it's not fun anymore. If you go really high, then you get this gross motor incoordination where you can't walk straight and maybe you can't even stand up straight. So that would be at a really high level, but you have the decision-making problems. So you peak and you come back down, and so you get it kind of on both sides, but you don't get the euphoria coming back down. You just have, at that point, the toxic metabolites are taking over, and it just doesn't feel good. It's not fun during that stage. Your motor capabilities may come back. There are things that we learn. Driving is an example. Tying your shoes. I tied my shoes this morning and I don't remember doing it. It's a motor program that's ingrained. It's fairly low level after doing it so many times. Driving, we can carry on a conversation on the phone. We can do a lot of things like that, and those types of program behaviors seem to be less susceptible to ethanol intoxication. Fine motor skills, learning something, sensory motor learning, that's gone.
So every individual is different, is that fair to say?
Every individual is different, that's true, and depending on experience. And so there are people who can consume heroic amounts of alcohol who are tolerant to it. These are people who have alcoholism.
In that light, someone who consumed alcohol on a regular basis, who may have more tolerance for it, would they perhaps demonstrate cognitive defects in terms of reasoning or judgment and not have motor control issues?
Yes, I would agree that that's possible. These are different systems and they have different sensitivity to the alcohol. So different parts of the brain respond differently, and it's hard to predict. Alcohol is a very complex drug.
Okay. Well, what kinds of behavior, you're looking at your report, what kinds of behavior would the witnesses' statements in review contribute to your opinions? The witnesses described. I believe you're on page 6 of your report, Doctor. Okay. You're welcome, if you recall, you're welcome to recite it, but if you'd like to refer to the report, I want you to have it.
Well, they all consistently described, what I would characterize as a road, not a roid, but a road rage incident. Okay. Some conflict between drivers that got started, I don't know where, that's not here, but it was, a tragic event, clearly. And there was bad decision-making, clearly.
Okay. What neural systems are affected in it, or what neural systems come into play in decision-making about? So,
the aggressive, the unreasonable, the very violent parts of the brain are this amygdala, and again, you have frontal cortex that usually, thank goodness, most of us have control over that. We may have the urge, and that's coming from these amygdala sort of brain regions, but we can control it, and there was a loss of that control.
Okay. And does alcohol specifically affect these two portions of the
brain?
brain?
It will do that. It's consistent with alcohol, and it's consistent with long-term effects of anabolic steroid abuse.
Okay. Doctor, from your perspective as a pharmacologist, and you're both a pharmacologist and a toxicologist, is that right?
I would say so. I would say all pharmacologists are also toxicologists.
Okay. So from your perspective as a pharmacologist, the significant intoxication and likely steroid-associated behavior increase the probability of sudden, irrational, and violent actions?
I think we can be confident that it contributed, yes. That both of those things, the alcohol and the steroids, contributed to this.
Is that consistent with a situation where a person might escalate to using lethal force quickly or unpredictably?
I think it would reduce the chance that you were going to decide and understand and realize that this is a bad decision. It would decrease the probability that you would catch yourself and just not do it. Okay, we've got to tone this down now.
Well, with those substance-related effects, is it cerebral cortex? The
frontal cortex?
The frontal cortex. If it's not working as it's supposed to, would that, how would a person who encountered someone who was experiencing this know that?
You couldn't talk sense into that, and that sort of thing. It's like, you got to come down, and I think we probably all have encountered somebody that we couldn't just calm down. Somebody just couldn't calm down.
Okay, but if you weren't communicating with them, and you were just seeing them, and seeing their conduct, how would somebody who experienced an individual like that with those drug-related characteristics, how would somebody interpret?
In a situation like this?
Yes, sir.
It would be, somebody who was agitated and angry, and I would say, agitated is.
Well, if the decedent in this case, Mr. Spivey, is intoxicated and exhibiting aggressive and impulsive conduct, does it increase the risk that brandishing or discharging a weapon could occur without any warning?
I would say yes, but I would qualify it as it would increase the risk of that behavior being triggered and then not avoided. It's like you have an urge to do this, and then you realize not a good idea. You have your reason take over and avoid that.
Could I direct you to page 7 of your report, Doctor? You have a section called Overall Conclusions, and I'd like you to walk us through that, if you would.
Okay. So I guess I'll just read it.
You could read a sentence at a time and explain it, or however you feel.
I write better than I talk, so I should just read what I've written here. Cardiovascular and hepatic abnormalities.
You can read a lot faster than she likes to listen. She's taking every chance that you just go slow.
Okay. The cardiovascular and hepatic abnormalities noted during the autopsy are both, number one, rare in the population representative of the decedent. Conservative estimate is less than 5%, and that 5% is people who have cardiac problems. Less than 5% have a stenosis that is that great.
And you've actually cited some authorities.
Yes,
right?
I cited the papers. I thought it was an odd thing seeing it on the autopsy. That just doesn't sound right in a young man. And then looking into it, it's like that was the pieces falling together.
And the authority you cite for is attached to the reports. Footnote 7 and 8, is that right?
Yeah, I cited all of the literature that I got this from, and I cited good papers.
And now, the fact that the decedent may or may not have had a family history of coronary heart disease, does that in any way change your opinion?
That factors in, and that would increase the probability that this problem would be manifest. And so, a statistic I read was that about 15% of people who chronically abuse anabolic steroids will have this type of problem with a cardiac plaque forming, stenosis forming.
So not everybody would have
Not everybody gets it, even though they're abusing anabolic steroids. This is a particularly bad anabolic steroid for that. But I would say that 15% that do have the problem are probably those who have the family history. They're going to be more likely.
You mentioned earlier that accelerated metabolism, is that right?
I think of it as these drugs as aging, premature aging. They move everything up. Time accelerates.
Okay.
The heart's getting older, brain's getting older, old cranky brain, that sort of thing.
I interrupted you. Please proceed with your overall conclusion. Explain the folks what's determined.
Okay. So number 2, a well-established toxicity following anabolic steroid abuse, particularly that of meth and androstenedione alone. I should have just said dianabol. Co-occurrence of rare conditions, cardiac and hepatic abnormalities, and steroid abuse make it more than likely that they were related.
You cited 4 authorities for that proposition, didn't you?
Yes.
Your cited authorities are listed in your...
They are.
Okay. Please proceed.
Okay. This type of steroid abuse is also well established to contribute to persistent changes that interfere with normal CNS function, particularly in brain regions controlling emotional responses, impulse control, and decision making.
And is that exactly what you were talking about earlier when you talked about different regions of the brain?
This is what I was talking about, yes. Probably not very well, but that's what I was trying to communicate.
And indeed, there's a cited authority for that
Yes.
conclusion as well, is that right?
Yes.
Please proceed.
From this, it is reasonable to conclude that the otherwise rare, irrational, and violent behaviors reported by multiple witnesses were made more likely by steroid abuse-related decreased ability to control emotions and to make reasonable decisions.
Okay. Now that opinion, is that made in what we call a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on your experience in these learned treatises?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Please proceed.
Loss of emotional control and poor decision-making are also well established to follow from acute alcohol intoxication. That was also a clear factor in this case, as indicated by blood tests and supported by an extensive bar tab.
Now the bar tab, as you saw, it was pretty high bar tab.
I remember a lot of, there were Miller Lights and Fireballs, not that I know what that is.
So we don't know how many he drank, that'd be fair to say from the bar tab.
He did not necessarily consume all of what he paid for.
Based on his blood alcohol content, he consumed some.
Oh, I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. Combined effects of steroid abuse and alcohol intoxication more likely than not contributed, perhaps synergistically so, to the result in lack of behavioral inhibition and expression of the extremely aggressive and violent behaviors described by several witnesses.
So is it the behavior, is it the demonstrated behavior that the witnesses related, is that as important as the anatomical findings to this conclusion?
I think it all ties together. It's all equally important. Again, if it was just the steroids found in the truck and not any artery occlusion, I wouldn't think that much of it. If there was no witness reports of violent behavior, there would be no issue at all.
Conversely, if there was arterial sclerosis and no steroids, you wouldn't know anything.
Yeah, that would just be really odd. That would be a very unlucky 33-year-old that is remarkably rare.
Okay. So this last opinion, the combined effect of steroid abuse, in that paragraph you read, is that an opinion that you offer within the reasonable degree of scientific certainty in your field of pharmacology?
Yes.
Doctor, I want to shift gears a little bit with you. Do you recall when you were proposed by Attorney Henna, to kind of get you out of left field with some questions about other drugs that you might use and effects?
Yes.
Did you have any idea what she was asking those questions?
There was some questions about lithium and an antipsychotic drug and benzodiazepines, and I didn't know why, and just kind of some interesting questions, especially about lithium.
You know what we call that? The lawyer hires an expert witness, and then the expert witness is in a deposition, and the lawyer on the other side starts asking these questions about their side of the case. We call that, at least I call that hijacking the expert. It had nothing to do with anything you reviewed, did it?
No, I really had no idea where that was coming from.
And you hadn't reviewed anything about my clients?
No, just those 6 items, very limited amount of information.
I want to talk to you about the questions you got from Attorney Hanna about lithium. Okay? Have you seen this bottle that I've given you?
Yes.
Before? You've seen it before, right?
Yes. So this is
a picture of it.
right, a supplement.
Tell us what it is.
It's a dietary supplement, lithium orotate. And so this is something that you can get maybe at your drugstore, maybe at a vitamin store or GNC if they still have those.
Or Amazon.
Oh yeah, you can order it online, of course. And so this is a form of lithium, and the scuttlebutt, I guess I'll use that term, is that this is going to help decrease anxiety and make you feel better. And there's lots of supplements that make those types of claims. This is not an FDA-approved drug.
Is it a dangerous drug?
Pardon me?
Is it a dangerous drug? I
wouldn't say it's a dangerous drug, not at this dosage. Actually, you could consume this entire bottle and it wouldn't be up to an antipsychotic dose.
Well, I think you gave me a figure of what that dose, how that dosage in that's, what is the dosage in those pills?
These are 5 milligram lithium. I don't know if they're capsules or tablets. I haven't looked at them.
If someone had a therapeutic dose of lithium on the lowest end, what would the lowest end lithium dosage be in the therapeutic level?
Low end for treatment of bipolar is about 1,000 milligrams a day.
And that's 200 times, 200 of those pills.
That's right.
Would equal one lithium, the minimum lithium dose for somebody who had a bipolar disorder. Now, you don't know anything about my client's medical concerns, right? And you didn't know why you were these questions.
No.
But this particular lithium factor, in any way, I submit to you, because you don't know, that if my client were taking it, would it have anything to do with an impulsive reaction by my client?
I wouldn't. No. I think this is, and I might be kind of flip here, but this.
We're learning about drugs,
is
LED.
Placebo. And placebo is a very effective drug, remarkably effective, especially in humans. And so placebo is a sugar pill. And if you think it's going to do something, our brains have a way of making things happen that we believe are going to happen. And so I think that these types of drugs fall into that category.
When a person who had a well-balanced diet benefit from the diet as much as that supplement?
Diet is way more important.
Very good. So if that's the lithium you're being asked about, do you see how it's related to this case in any way?
I really don't. And so, because I was thinking of lithium citrate is the salt form that's given for bipolar at a much higher dose, and that's a very toxic drug, and that's a serious drug, and it's a very effective drug. We're lucky to have it.
But nothing that you reviewed had anything to do with lithium, did it?
No.
So you had no idea why you were asking the question?
I did not. Yeah. That took me from the side, and that and the benzodiazepine and the antipsychotic, and I was thinking, why am I being asked about this antipsychotic drug?
Well, let's talk about that for a minute. Do you recall after that I sent you a clinical synopsis from Dr. Hancock?
Yes.
And it referred to some of these other drugs.
It did. So all of them were there, and so then it made sense.
And how did it make sense?
Yeah, it seems to me like he's correcting, like, when he may have had a conversation with, I'm assuming Mark Tinsley, someone from the plaintiff's side. He heard lithium, assumed it was lithium citrate, thought, oh no, that's no bueno, like, especially you're not prescribed that, and then you might be consuming alcohol and taking that, and all of this other stuff going on. And then he's like, hey, it's actually more innocuous than that. It's a different compound. So it seems like he's correcting something he said previously.
It made sense that the person that you're representing was taking these drugs, this as a supplement, the other drugs as anxiety treatment.
And did you notice anything about the dosage levels?
Fairly low doses, and so a antipsychotic drug is a very good sedative across the board.
It's a sleep aid?
It's a sleep aid, that's right, at low dose.
Okay. Your indulgence? I'm not going to ask any questions at this time. In addition, the court may have some, or these attorneys may have some, and I may as responsibilities.
Mr. Martin, anything?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Tinsley? I'm sorry. Yeah.
Dr. Soderstrom, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's her name?
You and I had the pleasure of meeting when I took your deposition by Zoom about 6 months ago. Is that right?
I remember, yes.
Okay, and I believe you told me at that time this is the first time you've ever been an expert.
I didn't catch this attorney's name when she was doing the deposition, but you guys were just calling her lawyer lady, right? So we'll go with that.
That's correct, yes.
So the first time in a courtroom.
That's correct. Yeah, this is the first time I've been in a courtroom. That's absolutely correct.
And I believe you know Mr. Moss, maybe you teach us.
I met him this morning. He called the chair of my department looking for somebody to explain the NMS Labs report. And I'm the guy to do that sort of thing in our department. And so he was referred to me.
Okay, and you're not a medical doctor, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you would agree with me that a pathologist that actually did the autopsy of Scott Spivey would certainly be more qualified than you to render an opinion about whether the heart had any impact as a result of chronic steroid abuse, right?
Well, maybe. If somebody is going to claim that a 50% occlusion of the coronary artery isn't related to steroid abuse, I would have to disagree with that.
Okay, but she didn't render that opinion. I take
Right.
it correct. Okay. And you've never performed a forensic toxicology.
That's true.
Okay, and your research, I believe, I saw that big list of things that you wrote about. And isn't it true, Dr. Soderstrom, that most of your research is on songbirds and I believe THC effects on brain development?
Right. So,
Okay.
my
But it's not human forensic pathology, right?
Well, it's, of course, we're trying to understand humans, and the reason we use birds, it sounds crazy, but they learn how to sing when they're young, like we learn how to talk when we're young. And so my research is really focused on development and how the brain changes during development.
But it's not about steroid abuse, is it?
Well, I've done some steroid research.
You have, I believe, in your deposition, you told me most of your research came from internet forums, is that right?
Yeah, so, well, in terms of figuring out how this drug is typically abused. So that's, I think, how you find out how to abuse steroids. You talk to the guys at the gym, and there are these internet forums, and it's remarkable the amount of information you can get from that source.
Remarkable. I think you said that earlier. In fact, I think you said you looked at little evidence, but it was remarkable how it all fell together.
Well, then I was talking about how the steroid was found in the truck. Didn't think much of it until seeing, now we have a autopsy that shows a coronary artery occlusion and liver toxicity.
I'm going to get to that. I'll get to that.
So it all kind of came together. That's what I was talking about there.
Yes, sir. Now, you've also never clinically treated a patient for steroid abuse, never personally assessed a person at Boulevard age, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've never assessed a person who is being chased at 113 miles an hour by somebody with guns out, have you?
I have not.
First time. Okay.
Well, I would say that I still haven't.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Dr. Soderstrom, isn't it true that you've been hired by this defense team over here by Mr. Moss, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have an agreement.
So everything you've reviewed in this case has been solely based on what Mr. Moss gave you?
That is correct.
You didn't get anything from the plaintiff side, did you?
That's absolutely correct.
Haven't received anything from me or Mr. Tinsley, right?
Nope.
You haven't talked to his mama, his daddy, his sister, nobody in his family to find out his medical history, have you?
Nope. I have. There are, a lot of things I don't know about in this case.
That's right. And in fact, you never even asked for these records, and you don't know anything about Scott Spivey's medical history, do you?
I have no idea.
But you've come to a conclusion based on some things you saw in a report about his heart, that he's a chronic steroid abuser.
That's right.
Okay, got it. So, let me just keep going. You've never seen his medication list, any medications, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And I believe you even admitted to me that you had never seen a picture of Scott Spivey's autopsy photos, correct?
That's correct.
And you never even seen a picture of his family photo album to see that he doesn't even look like a steroid abuser at any time, right?
Well, I don't know what a steroid abuser would look like.
Well, actually you do, because in that deposition you also told me that you would expect a steroid abuser to be big and muscular and have a large overture in his shoulders, right?
If I were to...
Look at this guy's face in the back.
Well, actually you do, because in that deposition you also told me that you would expect a steroid abuser to be big and muscular and have a large overture in his shoulders, right?
If I were to, predict, and this would be a risky prediction, I would say this is probably somebody that works out at the gym and is interested in physical fitness and appearance. That would fit. That would, why would somebody abuse steroids? That's why somebody would abuse steroids.
So you would conclude if somebody that doesn't look like they've gone to the gym would not be a steroid abuser.
Look at her.
I would say that that's probably, that reduces the probability.
Very good. You also were never provided, I know that you were provided with like 5 witness statements, right?
Was it 5 or 6? It was one of those 2.
But you weren't provided with deposition testimony of either Mr. Boyd or Mr. Williams, were you?
I was not.
Okay, so I assume you weren't provided with any of the secret recorded conversations that Mr. Boyd made on his phone, right?
No.
And the only witness statement you reviewed, the only evidence you reviewed is what Mr. Moss hand-selected to give to you to review to come to this opinion.
That's right.
Now, let's talk about those pills in the truck. Isn't it true, Dr. Soderstrom, that your entire opinion is assuming that those pills that were found in that truck belong to Scott Spivey?
Yes.
And isn't it also true that you don't know if Scott Spivey possessed those pills or if somebody put them there and instructed you?
I don't know, but I think the probability is it's likely that they were his and that he put them in the truck. I would say that's true.
Did you know that Weldon Boyd, the man that shot Scott Spivey, went up to Scott Spivey's truck unsupervised at least 2 times before the police got there?
I had no idea about that.
Were you aware that Officer Vescovi, one of the first officers on the scene, showed Weldon Boyd and Kenneth Williams a note that said, "Act like a victim in front of you"?
I had no idea about that. I think you asked me that question during my deposition.
I just want to say this is like he's got his Ph.D. Pharmacology. If this was like a GBI agent, a TBI agent, a detective, an officer, like the demeanor and the resistance would be so different. He seems like he's disappointed that he didn't know the context, and he's just saying, yeah, I didn't know that. Can you imagine like if we had Liz Bingham up here and she was being challenged by Miss Lady Lawyer here? I would love to see that. I would love to see her question someone who is nasty and hostile.
And you're aware that Officer Vescovi got terminated?
I didn't know about that, no.
So if it were later determined that those pills found in Scott Spivey's truck didn't belong to him because he wasn't a user, then that would totally change your opinion, wouldn't it?
Well, I just can't imagine why somebody would do that, because they would have to know that he had this coronary artery disease, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Because if it was just the steroid in there again, that it would be an odd thing, but it wouldn't be one odd thing after another odd thing after another odd thing. Together.
We're going to get to that. Now, let's talk about no steroids found in Mr. Spivey's system. So you understand that the toxicology testing was done, and they did a urine test, and they ran it through, I think the toxicologist said about 30 tests, 27, 30 tests.
They do one test, and they are looking for 30 different metabolites of various anabolic steroids.
And there was nothing found, nothing about anabolic steroids, correct?
And that, that doesn't bother me in terms of the other evidence for long-term abuse.
Well, wouldn't you expect somebody riding around with a big old pile of steroid pills, they would be taking them?
Yeah, and probably a couple weeks prior.
But there was nothing found in Scott's
Correct.
system, was it?
There was, well, and the urine was dilute. I think there's clear evidence for steroid abuse, steroids are abused cyclically, and the lack of chronic exposure doesn't indicate a lack of abuse.
Well, let's talk about what you just said about the heart, okay? I believe your entire opinion relates entirely on your reading of the autopsy report, right?
That's right.
Okay, and I think you're blocking it up for like 3 things, because he had coronary artery disease, liver abnormalities, and gallbladder stain. You think that's why he was a chronic steroid abuser?
Those are very characteristic side effects of the drug that was found in his truck.
Okay, but you never looked at his past medical records to see if there's some other explanation other than that conclusion.
That's correct.
Could be metabolic syndrome, right? That could explain it, doesn't it?
I would say that it would take longer to form that level of blockage.
Okay, what about poor lifestyle and poor diet? That could cause those 3 things that you just mentioned.
That would speed things along.
Right. And most importantly, genetic predisposition could explain all 3 of those things that you just relied on to form this opinion.
It would speed things along. But in a 33-year-old, it's extremely rare to have that level of coronary artery blockage.
I believe you called it unlucky earlier, correct?
Right.
And would it surprise you to know that Scott has a family history of heart attacks, early heart attacks, heart stents, and a documented family history of high cholesterol and even kidney disease?
No, that wouldn't surprise me.
Right, because that's a better explanation than that this man was a chronic steroid abuser, right?
So, keep in mind that not every chronic steroid abuser gets coronary artery occlusion, about 15% do. And, my thinking would be it's that 15% that have these family backgrounds and are more likely to have the issue become a problem.
Okay, you also relied on a VAC of 0.13.
Yes.
Okay, and that was drawn from the heart almost 60 hours after Scott died. Correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and then you also noticed that the samples were taken 3 days later, right?
3 days later. I see it about 3 days later. I knew that there was a time difference, but looking into like what the toxicologist said, that's not uncommon that there would be a lag in between the sampling and the testing.
Okay. Dr. Soderstrom, going back to your opinion on behavior, you said you only looked at 5 witness statements, right?
That's right.
You weren't given Frank McMurrough's deposition or Blaize Ward or anybody else's, correct?
Deposition.
Yes, sir.
So that was different than their witness statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, I only saw the witness statement, I guess.
So you really don't have a lot of evidence. I think your own words were you looked at little evidence, right?
That's true.
Okay. So your opinion is that the behavior described in those witness statements was consistent with road rage?
I would say road rage.
Road rage or road rage?
I would say road rage. And I would say that, you know, the behavioral problems there were made more likely by alcohol for sure, and probably synergistic with persistent changes in behavior due to steroid use.
And I believe you admitted that you were not aware that this was a 113 mile per hour chase, correct?
That's true. I didn't know about that.
So when you rendered this opinion, you did not consider the psychological impact of Scott Spivey being chased, did you?
No, I did not.
So you didn't consider that maybe what you thought you were thinking or saying was really actions of Scott Spivey that were driven by panic, or maybe even a fight or flight response?
I would say what happened was consistent with that type of fight or flight sort of situation.
And you would agree with me that if someone's trying to flee and going that fast and can't get away, that they may feel trapped, right?
I would say that might be true, yeah.
Okay, so the same behavior that you're attributing to Scott Spivey could equally be explained by normal human fear, perhaps somebody that is being chased and was even terrified, right?
I suppose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I think I mentioned this before, but you were never provided with recordings that Weldon Boyd made himself, that were made on his phone after the Spivey shooting.
That's right.
So were you aware that in one of those recordings, Boyd stated when referring to shooting Scott Spivey, "I fucking loved it and I had a blast"?
Didn't have any of that sort of thing. I'm unaware of that.
Right. Because you weren't given these, right?
I was not given anything to that effect at all.
And were you aware that Boyd told his own grandmother that he was back in his element when referring to shooting Scott Spivey?
I don't know anything about that.
So the person who made these statements, Mr. Boyd, was expressing excitement and
I'm not
joy.
objecting off discontinuing my questions because the witnesses definitely testified what he relied on, what he was asked to do. And here we are again, I'd have an expert talk about my client.
I think Southside stood with expertise as well, so let's move on now.
Certainly.
You've made a very nice cross-examination.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Mr. Moss asked you about some questions we talked about the medications that Mr. Boyd was on, correct?
Right.
Okay, and those medications, I believe you testified about what happens when someone's taking Seroquel, Zoloft, and Klonopin inconsistently or irregularly. Tell us what happens.
Well, if they're given for antipsychosis issues, and my understanding now, I've gotten a little bit more information since when you were asking me these questions before, the dosages were lower. So, you know, what was being treated is not schizophrenia, it's anxiety. And so the antipsychotic is being given at a lower dose as a sedative.
Okay, and isn't it true when you're taking these antipsychotic medications, I believe you told me it can affect emotional regulation, impulse control, and risk assessment capabilities?
I think, as I recall, you were asking me what would happen if somebody was taking these drugs and abruptly discontinued them. And you know, what I implied there was these were drugs being used to treat a psychosis and at a high dose. And if you are being treated for schizophrenia, you don't want to stop your drugs abruptly, because all those bad things that you mentioned may happen.
And you also confirmed that inconsistent use of these antipsychotic drugs, especially benzodiazepines like Klonopin, can lead to, I believe your words were, you agreed with me, unpredictable behavioral states, even altered states of consciousness.
The benzodiazepine is going to be a CNS depressant. If you stop taking a benzodiazepine that you've been taking for a long time, you will have a rebound. And so why would you take a benzodiazepine for a long time? If you were psychotic or had anxiety to the point that you were having behavioral trouble, and so you knock that, that drug would just decrease CNS activity, be putting the person kind of to sleep. And when you would, if you were to completely stop that quickly, you go back into maybe a rebound phase of whatever problem it was that you were giving the drug to alleviate to begin with.
And that would be evident in somebody with a history of anger issues and anger management issues.
Well, so usually a benzodiazepine is given for anxiety, and it's not given for regular use. If you're given a benzodiazepine for regular use, it's somebody that needs to be knocked down. So usually the way a benzodiazepine is given is as you need it. If you're having an episode of anxiety, you take it. Or if you couldn't stop thinking about things and couldn't get any sleep, you might take it. So it's more a PRN, or as needed sort of medication.
Okay. Let's move on to the lithium that Mr. Moss asked you about, and if I may approach John.
Sure.
So this lithium right here, this is just stuff, it's a dietary supplement,
That's right, yes.
Okay, and he asked you a lot of questions about Mr. Boyd taking that over-the-counter dietary supplement. But I want to ask you about prescription lithium. You're a pharmacologist, you teach this, right?
Yep.
So over-the-counter lithium, those dietary supplements that Mr. Moss was asking about, that doesn't require blood work to be prescribed for that, correct?
That's right, and that's...
And so let me show you some text messages from June 2023 from Weldon Boyd, where he indicates that I am on the way to the lab in Myrtle now to get blood work for lithium. And got blood work done today, said lithium starts soon. Let me show this to you.
All right. Yeah, that would be consistent with lithium for the treatment of a bipolar type of issue.
And if they're prescribed that for this bipolar, that would be the reason he's getting blood work for lithium, correct?
Objection, the doctor has no knowledge of that. He's saying no, he has no knowledge of that.
You can go ahead and answer.
So, if somebody is being treated with lithium at a high dose, it's very important to get blood work done because it's a narrow therapeutic window drug. It is a very toxic drug, and you can overdo it really easily. And so you have to kind of titrate the dosage of lithium, and that's why you get blood work done when you're starting it.
So no question, those text messages where you see that Mr. Boyd is getting tested for lithium is definitely not that dietary supplement, correct?
I don't know. It suggests that it wasn't this lithium that...
Correct.
But maybe did he... I don't, Did he overdose on this? I can't imagine even overdosing on it. You'd have to take the whole bottle.
So, Dr. Soderstrom, I apologize, you were not given Mr. Boyd's prescription records or medical records, right?
That's right.
So you cannot tell this court, based on the one-sided materials that you were given, that the opinion that you described for Scott Spivey doesn't apply equally or more to Weldon Boyd.
Yeah, I don't know anything about any other person than the person that was in the autopsy.
Just one minute, I beg your court's indulgence, John.
She's leaning really heavily into the idea that this was something that was in the white truck that they would have put in the black truck. And he doesn't have the context. He wasn't given the context to address what she's getting at. But I would wonder, how did she even come up with that theory?
Nothing, thank you.
Got some degree record on it? Doctor?
Yes.
Do you know how long the effects of anabolic steroids last in the brain after they stop taking them? Days or weeks?
Yep, even longer.
How long?
Persistent, years.
So this disconnect, if you will, between these two regions of the brain, where your frontal region is not inhibiting impulses and the other regions can last for years?
That can be a long time, yeah.
Okay. Now, this demonstrated conduct that we talked about, the Attorney Hannah talked about driving 113 miles an hour, and she asked if that's consistent with fight or flight. You don't know anything about this case, do you?
I know very little.
You don't know if there was any reason that this gentleman was cornered for you?
I suspect there was a trigger, and I've always kind of wondered about this trigger. I don't know what started it.
You have no idea?
I have no idea.
And so you have no idea whether or not fight or flight would even be in play?
I don't know.
And this driving of 113 miles an hour,
You have no idea why he was driving that fast, do you?
I don't. All I have are the witness statements that are consistent. And, based on those statements, there was an aggressor, and that was the person in the black truck.
So Ms. Anna posed you, right, by Zoom, and at that time you gave her all your information, right? She had your report, she had your opinion, your CV, you know how to contact her. She never sent you anything from Mr. Spivey's record.
That's correct,
Please
yes.
review this and just repeat this.
I would have dealt with that material had it been provided, yes.
In fact, I provided you some supplemental information from NMS Labs, is that right?
That's correct.
And what, it was a more detailed report, right?
Right.
And with respect to this issue about whether or not this alcohol concentration could have been accelerated or increased post-mortem, did you find anything that was revealing about that?
I did. That was a huge document, but there was a needle in that haystack, and that was they tested for volatiles. And among those volatiles were...
Could you explain what volatile is?
Volatile is something that will turn to vapor at fairly low temperature, like ethanol is volatile, and a lot of oils are volatile. And so isopropanol is a alcohol that was detected, and acetone was detected. So these are volatiles, and these volatiles are produced. Let's see, how did that work again? Were those detected or not detected?
Let me ask you this way. Do you recall anything in the lab report that made you think the decomposition or...
Right. So, yeah, you would expect volatiles to be present if it was microorganisms that were increasing the alcohol content, and those volatiles were not detected. I think I have that right now.
Let me show you this document, Your Honor. The Honor has this already as to opposing counsel. I don't want it to be a court exhibit, but I am short with witness. Have you seen this before, Doctor?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a description from a nurse practitioner of treating this person that I believe you're representing for anxiety.
Okay. And could you read with me the next to the last paragraph? The last sentence starts with "said" instead. You see that?
Oh, goodness, my eyes are not that good.
Instead, I recommend it.
Well, no. I see Mr. Boyd has been complying with treatment recommendations. You mean before that? In my clinical assessment and treatment of Mr. Boyd?
Next to the last paragraph, I'm looking down in.
So is that this one? That's next to the last, if you consider that? Sure.
Right down here in this paragraph.
Okay.
We'll refer you to that paragraph.
All right.
So you reviewed this before today, right?
I'm sorry, can you say
You
that?
reviewed it before today, right?
Yes.
And you reviewed it specifically in conjunction with my question about that dietary supplement.
Yes.
So what did the clinician say in this clinical synopsis?
That this was being given as a supplement with the idea that it would help anxiety.
But it says, instead, I have recommended the use of lithium forte, an over-the-counter nutritional supplement, to help alleviate symptoms of generalized anxiety disorder. Is that what it said?
That's right.
Now, you said it was a placebo.
That's my personal opinion.
But you also said placebos are very effective.
It's remarkably effective, yes.
Is this dietary supplement a therapeutic level of lithium?
No.
You see anything to make you think that my client has a therapeutic level of lithium?
I have not.
You've not been asked for that opinion, right?
No.
Do you think it's fair for someone to ask you a question about my client's medical condition or record when you haven't talked to my client?
Is it fair? I suppose...
That's kind of an unfair question.
I'll talk.
It's done the same thing the other way.
I'll talk. All right. Let me show you this document. It's also been produced, Your Honor. I don't want it to be a court exhibit. You haven't seen this document before, I don't believe.
I have not.
Take a moment and scan it and tell me if you see lithium on it anywhere.
I do not.
And what does it say at the top? It's a pharmacy record, isn't it?
I thought you didn't need a prescription for that
Cherry
lithium.
Grove Drug, LLC.
And what period of time is it for?
Let's see. It looks like July 2020 to May of 2025.
Okay. And we're talking about
5
almost
years.
5 years.
Yeah.
No lithium, right?
No.
Thank you, may I have that copy? When you call earlier today, a conversation with me, when you talk about this kind of conduct and the age group you might see it in,
Yes.
we're talking about steroids, right?
Right.
And the effect in the brain.
Yeah.
What do you recall telling me as an example?
Example might be teenager. This is kind of the last period of development where we don't really have this type of executive control, and if somebody's going to have this sort of behavioral problem, it's typically going to be a teenager.
Okay. And we were talking about Mr. Spivey, weren't we? Just demonstrating behavior of driving at excessive speed.
Okay.
In traffic.
Okay.
Is that normal in your opinion for a 33-year-old adult?
Right. That I would say is not right. Typically, we've matured and we have control at that time.
Let me go back to this pharmacy record, doctor. Take a look. These other conditions that Attorney Hannah asked you about, that if you had therapeutic doses of some of these medicines like benzodiazepines or chloroquine, they would require dosages that were consistent with therapeutic treatment, right?
They would, and I don't, off the top of my head, I'd have to look into what the standard dosages were, and I don't know, just looking at this, if these fall into that range or not.
Very well. But you don't know that they do either?
That's true.
Okay. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. I have no further questions. I'm not asking this witness to be excused at this time, and therefore, more for you.
Very well. Doc, thank you for coming. Safe travels back to Greenville.
Thank you.
Your Honor, just one housekeeping matter. I have 2 exhibits I did not mark. If I may mark those now.
Sure. Mark those. Does he have them? The 2 documents you gave me, which she's wanting to make sure she has.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right.
One more thing.
One more thing. And then they kick us out in silence, or what do they do? There's still a little bit.
We decided we didn't want to put this in court.
Okay. So then, the pharmaceutical record?
Well, no, it's not.
Clinical snot. Very well.
Like first. I don't know the number of it.
Judge?
He's going to introduce clinical snot and evidence, which y'all exchanged because we talked about it pre-trial conference.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Sure. All right, while he gets that mark for his number, tell me what your last issue is.
You previously entered an order related to Anaplox records. They just opened the door, they introduced the records, and so I think at least we're entitled to look at them at this point in time, issuing the order.
I haven't opened the door for him. This one was open the door for him. Ms. Hannah opened the door for him by trying to hijack an expert. I asked him specifically about the lithium vortex dietary supplement that she tried to hijack from the deposition. This is by design, and it's not proper.
Whether it's proper or not, Judge, he handed the witness the summary of Anaplox medical treatment that those records represented. And so, based on your order, if they put it in issue, and he handed those records to that witness and made it an issue in this case, I think we're at least entitled to look at them. I'm not saying we're publishing them, I'm not saying we're doing anything else, but we're at least entitled to know what else is in this gentleman's medical record.
I'd like to publish a statement from this document.
I've read that in a pre-trial thing. I don't need to publish it. I mean, here's the thing. I'm going to take your motion under advisement. I'm ready to stop today. I'm tired. So we can do that tomorrow. I appreciate y'all pushing on, but I'm out of gas, and so I'm ready to adjourn for the day, and I don't want to do anything other than do that. So I'm not ruling against anybody. Under advisement, and he may publish it tomorrow if he likes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Let's start at 9 o'clock sharp. We're adjourned.
I want to watch this judge do like a trial. I think that'd be fun. So I guess we'll find out. So if you want to continue and start watching day 3, they're already on day 4. Today would have been day 4. We just finished day 2, so we still have to get caught up. So Might do like a Sunday stream. Who knows? We'll figure it out, or we'll get caught up on Monday. In just shy of 30 minutes, Nick Starrell starts his Friday panel. Don't forget, this will redirect over there. Don't get confused. If you see I'm live with the Friday panel, and then it's hosted on Nick's channel, but I'm simulcasting for the first 15 to 30 minutes just to raise extra awareness that the panel show is live and that we're fundraising for Edric Faust, who has now hit 20,000 in funds. So there's that. I still don't see a feed for the Courtney Clenny hearing. Maybe it went for quite a while. There's a new motion that I think is my fault. So we might look at that. Maybe a very late night stream tonight. If I see the footage from the hearing, we can watch that. If not, I'll do like a quick motion recap video. Other than that, guys, hope to see you at Nick's panel. I think Defense Diary said they're going to pop on. A few people said they're going to pop on. So, and Janet, I can send you a link if you're still in here, Janet. I'll send you a link if you want to hop on the panel. Other than that, hope to see you there. If you're going to go off and enjoy your weekend, have a good weekend, see everybody soon. And I'm pretty excited to see like how this keeps shaping up. I just think it's interesting to watch. So take care, everybody, and thanks for watching with me.